him, but doesn't accept it whenever it doesn't. That's wild. That's
when
fucking
I asked
wild.
before I was looking and everybody was saying women, bro.
Yeah, and what 81% of the chat right now is saying men. Like, dude.
Yeah, that's just them being emotional. They don't like what I'm saying, so they're gonna disagree with this.
Says the one who's having an emotional response to it right now.
Nah, bro, I don't give a fuck, honestly. Bro, I don't care. But like I said, girls play off of emotion, and so if my girl has a higher body count than me, I'm not okay with that, and I don't think that they should have a higher body count because they play off emotion. So they're not just having sexual intercourse just to
You
have
said you play off
sexual
emotions
intercourse
too.
most of the time.
So like, why does your body count not matter then?
Oh, I play off of emotions too, but when I'm honestly, I'll tell you the truth. As a man, I prefer to have be emotionally attached to my girl to have intercourse with her. But as a man, I'm telling you, if I'm horny late at night, whatever, I don't have to be attached to necessarily have sex. And I think most of the time.
Okay, again, I don't see how you're relating to this because, again, in the scenario when it relates to you, I don't think that you apply that standard to yourself whenever you still engage for emotional connection.
Right. I don't apply.
And also, I don't think that you can relate to this idea that like, oh, women are cheating more than men. Women don't necessarily have like are just out there engaging with men all the time, right? And then also at that same time say that this isn't happening. I'm really confused. I don't see how that can be true simultaneously.
Say that again, bro, because you saying too much, man. Too much at one time. Oh, bro, slow it down a little bit.
Okay. I don't know how to slow it down or do that anymore. I don't know.
Because you be saying else? Like three. You be saying three things at the same time, like to try to throw me off type shit. I say one thing and I say one thing, my friend. Like one little on a main part. You bring three main parts up like I'm supposed to be three main parts back. No, bro, do one part for me.
I didn't bring up three different things.
All right, bro. Well, anyways, I said what I said, and no, bro, that's the truth, bro. If you're a girl and you have a high body count, then that's what you like to do. But it's not okay. Any man that wants to have a wife doesn't want his wife to have a high body count, and that's just the truth.
Yeah. So like, I can just ask you like a few questions when it relates to this, right? One being that, just because you have a personal preference, right, doesn't necessitate that most men have that preference, right? Two, you're applying a standard to women that you wouldn't apply to yourself, right? When it relates to this, if you had a 9 body count. That? Yeah. You said that a 9 body count's not acceptable within a woman, right? But when you engage in intercourse with this next particular woman, you would have a 9 body count. Right, so apparently it's acceptable then.
No, I said 15 and over on, bro, but still, even having as much.
You said you didn't want a girl who has more bodies than you.
Yeah, I said I don't want a girl with too many more bodies over me. I said that.
And by the way, I don't mean to cut you off, right? But by the way, everyone chat, we hit fucking 300K. Absolute W's in the chat right now. Spam W's for 300K. That's pretty fucking wild, everyone.
I know, it's because I've been arguing on, bro. I'm having fun. It's fun. I'm not gonna lie, it's fun. I'm not even like.
What's fun?
This is fun, bro. I'm just chilling. I just got done with class, work. You feel me? I'm chilling, big chilling. I'm having fun doing this. I don't know why. I really don't give a fuck.
Yeah, but I don't know why. I don't know why. Honestly, here I'll just ask you a few questions here, particularly. Let's see if you can.
All right.
Let's see if you can hold up.
Bro, guys, I'm sorry, bro. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm a little zooted right now, but I'm still hanging in there, man.
All right, man. Is there anything else you want to talk about or add? Thank you for the confetti. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
No, I just want to say that I won, bro.
Sure, man. For sure. So real. Appreciate you coming on.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. We're going to go on to the next person. If you do have any questions, put in the comment section right now. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get it out to more people, share the live. Let's try to get to 500 shares, everyone. But let me go on to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Thank you for the sunglasses. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fucking time, bro.
How old are you?
Old enough.
How old are you?
Nah, bro. You have the most selective hearing.
Are you? What's your birth year? If you can't tell me your birth year, I have to go on to the next person.
I'm 22.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2001.
Okay. Why do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
He did the math. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Actually, you know what? Honestly, your whole chat is literally just insecure women, like, and they call us insecure. It's crazy. Like, it's a bunch James Charles. Yeah, okay.
Well, James, I have a question, right? If a woman had five partners, five sexual partners, and they were all better than you, would you feel worse than if she had five sexual partners and they weren't better than you?
Okay, if they were better than me?
Yeah. Which would you prefer, to be with a woman that had five sexual partners that were better than you, or five sexual partners that were not as good as you?
You should always just compare yourself to yourself, bro. What?
James, would you rather be with a woman that's been with five partners that are all better than you, or five partners that are all worse than you?
Better. Then she's got that practice, you know. Fuck body count.
Oh, okay. So you think that she should have a high body count? You want her to have practice?
Give a shit. I don't really give a fuck.
Okay, so then why are you coming on my live, bro?
Cause I'm just.
All right, we're gonna go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Again, only send a guest request if you do disagree, all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 19.
For sure. Do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
Yeah.
Why so?
I think it's less safe. Like, I think more guys are weird than women. So I think if we encourage women to have high body counts, it increases the chances that they go through like bad shit. Because guys are weird as shit.
Okay, so if a woman is a lesbian, does her body count not matter as much?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Oh, it doesn't matter? So here's my question, right? Why would the responsibility be placed upon the woman rather than being placed upon the man for perpetuating the negativity?
What do you mean?
Yeah, so it seems like you're putting responsibility on the woman for being negatively impacted by the man rather than putting responsibility on the man for negatively impacting the woman.
No, that's not what I'm doing. It's still definitely his fault, and he's still a terrible person if he decides to be a weirdo. But I don't think we should encourage women to put themselves at risk by going out with a lot of these very weird, creepy guys.
Yeah, so essentially what you're saying, what's the distinction in terms of going out with people in general then, right? So you're saying that like a woman shouldn't engage with any men?
No, she definitely can. But I'm saying if we encourage a society where women are encouraged to have higher body counts, they're more.
Oh, no one's encouraging people to have higher body counts.
No. I'm saying, why should it matter though? Right? That's the question.
No, we're saying why should it matter for women but not for men? I'm saying that it should matter equally for women and men.
I don't think so, because I don't think guys are really at risk like that. Like, I've never met a guy who's like went on a date with a girl and like she punched him or something. But like that happened to one of my female friends on campus, and it was crazy.
Okay, I mean I've heard about things like that.
Right.
I mean, I don't think that necessarily means whether or not it happens, right? So you're just saying that like you're only taking into account like risks of like violence and stuff like that. We're not taking into account like other sorts of risks. Like, for example, right? If someone like going out and dating like in a different country was more risky than going out and dating here in America, were they like, should they not do that?
Should they not do what?
Should they be looked in a more negative connotation because they dated in a more dangerous area?
No. Like,
okay, but they're putting themselves at a greater risk.
Well, yeah, but a lot of times people don't choose to live in a dangerous area. It's a lot of times like socioeconomic factors that are the reason that they're in a dangerous place. They wouldn't be there if they didn't want to, right?
But under your view, even if they were born there, they should be looked at in a more negative connotation because they were putting themselves at a greater risk.
No, I don't think they should be looked at in a negative connotation.
Oh, wait, so you're not putting blame on them for factors that they didn't cause? So why are we putting blame on women for factors that they didn't cause?
Oh, no, I'm not saying it's women's fault at all.
You know, you're saying that it should matter more for women. They should take more responsibility because they put themselves at greater risk.
No, I'm saying it should matter because if it didn't matter and if we just said, just go out and go on 100 dates with a bunch of weird guys, I think a lot of girls would get hurt. And rather than if we were
I've never made a claim that you should go on dates with 100 weird men. When did I say that?
No, I'm not saying you did, but I'm talking about why I think body count should matter for women.
Yeah, and not for men, right? I disagree with your stance because, again, then you'd be arguing that people who are in impoverished communities, right, should be looked at in a more negative connotation for going on just as many dates as someone who's not impoverished. I keep
saying nobody should be looked at in a negative connotation. I'm saying it should matter, though.
When it's saying it should matter, that's and is it not in a negative connotation?
No, I'm not saying you should go
No,
up to
wait.
a
Oh,
person
so
with
it's
a
not
high
a
body
negative
count
connotation.
and
So what do you
be a
mean by
bad
matter?
person. I'm saying as in we shouldn't encourage people to have high body counts.
Why
And
shouldn't we encourage it? Because it's negative in connotation. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying like if I was dating, right? If I wasn't in a relationship and I was dating, if I met a girl who had a very high body count, I would be like, you're a more risky person than the girl who has less bodies because she put herself at less risk.
I mean, that's also true for the person who put themselves at risk in an
No, because then you didn't put yourself at risk. It's just your socioeconomic.
that is
like,
putting yourself at risk. You could have chose
can't
not to be with
control
these
that,
people,
though.
but you decide.
So
Again, the woman can't control whether or not the man is a perpetrator of violence either.
that's what I'm saying.
Wait,
That's
so
what I'm saying. It shouldn't matter.
then you wouldn't be able to use that argument against women, right? In this particular scenario, to say that they should take more accountability because they're putting themselves at a greater risk. It's not something that they determine. It's something that's determined by the other side.
But
So your own
aren't
point
they
is
aware of
self-owned.
the risk beforehand?
Yeah, I mean, you're aware of the risk whenever you're in an impoverished community.
Right.
Okay,
What's your point?
that's my point.
Like, what is
Same
your-
context.
How is it the same?
You're putting yourself at a greater risk.
No, if you live
Knowingly.
if you live in an impoverished community, people who live in the hood don't want to live in a hood. They live there because they have to right now.
No. We're talking about you want to engage with people in a romantic way. That's the part that's putting you at risk. You engaging with people in a romantic way, right, puts you at a greater risk than if you did not engage with them in a romantic way. Is that true?
That's not what I'm saying. There's a
No,
difference between.
is that
because
true?
it's- What was your question again?
Is it
Repeat
true that when you engage with someone, right, you are knowingly putting yourself at a greater risk if you're in an impoverished community engaging in romantic activities, the same way that if someone is engaging romantically, that a woman's putting themselves at a greater risk?
Yes, it's more risky in an impoverished community.
Yeah,
Is that what
so
you're
then they
saying?
should be looked in a more negative connotation, or it should matter more for them because they put themselves at greater risk. You're indicating that if they're putting themselves at a greater risk, right, it should matter more for them. So it should matter more for the people who are in impoverished communities because they're putting themselves at a greater risk.
Well, no, because then it wouldn't be about body count. It would be everybody in that community is putting themselves at a risk, regardless of what their body count is.
But we're talking about in terms of body count. In terms of body count, the more people that you engage with, the greater risk you put yourself in, because the more that you engage with people romantically, the closer people are to you. People who are closer to you are more likely to engage in that type of action towards you than the random average person.
Right. So if we're talking about an impoverished community, if you had a high body in an impoverished community versus a girl who had a high body in the suburbs, I don't think it would matter as much for the girl who had a high body count in the suburbs because it's not indicating super high risk.
So it would matter more for the woman in the impoverished community.
Yeah, because she's putting herself at a higher risk.
So now you just accepted it what you weren't accepting prior. Okay.
Well,
So anyone who's in an impoverished community or in impoverished places around the world, right, they should be looked at in a more negative connotation for the same body count as someone who's a billionaire's son or a billionaire's daughter because they put themselves at greater risk.
I'm not saying they should be viewed in a negative connotation. I keep saying.
So what do you mean by matter then?
I'm saying as in it shouldn't be encouraged.
Shouldn't be encouraged is implying a negative connotation.
No.
If it shouldn't be encouraged, why shouldn't it be encouraged? Because there's negative connotation, because there's risk, right? I don't know what you're talking about.
But should we encourage risky behavior?
I'm not saying we should encourage risky behavior.
Shouldn't we
appreciate that mustache? Thank you so much.
People from engaging in risky behavior?
The same thing could be true.
If somebody was doing something really risky, wouldn't you be like, hey, maybe you should do something less risky?
Yeah, you could tell people to do things that are less risky. That's fine, right? But the point is that you should apply the standard same to men and women, right?
I don't think you can.
The case is also going to be true that a man. What's up?
My main point is that it's less risky for men, and that's why it can't be considered the exact same. Because
okay, if I brought up a scenario where it was more risky for a man, right, than it would be for a woman, would it matter more for the man?
Yes.
Okay, so it's just all risk based. Okay, so if someone is in a community in which is more dangerous, right? If they engage with the same amount of partners as someone who's a billionaire's son or billionaire's daughter, right? Their body count doesn't matter as much.
If they're in an impoverished community,
yeah, their body count matters more.
I think
than the billionaire's son and billionaire's daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because you're not at any risk at a billionaire's house party. You're not really.
Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much, Bridget. I appreciate it.
Well,
so a woman who is a billionaire's daughter, right? Her body count doesn't matter.
No,
but if she's not at risk, you said.
Yeah, I'm saying it doesn't matter because she's not at risk. But
Yeah,
I'm
so
saying if you're
her
in
body
the
count doesn't matter at
hood,
all. So if she had a 1,000 body count, that doesn't matter at all.
yeah, I don't care. For me,
Okay.
it's about risk tolerance. Like, are you a super risky person? I don't know if that's good for a long-term relationship, you know? If you're from the hood and you have 100 bodies, those are 100 like hood guys. And I'm going to be like, that was really risky of you to do. Well, if you're like a billionaire's daughter and it was 100 guys at a billionaire house party with a bunch of security, then I don't really care.
Okay. So when it relates to, say, like, for example, driving, right? Men that are more risky drivers, they're engaging in worse behavior, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we relate to people that do not use contraception, they're engaging in more risky behavior. Therefore, it should be looked in a more negative connotation.
Not negative connotation. Not like
Matter
you're a
more,
bad
matter more,
person.
matter more.
Yeah, it should matter more.
Okay. So this is essentially classism, right? Because this is actually just arguing, right, that people that are in more impoverished communities, right, because there are greater risks just by the nature of them being in more impoverished communities, it should matter more, their characteristics, and they should have more responsibility, right, than other people, right, who grew up in, societies in which, they didn't have to have the same sort of understanding of risk and harm, right?
And
So
how is that classist?
yeah, because it's fundamentally based on socioeconomic factors, things that are not determined by the individual, things that are determined by where they grew up, right?
No, it's not about where they grew up. It's about the fact that you're being more.
No, you're literally
You have
saying that
very
you're
high
saying that
risk tolerance. That's what I'm saying.
but that's predicated off the idea that that you have to, right?
Have to what?
That's predicated off the idea that there aren't other options.
Well, there
Okay?
are other
But
options.
so that this is there really aren't, right? For not many people, no.
No, I'm saying if you're in an
impoverished community, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to get in a car and drive around the world so that you can go to a less impoverished
No,
community?
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you're in an impoverished community, I would assume that you would be having intercourse with less people because the people there are probably more unstable and it's less safe for you to be with a lot of these guys.
Yeah, so again,
Abuse is higher in impoverished communities, is what I'm saying.
yeah, but the idea is that this is not determined by their actions at all. This is something that's fundamentally determined by the circumstances that they're put in. Right?
No,
This
it's
is classically
determined by their actions, not the circumstances, because the action of going out and having intercourse with a lot of people isn't dependent on your circumstances. You can do that whenever. It's just the fact that you're doing it in this environment is what's making me think you have a really high risk tolerance. And I don't know if that would be
the
good.
idea is that you were not choosing that environment, though. Okay, the idea is that this is where you were born.
Right.
So you engaging in the same actions as other people, right, is considered bad because you don't have other options. You're essentially saying that poor people shouldn't engage in intercourse and shouldn't engage in relations because they put themselves at a greater risk than other individuals. You're saying they shouldn't put themselves at a greater risk tolerance, but if they engage with one person comparative to the other person who was in a billionaire situation, right, again, it matters more for them. You said that they shouldn't do that. You shouldn't encourage people to engage in risky behavior.
Yeah, it's okay if you walk down the street in Beverly Hills, that's fine. But if you decide to walk down the street in all your jewelry through Compton, I'm going to say that's probably something that we should talk about more.
Yeah, but there would be a threshold. There'd be a threshold. It wouldn't just be because one is more risky than the other. You look at them in a more, saying it matters more. There would be a threshold, right? And so you're saying that it meets this threshold.
What meets the threshold?
The threshold of risk. We have an acceptable level of threshold of risk that we engage in general circumstances that we don't consider to be wrong or we wouldn't even argue against.
Right. Like driving a car.
Yeah, that's like a baseline threshold of risk, right? But you are putting yourself at greater risk by driving the car comparative to not driving the car.
Right.
Okay. So you're saying that this
But there's a reason why millionaires don't take their Lambos through the hood.
Okay, you're just saying that people are willing to take risk in that scenario. I'm not saying, and you're saying, okay, here, let me try to clarify, right? I think that just because an individual was in a more risky circumstance, I don't think that necessarily means that they should be held to a standard where it would matter more for them. Why? Because these are conditions that they couldn't necessarily control, right? So given circumstances in which they could control, right, they could have selected into like less risky circumstances. Appreciate the hearts. Thank you so much.
Right, but that doesn't change the fact that they're still, even if they didn't choose the environment that they're in, They're still aware of that environment and are aware of the increased risk and are still indulging in the increased risk. That's what I'm saying, which is a red flag for being in a relationship, that you're going to indulge in a crazy amount of risk.
So are you
on
saying
your
that
personal health?
Okay. So for example, right, people who are what's it called? White, right? Because they don't have to worry as much, right, about like their safety when it relates to different types of circumstances in terms of engaging in intercourse with people, right? Should their body counts matter less than people who are black because they would have to worry more about racism and violence? Appreciate the paper crane. Thank you so much.
Well, I don't see what racism and violence has to do with your body count.
Don't you think that like a black person in the context of a relationship, especially in America, would be at a greater predisposition towards being a victim comparative to a white person?
In the context of a relationship, I don't think so.
You don't think that there's a distinction?
No, not really, because you usually end up in relationships with who you're around in your community, right? So you're going to be in relationships with people who are like you, more or less, unless you're dating people from the town over or something.
I'm confused how that relates to anything, right? We're just saying like,
So I'm saying
if you're at a greater predisposition towards
community and you date people within your community, are the black guys who live in the hood with you gonna like attack you for being a black woman? I don't really think so.
No. I'm saying that like in the context of say someone who's black dating someone who's white, they're at a greater predisposition towards harm, right, from the white individual than if a white person was dating another white person within that same community. Okay.
I don't know the statistics on that. I don't know if
do you think that's true? You don't think that's true?
More abuse. I don't think so. I don't think there's more abuse in interracial relationships.
You don't think that black people in America are at a greater predisposition towards being a victim of crimes than white people on the basis of race?
They most definitely are, but why would a racist white man end up in a relationship with a black woman anyway? For there to be domestic abuse?
Don't you think that does happen? That clearly does happen.
Right, but now we're talking about a very, very small minority. We're talking about interracial people who are also experiencing abuse. I feel like that's a very,
so I'm saying should their body count matter more because they're at a greater position towards being a victim?
You're talking about, let's say it's black women. Is that what we're talking about? Dating white men. Do their body count matter more?
Yeah, than white women.
No.
But they're putting themselves at a greater position towards harm because again, they're at a greater likelihood of getting hurt. Right, because of
wait. So you think a black woman dating a white man is at a greater risk of being hurt than a black woman dating a black man?
No, I said a black woman dating a white man, right, is going to be at a greater position towards being victimized, right, than a white woman dating a white man, and that's because of racism, right?
I don't think so because I don't think a racist white man would date a black woman in the first place.
It does happen. It clearly does happen.
Yeah, I've never seen it, to be honest, man.
Okay, I can find stuff to you and send you about that.
Like studies about domestic abuse.
About the likelihood of it. I don't think that you dispute that though, because clearly speaking, right, we understand that like the effects of like racism, like in Jim Crow and slavery on people's like predispositions, how they act, right? So clearly speaking, we would see that to be a greater likelihood.
Okay, I will say this: if there was, I know girls like this who are black women who are in like, let's say, suburban communities, and they're around and dating a lot of white guys, but at the same time, yeah, they might be taking upon a greater risk in that situation, but I don't think it will make their body count matter more. I don't see race as being one of those things.
Wait, so even though they're at a greater likelihood of risk, their body count doesn't matter more. Wait, hold up. You just made my point. Just even though they're at a greater likelihood of risk, that doesn't mean that their body count matters more.
I think it does because I think it proves that you have a very high risk tolerance, and that's something that should be taken into account. Like if you're dating a man, right? So again,
right? A black woman, right? Her body count should matter more, right? If she's dating white men than a white woman who's dating white men.
Can you repeat that?
A black woman dating white men her body count should matter more than a white woman dating a white man under your view. That's your view.
No, because I don't think there's a greater risk in that situation.
I can send you
if you can send me a study, I will completely change my mind.
So you would concede to that then?
Yeah.
That like because someone is black, right? They should be looked at a more negative connotation for their body count.
No, I've never said that.
No, that's what you said you would concede to.
No,
you said that you wouldn't concede to
not
that. You said that you would like concede off of that point. You wouldn't care about the risk point.
No, I'm saying if it was proven that black women dating white men are at more risk for abuse, then their body count would matter more than white men dating those black men, if they're aware of that the risk of abuse being higher.
Wait. You actually, again, you literally like didn't listen to my point again.
What's your point?
The comparison is a white woman dating a white man, right? And a black woman dating a white man.
Right.
I don't know where you keep getting black men from. I'm confused.
No. I'm saying what you're saying. But I'm saying I don't think there's a higher risk in that situation. I don't think just because he's white, he's going to have a higher risk to like hit you. I don't think that's
so you don't think racism has any impact on the level of violence?
In relationships?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So
in domestic situations, like I think there are more domestic abuse cases between a black woman and a black man than a black woman and a white man.
Usually I was just comparing it within this respect, right? You could compare it within that respect as well.
Right. In the chat, black and black relationships tend to be worse. In that respect, tend to be a lot more domestic abuse.
So you think that a black woman dating a black man her body count should matter more than a black woman dating a white man?
No, I don't think the race of who you date affects how your body count matters. Because I don't think the risk increases or decreases based on the race of the person that you're dealing with.
Actually, like statistically speaking, it does.
Send me the study. And domestic violence.
So domestic violence, right? I can show you is more likely to happen, right?
In interracial relationships?
In those particular relationships, right? When it relates to, this is just predisposition. This is not like cause because of the characteristic that they have in terms of their race, but there are like predispositions towards these, like more likely to be the case, right? Within a particular community.
If it's
say,
more
for
likely,
example, right?
Then I would say that yes, her body count does matter more in that situation because she's taking on a greater risk and her risk tolerance looks higher, which is not a good factor for long-term relationships. You don't want a risky person. You don't want to marry a super risky guy. You don't want to marry the guy who gambles, right? It's the same principle.
Yeah, but you're judging people off of generalized characteristics, not their characteristics. And that's the issue.
No, that is their characteristics. Their characteristics as a person.
No, you're judging based upon whether or not they're like in this scenario, whether or not they're, say, a black man or a white man, right? You're not judging based upon, oh, this individual has these characteristics.
Yes, I am. I'm judging based on your risk tolerance.
Like experience with them.
No, it's not about experience. It's about risk tolerance. Like if you're a person who's going to be very risky, then I don't know if I would want to choose you as my first pick for a long-term relationship. I would probably want somebody who's less risky, right? And there's a big risk when it comes to dealing with men because men can be very weird. And so if you have a high body count, it makes me think, yeah, you take a lot of risks. I don't know if I want to marry this person.
Okay, well, when it relates to this, the same thing would be true with a man then, right? Because if a man engages in more risk, and i.e. engaging in intercourse with people, it does increase the risk, right? That is going to be the case.
A man at risk for abuse when he's just sleeping with a girl who he met at the club. Yes. I've never gone home with a girl I met at the club, and
that doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
I'm scared for my life.
That doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
Yes, but it's very much more for women.
Okay, I'm not disputing that, right? I'm not disputing that. When did I dispute that?
You're not. I'm not saying you are. It's just my point.
So a man engaging in intercourse with people romantically or like just being with people romantically, right, puts them at a greater risk than not doing so.
Yes, there is a greater risk, but it's not a much greater risk compared to women.
But greater risk means it matters more, right?
Yeah.
So it also matters more for that man.
Yeah, if a man has 100 bodies, it matters. But if a woman has 100 bodies, it matters more because there's more risk in that situation.
Yeah. So any scenario that would be given, right? Whatever is classified as risk, right? That's what you're going to consider to matter more.
That's what's unattractive. Super high risk tolerance. Yes.
Again, that's a threshold then. If you're saying super high is a threshold.
Right.
Okay. So there's going to be some level of risk that you're okay with that you say wouldn't be indifferent in terms of the mattering, right?
Yeah, I feel like the risk threshold
How much is that risk?
Somewhere between the risk that men have going out and the risk that women have going out, because women are at an extremely increased risk. Let's not act like this isn't a huge disparity. Women are at a crazy increased risk. That's why it should matter proportionally more. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So, just risk you're relating to violence. So if a woman, right, every single time before she engages with someone, right, were to clarify that they literally, they were not going to hurt them, right? Or there was like some individuals that would check them or something, right? Like, there are some dating apps where you have to meet criteria and stuff like that. So those dating apps would reduce the likelihood of risk. So if they got a higher body count from that particular dating app, right, would it matter less than the other individual, right? That has a lower body count.
Yeah, if you had a high body count, but like all your friends knew your location every single time and they were like around the corner with a shotgun ready to protect you, then it doesn't matter because you're taking a lot of steps to keep yourself safe. But a lot of times, at least in my experience, the women that I've met with high bodies, they're great people, but they are more risky people.
Okay. So well then I'll ask you this, right? Do you think that, engaging in intercourse with someone, the first time you meet them is more risky behavior than
Yes.
waiting?
Yes.
Do you think women are more likely to wait than men?
Yes.
Okay. So wouldn't that be indicating that men are more likely to engage in risky behavior there?
Yes, men are more likely to engage in risky behavior. We have to pay more for life insurance.
Yeah. So shouldn't it matter more in that context then?
Yes, I'm saying men engage in risky behavior more, but the act of dating is less risky for men. It doesn't matter what else they do is risky. I'm talking about body count and dating.
Yeah, we were talking about body count there.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm confused.
What are you confused on?
I just said.
You don't know what my point is?
Yeah.
My point is that body count should matter more for women because it's exponentially more risky for them to get a high body than it is for men. And risk tolerance is something you take into account when you're thinking of long-term relationships and stuff. You wouldn't want a man that gambles and is super risky and might spend the money for rent. You don't want a woman who's super risky.
I don't think that's necessarily true, right? Like if someone starts a business, they engage in risky behavior, right? Does that mean that they're valued less?
Well, no.
You think that it would matter more for them that they engaged in risky behavior there?
Well, no. If you're starting a business using the rent money and now you can't pay rent, yeah, it matters. If you're starting the business,
wait, that's different. That's different. Then that's fundamentally different.
Still pay rent.
That's fundamentally different. Hold up. It's still a risk though, because you're risking that much money.
Right, but if it's money you don't need, is it really a risk?
Okay, well then if you don't get hurt or violated whenever you engage in intercourse, then I don't see how you'd apply it in that sense then.
You don't think it's still a risk just because it didn't happen?
It's still a risk. It's still a risk in the context of business too. Like for example, right? Like
at a great risk if you're using disposable income. How are you at a great risk if you start a business with disposable income?
It could risk your ability to make money within other facets, right? Like for example, right? Yeah, like when I put hours every single day into this, I can't use those hours towards other types of things. Right? I can't use them to gain other skills. I can't use them to make money in other sorts of ways. There's an opportunity cost to all of these things. Okay, so I'm engaging in an exorbitant amount of risk by going on live every single day. So I'm engaging in yo, Saturn man, send a guest request back. You would say that it would matter more for me in this context because hey yo, man, Saturn man, send a guest request back. Don't unmute your mic. Send a guest request back, dude. You literally just got a call. I got a huge echo, man. Send a guest request back, bruv. Chat, I kind of just forgot where I was. I'm not gonna lie. Can someone remind me in the chat, everyone? Oh, it was talking about myself and my risk. Okay. I'll explain it to him once he gets up. Technically, it would matter more for me then. If he sends a guest request back, I'll accept him. If not, we're going to go on to the next person. By the way, everyone, if you want to help get it out to more people, everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 750,000 likes. If you also want to help get it out to more people, share the live. Let's try to get to 500 shares, everyone. It helps get it out to more people. You already know the deal. But by the way, everyone, it has been 3 hours or so. We got at least 3 hours left on the live, everyone. At least 3 hours left on the live. So let's go on to the next person. We're going to give it a second, everyone. Actually, no, we got this person right here.
I don't know what happened.
You got a call. So there's an echo whenever like you get a call. That's exactly the issue. So,
My bad.
yeah, when it relates to me, like when it relates to businesses, I put myself in an exorbitant amount of risk doing this for multiple years, every single day for multiple hours, because it's extraordinarily unlikely for this to actually lead towards any type of income, right? In general, like at all, like extraordinarily unlikely. So you would look at me you'd say it'd matter more for me because I engaged in significantly more risk.
No, I wouldn't, because I don't think the risk of you doing this is comparable to the risk of physical harm that a woman has if she dates a lot of strange men. I feel like you doing this, the worst that can happen for you is like you lose on some time, you lose out on some money. The worst that could happen to a woman on a date is something that we don't even want to talk about.
Well, actually, the worst that could happen to me is that someone who doesn't like what I have to say on the internet comes and does something bad to me. I think I'm putting myself in an exorbitant level of risk.
Yeah, fair enough. You are.
Whether it be that, whether it be financially.
What?
Whether it be that, whether it be financially, right? This is a really high level of risk if you actually think about it.
Right, but we can't compare financial risk to the risk of physical harm to your body.
I have risk of physical harm too.
So you're saying your risk of physical harm by doing this is comparable to a woman's risk of physical harm?
I don't know what my risk of physical harm is related to this.
Right.
I know it's relatively higher than I would be. I would way higher than it would be than if I didn't do this.
Right. But you know a lot about the risk that women take when they go out on dates with men. Everybody knows it in society. It's very high risk because a lot of guys are very weird people. Right. And I don't think it's comparable to your risk of a guy finding your address and coming to you rather than her risk of that one of the 100 guys that she went on a date with, that she was sitting in the taxi with, does something crazy. I don't think those are comparable.
Well, you're just saying I don't think, right? I don't think we can quantify that.
Right.
Okay. So what's to say you saying I don't think is any different than me saying I think?
But it's about opportunity cost. Like you're taking a risk, but what happens if you make it big? It was well worth the risk, right?
Yeah. What happens if you engage in intercourse with someone and it doesn't lead to you getting hurt? It was well worth the risk.
Right. But you're not doing that on repeat in 100 different areas.
So if someone engaged in intercourse with 100 people, right, and didn't get hurt, well, the risk paid off.
Yeah, it definitely paid off. Good for you.
So their body count doesn't matter then?
It does, because you're still taking an extremely high risk. And I don't know. So
it would matter more for me then in this context than it would be for someone who went and worked at McDonald's instead.
It would, what? You would be at more risk? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm putting myself at way greater risk than the person who's going to McDonald's.
I don't think so at all.
Why?
You think your risk of somebody happening to try and get your address and come see you is comparable to the risk of a guy
I'm talking
in the hood?
Wait, I never, you brought up all these other conditions. I'm talking about financially speaking there. I was solely talking about financially. Financially speaking, okay. I was comparing like being stable and setting up a job when it relates to like McDonald's, right? Or going and doing TikTok, right? And hoping TikTok works out.
Right. So what's the point you're trying to make?
My point is that this is extremely more risky, right? So you'd say it'd matter more for me comparative to the person who just went to McDonald's.
Yeah, for sure. Because you're taking on more risks.
And is that a negative thing?
No, because you're taking a very small amount of risk in terms of a very large payout that you could get.
I don't think I'm taking a small risk. Like putting hours of my time every single day into something that has a 0.000001% chance of happening, right?
But that's not a risk. That's a sacrifice of your time.
That's a huge risk, dude.
They're giving something in order to get something.
Yeah, sacrificing my time is a risk, bro.
Is this your only stream of income? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And you're putting all your energy into this.
Well, I mean, I go to school too, but like the idea is that I could have been doing things like getting an internship.
So you're not really taking
like setting up
because you have a degree coming in the back end.
I'm still taking risk within the fact that if this doesn't work out, right, I don't have an internship now. I don't have the ability to have any type of work experience outside of this context, right? That's definitely held me back within that respect. So I am putting a good amount of risk.
Let's be honest. If this doesn't work out, you're going to work at the Starbucks on campus, get your degree, and then get a job in your field.
You understand that in order to get a job in your field, you require more than just having a degree always?
Right.
You have to have internships. You have to have work experience.
And is this work experience that would be applicable to a job in your field if you get that degree? So how is that applicable?
Not field, not in like economics.
That's what I'm saying. So how is that applicable at all?
I'm comparing the level of risk in the person who's working McDonald's versus us. Like, I mean, me on here, not us.
It would be very risky if you were like living in your mom's basement, not going to school doing this, but you're actually going to school and you have a backup plan because you're smart. If this doesn't work out, I'm going to get a job in my field and try to get a good position and work my way up the ranks and be financially stable. You're not taking that big of a risk by doing this. You're sacrificing your time to do it. And that's very noble of you. And you have very big dreams. And I congratulate you for that. But let's be honest. If this doesn't work out, you're not fucked. It's not the same as if it doesn't work out with a girl on a date. She's in a very
situation. I'm not comparing. Like, what you're not understanding is I'm not saying the same level of risk exists. I literally said we can't quantify that, right? If you don't listen to me, you're not going to be able to understand my point. Okay. I've clarified that 3 times already in this conversation, dude.
I'm listening, bro. I just don't get how you disagree with me.
Wait, so if you heard that, then why'd you just make that point after I just clarified that multiple times?
Wait, aren't you saying that you're at a super great risk? Isn't that what you were saying? Is that you're at a crazy...
I'm comparing the risk of the person who's engaging in work at McDonald's, right? Or engaging in work in terms of like internships and stuff like that, comparative to the individual that, say, goes on TikTok, right? And does debates there. Okay, so you're goes on TikTok and does debates is at a way greater risk, right, than the individual that is working on internships in terms of finances.
Yeah, they're taking more risk than the guy who could be at an internship.
Yeah, so should it matter more for them?
Yeah. You telling me your parents don't compare the two between he could be doing an internship, but he's doing that. It's more risky and they like do that little parent thing.
Yeah, but what we're saying is that some levels of risk are acceptable within life. And you wouldn't look at me in a more negative connotation because I accepted a little bit more of a risk, right? Because I'm willing to go fight for my dreams, right?
I've had to attack your strong man with this negative connotation thing like 4 times, dude. I'm not saying negative connotation.
Did I say negative connotation?
Yeah.
What did I just say?
You just said I shouldn't be viewed in a more negative connotation.
Sorry, I can just say matter more. Like, I really don't understand your distinction between that.
Between negative connotation and like what matters?
Yeah, I thought I said matter more.
It's like
but...
these people in society are viewed negatively, right?
Yeah, like are you saying that taking on more risk isn't viewed more negatively? Because you're saying that you wouldn't engage with someone that takes on more risk. Is that not negative then?
No, it's just a preference. I'm not saying you're a bad person. I just wouldn't want to date you.
A preference would mean that, okay, so there's more positives with one than the other. You're just saying that it's not a negative to take on more risk?
No, I'm not saying either of them is negative or positive. I'm just talking about my personal...
What do you mean by negative and positive? Like, come on, bro. Like, negative, you have negative and positive responses to things, right?
Right, but I don't have a negative
I think you're being unnecessarily difficult because you know that, like, when I'm saying negative, right, that relates to risk. That relates to you considering it to be like, oh, I wouldn't engage with that, right? Because you consider it to be negative.
But
right? That literally is negative within connotation. It really is. But no, I mean, if you don't want to call it that, I'm not going to call it that. Like, it's just annoying.
I'm just telling you, for me, it's not negative. I don't see girls with a high body count and I'm like, ooh, that's negative. I see a girl with a high body count.
Why won't you date them?
Why won't I date them?
Yeah, why won't you date them? If it's not negative, why won't you date them?
Because it's not attractive for me. It's not negative.
Is that not negative to you?
No, it's not bad. It's just not attractive for me personally. It doesn't mean it's bad. It's just my sexual identity.
It's against your preference. Isn't that negative in context to your preferences?
No, it just doesn't fit.
What does negative mean?
Are you going to put up the definition of negative for me?
I'm just asking what you mean by negative.
I never said negative. That's what I'm saying.
I'm just asking what you mean by negative, dude.
I never said negative. I've never
Can you just tell me what that means? No, I said it and you disputed it. Can you tell me what you mean by negative then?
I don't view women with high body counts in a negative light. That's what my response to you was.
Oh my gosh, tell me what negative means.
Like bad. That's the best I could give you.
Bad. So if you don't want to engage with someone, you're not considering it bad? They have that characteristic?
No.
Then why won't you engage with them again?
Because it's not attractive. It's not, we can't be friends.
And that's bad, right?
No.
Okay, what is bad?
Just because we're friends and we're not dating. It's not negative just because I'm going to be like, okay.
Is it not bad in relation to what your preferences are about attraction?
No, I don't think it's bad at all. For me, I don't have bad and good. I just have attractive and neutral. Like if I don't like it, I still treat you as a person. I don't really care. It's just it doesn't send that spark up your spine. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm confused what you're trying to say there. So like, when I'm saying that like unattractive is going to relate to bad within this context, I'm not saying it's bad under my view to be unattractive. Right? What I'm saying is that inherently speaking, it would be something that it would be against your preferences. Okay, that's what I mean by negative in this context, is against your preferences. So
Right.
if it's against your preferences for someone to have that body count, that's what I mean by more negative connotation.
Okay. Are you talking about like a widely viewed societal negative connotation? Are you saying I'm contributing to that? Is that the point you're trying to make?
No.
Then I'm so confused.
I'm saying if your view considers them to be in a more negative connotation, that means that they're against your preference more. That's
yeah,
what I
they
mean.
are against my preference more.
Okay, so there's the miscommunication, because you have a different connotation in your mind of what it means for me to say negative connotation. That's all it is.
Right. But I'm saying it should matter more because they're taking a higher risk and it's less attractive if you're super duper risky to me. That's
Okay.
my singular point. That's why I think it matters more for men or for women and not for men, because men are taking significantly less risk to their physical body than women are. And if somebody's
only to the
risking their
physical body.
a lot, it's not very like, or like it could be psychically scarring. Some of these dudes are really fucking crazy, dude.
Segregated.
If I see a guy go out with a girl, I'm like, she's probably not crazy. I haven't heard a lot of stories about a guy who went on a date with
Wait,
a
if you're going
girl.
to talk about psychological impacts, can you give me any study that indicates that women have greater psychological impacts from having a high body count
No, that's not what I'm
comparative to
saying.
women or
That's
to
not what
men?
I'm saying. What I'm saying is if you're taking a higher risk, there's a higher chance with men than with women that you will experience something that has a negative psychological impact. When I date
so
women,
so
I
so
don't have
women
that
should
risk.
engage with other women rather than engaging with men.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No. But like that would put them at lower risk.
Right? But they're not
So they should
lesbians.
engage with women rather than engaging with men because they have that choice.
No. I'm not saying all risk is bad forever. I'm saying extremely high.
But they put themselves at extremely higher level of risk.
How so? That's not an extremely
What do you
high
mean?
level.
What do you mean? You don't think that a woman is at a greater level of risk with a man rather than a woman?
I do.
Okay, so
I don't think that means she should
exponentially
be
greater level
celibate
of
the
risk.
rest of
So
her
a
life.
woman should be with a woman rather than being with a man because she's putting herself at an extraordinary level of risk.
No, risk doesn't control your sexuality. You don't get turned into a lesbian because men are risky. That's not how it works.
How about, I'll ask you, I'm not saying that you get turned into a lesbian, right? Like, for example, if someone's bi, right? If someone's bi, should they only engage with women?
No, they're bi. They like both.
I know, but they can engage with women, and that puts them at lower risk.
Yeah, if they engaged with women more and they were bi, it would be at less risk than if they engaged with men more and they were bi.
Yeah, so you're saying that they should engage with women then?
No,
Because
it's
that puts
not
them
about
at lower risk.
No. We're talking about if it matters. We're not saying what you should do or shouldn't
Actually,
do.
yeah, you were saying that because you were saying that people shouldn't be encouraging things that are risky, right? So are you encouraging
Yeah.
something that's risky right now?
How so?
You're saying that bi women should be okay with sleeping with
date
men,
men?
even though it puts them at exponentially greater risk than if they were to sleep with women.
I mean, if women one day decided like we're not going to be risky anymore, we're just going to date women, like more power to them. I don't care.
No, but you think that they should do that, right? Because it puts them
No.
at lower risk. Okay, well then you're again,
No,
you're
no,
going
no.
against the
Here's
point
what
that
you're
you were
trying to
making
do. What
earlier.
you're trying to do is you're trying to say that I think all risk is bad. That's not what I think.
No,
I
you
think
said
extreme
exponentially
amounts of
greater risk. I gave you a scenario
Yeah.
where there's exponentially greater risk.
Yes, if a woman has 100 bodies and they are men, then she took exponentially greater risk than a woman if she has 100 bodies and they're all women.
Yeah, so as a woman, right, who's bi, you should engage with women rather than engaging with men because it puts you at a lower risk.
No, I'm not telling you what you
What do
should
you mean
or
no?
shouldn't
What do you
do.
mean no? Right,
I'm
again,
not. No. It's not about what you should or shouldn't do. It's about what matters in terms of attractiveness in a
what does
relationship.
it mean for something to matter? Can you tell me?
I thought we were talking about in terms of like relationships, like
Can you
what
tell me? Can you
matters
tell me what
to
it
you.
means to matter?
For me, what it means a woman's body count matters is in terms of whether or not how I would think about dating her.
Yeah, so you think that she shouldn't have taken a lot of risk?
Yeah.
That's a shouldn't claim. You are making claims about what they should and shouldn't do.
Yeah, she's gonna date me, but I'm not saying she shouldn't in general, as in women shouldn't be able to do it in society. I'm talking about
if they want to engage with you, yes, they shouldn't do this, right?
Yeah, but you don't have to engage with me. You can fuck with the plebs.
Okay,
good,
okay.
bro?
So, are you doing?
Sorry,
something?
my friend. No, keep going, bro.
I don't really have any more questions to ask for you. I think we're kind of getting on like a circular point here.
So, what are your disagreements with my argument? Do you have any articulable disagreements?
I've already mentioned them.
But
I gave you the classism point. Appreciate the elephant. Thank you so much. I gave you the classism point. Right, that was one. I just described that to you earlier, dude. I don't want to do it again.
Oh man, he's stumped. It's all right. You guys enjoy your lives.
I literally just. How long did I just talk to you, dude? He just left. What, dude? Why did he just leave, bro? How long did I go over like the points over and over again with him, and he just like apparently wants me to keep going over it because he forgot. Like, bro, come on. All right, we're gonna go into the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates. Everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. Everyone, it should help get it out to more people. Share the live. Let's try to get to 500 shares. Everyone, it should help get it out to more people. You already know it helps me come out. Helps me get out to more people, y'all. Let's go to the next person though. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. That made my head hurt. Same here, honestly. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, 21.
Do you think that high body count should matter for women but not for men?
Yes and no. You mind if I articulate my point real quick or kind of explain real quick? So, no in the terms. So, I think your last guest had a point, right? I think if we're judging people off a high body count simply to judge them off a high body count, that's wrong, right? Man or woman, right? So, if you say a woman's well, I'm not going to say that. I don't think it gets off the lie. But if you say a woman's a certain name or a man is a certain name because of their high body point, right, that's not a great thing to say. I don't believe that. But he had a point that a woman who sleeps with more men puts herself at higher psychological risk. Men tend to be more aggressive, right? I'm sure we have all met women, right? I have plenty of sisters, grew up with them. They have met men in their lives, right, that didn't treat them the best and were aggressive in ways they never should have been exposed to, right? That's a common trend among men, and it sucks, but it's a thing, right? So, as like if you're a woman and you sleep with more men, you do put yourself at higher exponential risk to be raped or whatever it is, and that's not right.
R word or essay. It's TikTok TOS.
Oh, my bad, man. But it just kind of is what it is, right? So I don't think we should judge simply based upon what their body count is, but I do think there is an increased risk for women.
Okay, so you think that an increased risk should mean that you should be looked at in a more like it should matter more, or you look at it in a more negative connotation?
No, not in a negative connotation. I just think it's something for women to consider, not for men. I think if you're a man, right, and you look at a woman and say she's a bad person because of her body count, right, that reflects more on you than it does her. I'm simply saying that men and women need to be careful, and I think your last guest had a point with women are more at risk, and that's very unfortunate, but I think that's true.
Does that mean it should matter more for women?
Once again, I think if you're going to judge them in a negative light because of it, no, right? Like I don't think anyone should be judged based upon their body count. I think I was just kind of pointing out, I think he was trying to say, and I think he couldn't articulate it. Maybe I can't either as well as I thought I could. I think he was trying to say it's riskier for women to be with more men than it is for a man to be with more women. And I think he had a point there. But does that mean they should be judged? Absolutely not.
Should it matter more for women comparative to men?
I think it's up to the individual. I think
I'm asking your view, man.
In what connotation?
All right. I'm just going to go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree. Dude, that guy was just being so unnecessarily difficult, bro. Like, just answer the damn question, dude. That's fucked, dude. Holy shit. It's wild, bro. It's actually wild. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28. How old are you?
For sure. Do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
How old are you first of all?
21.
All right. Why should a high body count matter more for women? It matters for both, but it does matter for women when it comes to, I guess, a higher body count and a negative connotation when it comes to society.
So you think that it should matter for women more than men?
When you say matter more, what do you mean exactly so I can be specific?
Do you think that women who have higher body count should be, or the same body count as a man, should be viewed in a more negative connotation?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's harder. It's much harder for a man to get women than it is a woman to get men. Anything that is easy is not respected. Anything that is hard will automatically be respected.
Yeah, so a man that has less opportunities than another man, he should be looked in a more positive connotation for the same body count.
Explain.
What do I need to explain?
Say it again, because that's not what
a man that has less opportunities than another man should be looked in more positive connotation for the same body count.
A man that has less opportunities than another man should be looked at
more positively.
You mean, okay, to put it in more frank terms, you mean a guy that has higher body count should be looked at as more respected? Yes or no?
Dude, I literally said same body count.
So a man and a man has the same body count. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a man and you have a higher body count.
Man, same body count. One has less opportunity, other one has more opportunity. Should man with less opportunity be looked at more positive connotation?
So that's what I'm trying to get you to explain. What do you mean by less opportunity? Do you mean he actually goes out and tries to get women? Or do you mean he just has less opportunity because of his financial situations, etc.? You got to be specific.
He has less opportunities to engage in intercourse with people in any context.
I would say if it's not by choice, then yes. If it's by choice, then no.
What? What do you mean by choice?
Meaning if he's just working a lot and he says, hey, I'm 25 or whatever. I want to get right and get out my mom's house. I'm going to work. I'm going to not engage in going out and having activities of going to the clubs and bars, etc. Blah, blah, blah. That's not my goal, blah, blah, blah. But if you're a dude and you're literally trying to actually get women and you just can't get women, then yes, I would agree. But you can't put you like comparing apples and oranges because a guy that has less opportunities could just be choosing to have less opportunities versus a guy that...
I literally just talked about averages for both. Okay, so you added all these other conditions. I don't know why you added all these other conditions. We can isolate those.
Matters. Because context matters, that's why.
Those things weren't relevant to the comparison that I was making, though.
How is it not relevant?
Can you tell me how they were relevant?
If that's their lifestyle, how is it not relevant? I'm confused now.
What do you mean?
Your original question was, if a guy doesn't versus another guy that does or whatever, how could their lifestyles not be... How could they not...
I don't know why you're laughing at me. Can you just tell me?
How could they lifestyles... Now listen, sassy. How could they lifestyle...
I'm being sassy? You're the one laughing at me right now, bro. What are you talking about?
Because how could they lifestyles not be contextualized?
You just asked a question back. Can you like actually explain?
Okay. You asked a question of saying if a guy has a less opportunities than another guy, right? I want to be 100%. I don't want
less sexual opportunities given the same context, right? Like they act the exact same way out in public, right? They go out just as much as each other. Everything else held constant. One has less opportunities than the other one. They have the exact same body count. Should one be looked at in a more positive connotation?
Oh my God. Okay. So when you say exact same, but if everything is the exact same, I don't know how it could be less. But I'm going to try to go down this road that you're trying to paint, right? All right. I'm confused. Everyone liked the stream. Try to get it to 600K. Try to get to 600K. Try to get him to 600K. Try to get him to 600K. Everyone liked the stream.
The difference is because of the opportunities. Okay, I told you why there was a difference.
Yes, but the opportunities, you have to define what are the opportunities. Is it the
engage in
location?
Intercourse, people that want to engage in intercourse with them.
Okay. Well, like I'm gonna go past this point, but I want to make it clear that
Appreciate the
for
handout. Thank
them
you
to
so much,
want
Bridget.
more, yep, for them to want more, there have to be some differentiators between the two. I want that to be clear. And
I
then we
just
can
told you the differentiator, man.
no, the differentiator is that they have more opportunities, but there has to be a reason that they have more opportunities. They have to be taller, they have to be more handsome, they have to be more
Oh, you
charismatic.
want me to like, dude? I can name them. They're more attractive.
Okay, they're just more attractive physically, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you're saying, now going back to the original question, which was, hello?
Yeah. What question? I was asking you, right? One has more opportunities. The other one has less opportunities. Should the one with less opportunities be looked at in a more positive connotation, given that they have the same body count?
Now, since you gave me a contextual question and you said they're more attractive, by definition, they have to be looked at in a more positive light. Yes.
The person who has more opportunities.
Yes. By your context that you gave me,
No, but
yes.
you said that if they have more opportunities and they have the same body count, they should be looked at in a more negative connotation. So you just contradicted yourself.
No, no, no. I'm saying, you're saying that they're more attractive. By definition, they will have more opportunities. Yes.
Yeah, I know. I was comparing the person who's more attractive with more opportunities to the person who's less attractive with less opportunities. They both have the same body count. Should the person with less opportunities be viewed in a more positive connotation?
No.
Okay, so the issue is then that, again, your argument isn't based upon the level of opportunities that one has then. Because if it's easier for someone to engage in intercourse, that doesn't necessarily mean that their body count should be looked in a more positive light. That's what you just said. Right? So you contradicted yourself. Your whole point prior was that, oh, if it's easier for them to engage in intercourse, they should be looked at in a more negative connotation.
If they're easier. Okay. So you're basically saying that since there's a guy that has more opportunities and he engages less, then he's looked at as better, right? Right?
Whereas more opportunities, he engages less.
Yes.
No. Under your view, it would be that, or actually, wait, you're missing me up. What I said specifically was that the guy with more opportunities, right?
Mm-hmm.
He has the same body count as the man with less opportunities. So the man with less opportunities, it was harder for him to engage in intercourse because less opportunities, yet he has the same body count as the individual that has more opportunities, right? Therefore, he had to try less hard. Okay. So you said the person who tried less hard in this scenario should be looked at in a more positive light, which makes no sense given that they have the same body count. That's exactly what you said prior.
Okay. Well, I want to just make it clear. If the person has the exact same body count but has a disadvantage, then he should be actually looked at as respected.
Is it because he has more opportunities and he's being more selective?
Is it because he has? I don't know why you keep changing the goalposts. The point is that
What do you mean changing goal? I just asked you a question to clarify your point. What are you talking about?
yeah, so that's what I'm trying to clarify. If it is harder for one guy than it is for another guy, no matter what it is, the context, whether he's less attractive, whether he has less money, he has less status, he has less height, etc., but yet he has the exact same amount in body count as the other person, and they are trying the exact same, then yes, the person that has a disadvantage should be looked at more respected because it's harder for that person.
Okay, so they should be more positive, right?
Okay, then yes.
Okay, so, fucking finally. I don't know why it took so long to answer that question. That was unbelievable. When it relates to, say, for example, a man has more opportunities than a woman, right? Say Vinny Hacker, he has over 10 million followers, right? Has more opportunities than the average woman. If he had the same body count as the average woman, should he be looked at in a more more negative connotation?
It should be more positive because no matter your status level, no matter how much money you make, it's going to always be harder for a man to get women than a woman to get men.
That's fucking false, dude. Right? What are you
No,
talking
that's
about?
not.
10 million plus followers, and you
That's
think that
not false.
he has less opportunities than the average woman?
Yes. What are you talking
That is
about?
ridiculous, dude. Don, that
What
is
are you talking
ridiculous.
about? What are you talking about?
Vinny
No.
Hacker has fucking 15 million followers on TikTok, right? Literally
It
posts a
doesn't.
video and it gets 2 million likes, him just staring at the screen, and you're saying he has the same level of opportunities as the average woman? You need to acquaint yourself
I'm
with the
saying
reality.
he has less. I'm saying he has less.
Yeah, he
What
has
are you
less
talking
Yeah, you're saying that he has less opportunities. You need to acquaint yourself with the reality.
No. You need to, because obviously you're not based in reality. If you think that a woman that's average level of attraction level can't get more than the top tier men, that's bananas to me, to be honest.
How? We're talking about a man that has 15 million followers on the internet. What are you
Oh
talking
my
about?
gosh. It doesn't matter how many followers you have as a man.
It does.
Matter.
It literally
No,
does.
no. Listen. It doesn't matter and I'm contextualizing for you. It doesn't matter how tall you are. It doesn't matter how much money you got. No matter how much status you have, you do not compete with an average woman. And I'm talking about average. We're not even talking about top tier women. If you're a top tier man, you cannot compete with a just average woman when it comes to the amount of bodies you can get. A woman
That makes
can
literally zero negative sense, right? Why? Because literally, if you have lots of followers, right? Any person that has lots of followers is going to say lots of people message them. They have opportunities with lots of people, okay? If it is fucking 15 million followers, that is a lot of people. I don't think you realize how many opportunities that he would have. I don't think you realize.
I don't think you realize how many
because hold up, listen, right? Because he is not specific to a particular area, right? The woman, right? The opportunities that she has is specific to the area that she's in. Okay?
No, that's not
Vinny
true.
Hacker, the opportunities that he has is not specific to the area he's in.
First of all, that's not true. That's just a lie that you just said. Because if she just has any social media, that's not true. She could just have a very regular Instagram that has 2,000
Not to the
followers.
degree of Vinny Hacker.
I understand that, and I would agree, but I don't agree that the man, just because he has more followers, is not going to have nearly as much as a woman that has way less followers. And it could be comparable to, like you said, a 15 million to a 10,000. It wouldn't even come close to the amount.
Yeah, so the average woman gets more men than Drake gets women?
The average woman gets more men. No, because Drake is going after women. I don't think the average woman is going after men for body count.
I don't even think that's true. So wait, you fucking contradicted yourself. Chat, are we just gonna run past that? He contradicted himself so hard?
No, I didn't.
Right? He said there is not a single man, right, in which who has more opportunities than the average woman. All right, I gave you literally like one of the first men I named, and you literally contradicted yourself, bro.
Chat. Get this to 600K because now we're about to talk. Let's talk. So hold on, Parker. Let's talk. You think? No, come back, broski. Come back. So you think? You think the average woman? Because I want to contextualize it for you. She's not going after body count. I don't think the average woman is going after body count. The average men or the top tier men, etc., they actually are probably going after body count. The average women are not going after body count. So if you was to compare apples to apples and you was to compare a woman that's actively going after body count and a man that's actively going after body count, even given the difference of having 15 million followers, is not going to compete.
Okay, so the average woman that tries to engage in intercourse with people is going to be able to engage in more intercourse than Drake if he tries.
Yes.
Yeah, I would heavily dispute that. Right? I think that's clearly not true. Literally, like, do you not realize the level of status that an individual has in which people know about him? That is like actually such a wild take. That is a fucking wild take.
That's not a wild take. Again, Parker. I want to contextualize this for you as well as the thing. If every person, Drake, let's just say Drake and just an average person, like I said.
Let's take away the average person. Let's say an ugly woman, right?
Ugly? Hold on now. No, you changing the goalposts. You moving the goalposts, Marky. You moving the goalposts, Marky.
What's wrong with me talking about this? Because I'm just isolating. Because, I mean, it's just easier to talk to you that way.
If you isolate it that way, then I don't think it's comparable because an ugly female is not going to get hit on as well as even if she tries to have a high body count, it's going to be nowhere near than just the average woman. Because I think even though...
Sure. So like, let's clarify that then. So like the man, right, and which has lots of opportunities is going to have more opportunities than the woman who's ugly.
The man who has more opportunities... I'm going to be honest. I don't know comparable apples to apples when it comes to ugly women. I'm sorry. You said ugly or unattractive? I want to use your words. Correct.
Say either or. That's the same word.
Okay. Ugly or comparable to a Drake type. I don't know. Yeah, this is a trap for sure. But I like his traps, so we're gonna go down his traps.
How is it a trap? It's literally it's called the reductio ad absurdism. If you think it's a trap, then I guess.
Hey, I like traps. Let's get it. The ugly woman, she is not going to have as much opportunities as a famous high status dude. Let's go down this road. Let's do it.
Okay, so in this scenario, then she should be looked at in a more negative connotation. All right, he should be looked at in a more negative connotation for the same body count as her.
So in this context, if she was to actually engage in trying to get men, and she actually has to get men, etc., then yes, I would agree for your notion that you're talking about.
So yeah, you think that the man should be looked in a more negative connotation than the woman?
The man should be looked at a negative connotation. We have to also add the context that for a woman to win the game, because ultimately that's what it is, it's not necessarily about body count, but it's about retainment of men. For men to win the game, it's about more so body count than it is retainment.
Okay, so let's clarify then. Let's continue. Right.
Okay.
So for example, right, if we had a society in which the roles were reversed, right? It was the case that men have many opportunities for engaging in intercourse and women have many opportunities. I mean, women don't have many opportunities, right? Would it be the case that a woman's body count doesn't matter?
Would it be the case that a woman's body count doesn't matter? I would still say no, but if you want to change subjects, we can. But I would still say no because there's other factors that engage with body count other than being hard or being difficult. We can go down that road.
Would it matter equally or would it matter differently?
It would matter differently because it's still not going to be the same because men are still going to be men unless you're changing the whole dynamics of a man and the whole dynamics of a female when it comes to hormones.
And just in terms of opportunities.
And in just the terms of opportunities, if it's just, and we being contextual, I don't want anything else. If it's just about opportunities, then yes, I would agree. If it's harder for you to get and you get it, then it's going to be, damn, Galaxy. Yeah.
Thank you for the Galaxy. I appreciate it, Rainbow.
Yes, sir. If it's harder for you to obtain it, then yes, it's going to be looked at as more respectful. Yes.
Okay. So okay. I'll ask you this question, right?
Talk to me.
So a man has the same body count, right? As like let's say he has access or he has opportunity, like lots of opportunity, right? Are you saying that, or actually no, I'll just ask you this question. Do you think that if a woman is less selective, that it would matter more for her or be viewed in a more negative connotation?
When you say less selective, what do you mean?
Thank you. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. There's more people that you'd be willing to engage in intercourse with given your same level of opportunities.
Okay. If a woman is less selective, you're saying that it should be looked at say that one more time. The last part, because I want to be clear.
Do you think that she should be looked at in a more negative connotation?
Because she's being less selective?
Yeah. No.
The fuck?
Okay. So wouldn't that indicate a higher body count though?
Wouldn't that indicate? No. Are you changing words? What's going on? So if a woman is more selective when it comes to the dudes that she mates with, aka a body count, she should be looked at as respected because she's being more selective about the dudes that she's coming towards her.
So more selective, more positive. Less selective, more negative.
Yes.
Okay, that's literally the question I asked you, and then you just said it again. You reinvoked the thing that I literally just asked you about that you said you didn't agree with. That didn't make any sense. But yeah, okay. So when it relates to selectiveness, then, right, do you agree that men are less selective than women?
Do I agree that men are less selective than women? By what definition? When you say that the amount of people that come towards them, or you mean the literal preferences that they have?
I mean, there are, again, I already told you what selectiveness means. I literally just described it to you.
Okay, I just don't want to make sure.
The amount of people that you would engage in intercourse with given your level of opportunities.
Then yes, I would say they're less selective when it comes to body count.
Okay, so shouldn't body count then matter more for men because they're less selective?
No.
But you just said that women, if they're less selective, it matters more.
Yes, because it's by definition of what you just said, women, when they're selective, because the body count comes to them. So if it's easy to obtain, which goes back to the original point, which I want to go past that. I want to go to other points that we can talk about. But if they're more selective about things that come towards them and it's easier for them to obtain, then it will be looked at as less respected. If you're a man and it's harder for you to get women and you actually obtain it, it's going to be more respected.
So it doesn't necessarily, so it's not related to selectiveness then?
To some degree. If you're a man and you're just out here just being a fucking slut hoe, I'm sorry.
You can't use those terminologies.
Okay, if you're out here and you're a man, you're being promiscuous, then, and I'm talking about extremely promiscuous, then I would say past a certain point, even that man is going to be looked at as bad. But I don't think the same exact level, let's say the number is, I don't know, 100, and then a woman has 100, her number is going to be much lower than 100. Her number may be 20. Make sense?
Yeah, so you're just talking about in terms of being selective, right? You're saying that like given a different level of opportunities that they would select a different amount of people. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yes.
I'm confused. You're saying so like the point that I would then say in response is that if men had more opportunities, they would have a higher body count than what they currently had. That would indicate that again, they would be looked at in a more negative connotation when we relate to society as when our men are going to be less selective. That's your view, right? Because again, you were indicating that women, if they're less selective, they are looked at in a more negative connotation.
No, because at different levels, it matters differently. If you're a man and you're being extremely selective, let's say you have been extremely selective and you have only 5 body count, and you're a woman and you have 6 body count, in my view, I would think that the man would actually be looked at as less because now he has less experience, he has less everything when it comes to women. So he's going to probably be looked at as less, even than just a woman.
So you think that a man increases his value given engaging in more sexual experience?
1000%. Until it gets to a certain point. I want to be clear.
Okay, so you think that a man that has a lower body count is lower in value?
Yes, by definition.
Okay. Oh, okay. So you think that for example, right? If you had a daughter, right, you would tell your daughter that the more body count that he has, the more value he is.
At a certain point.
What point is that?
The point is, if we live in a world where it's societal and it's not, my daughter is not religious and she's not after a religious man, etc., and we taking religion out of it, and we only talking about society, and he has a body count of, I don't know, 3, and she has a body count of 6 or something, then yes, by definition, I would say that he would be less valued than the majority of men, 1000%.
Under your view?
Not under my view. Under you.
That's exactly why. You're talking in a descriptive sense about other people. I'm asking about you, man.
About me. In my view, I would still say yes. I would agree with the descriptive. Yep.
So okay, bro, I got to ask you, do you believe this? And you're like, no.
No.
Then you're like, oh, do you believe this? Yes.
No, because I want to contextualize it so that way you're not trapping me. But the point is, yes, I would agree. I would agree at a certain point, yes, he would be looked at as less, even from my view. Yes. To answer your question, yes.
Yeah, so what was the point where it's too much?
Okay, the point where it's too much is when you start to lack discipline, and I guess I would say it affects other areas in your life. For example, if you're a 25-year man, you did after college, etc., you only have a body count of, I don't know, 10 to 20, then it's reasonable for you to have around that body count, and you probably had more than the average man. Let's say you have a body count of, I don't know, 100. That means now you probably, your grades are probably slipping. You probably are not as conductive when it comes to society. You probably have some issues when it comes to timing management, unless you are very effective at your time management and you only can get them at sleep or when you go to sleep. I'm saying when it comes to at a certain point, it is going to affect your real life, and it's going to affect it in a negative connotation, in a negative way. But before that point,
let's say it doesn't affect their grades. Like they have good grades, but they just have 1,000 body count.
1,000, I would say 1,000.
You would say to your daughter, "Oh, that's actually a good thing."
Nah, 1,000 is crazy. 1,000 is crazy.
So engaging in intercourse doesn't increase value for men.
Yes, it does. Again,
but he has more experience. Okay, so he has more experience. Why wouldn't you say that he's more valuable?
Because at that 1,000 point, that means all you are doing is going after women. All you are doing is going after tail.
But he's able to fulfill everything else in his life.
He's a multi-millionaire. He got a own business. He's working out.
Well, I mean, that doesn't mean he has all those things, right? But yeah, actually, he has a 200 body count. Let's say he has a huge platform, right? He is doing very well for himself, big business.
And he has the big business. He's in shape. He's consistent and disciplined and all that.
What do you think about discipline? What do you mean by disciplined?
What I mean by discipline is, and discipline could be in different factors, but I mean discipline as in you are on consistently when it comes to your goals, ambitions, and et cetera, and improving yourself. Could be examples of physical, could be examples of health, could be
Under their
examples
own
of
goals, sure. Right?
under
Like,
the,
so would you be like, yeah, no, his body count doesn't matter?
I would say if he's disciplined in that area, but yet his body count is not disciplined, and he's been tested and being disciplined in
We're
that
essentially
area.
bringing up Sneeko right now, just letting you know.
Oh, I know Sneeko personally. This is why this whole conversation is funny. I see a lot of people in the comment section. Oh, they look at my page and they look at my podcast.
If you know him, tell him to come on the live.
Well, I don't know him like that.
Oh, that's tough then.
I can, matter of fact, never mind. Oh yeah, we'll talk about it later.
You can do
But
what?
anyway,
What?
no, I got Bryce Hall number, but we'll talk about it later.
You could talk to Bryce Hall too. Get him on the live.
I could text him, but I don't know if he'll text back.
Oh, that's tough.
You're right. That is tough. You got to get your numbers up for them to text you back. But anyway, going back, because I used to throw parties. That's why. Anyway, going back on topic. So when it comes to, and everyone like this, double like this, we're almost at 600K, broskies. All right. So going back to the point, if a man is at, you said 200, and he has all the disciplines in place and he still get tested regularly, et cetera, I wouldn't say that it is a negative, but I would say to look out because it seems like that's the only thing that he cares about. A 200 body count, you have to only care about women very specifically and only care about that. It's hard for me to believe that you only going to be, oh, I want a 200 body count, but on 201, I'm going to settle down and never want women again. And that's going to be crazy to me. But higher than the average is not going to be that much of a difference.
Appreciate the cuddle. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. So the point is that engaging in more intercourse doesn't, you see there's a threshold. The threshold is some arbitrary limit of like a few hundred or something like that. So my point is that if there's diminishing value that continues after like that point when it goes later on, right? How come you say it would be acceptable, right, for earlier amounts that you say are unacceptable in women?
Oh, good question. I would say because at certain points, women want a man that has competency, meaning women that want a man to lead them. Women want a man that is experienced. Men typically want women that are inexperienced. Men typically women that has, that has inexperience. So for a woman, if a woman is with a dude and she has to teach him things and show him how to do this and show him how to do that, most women will be like, oh, this is weird. I don't know if I like this, etc. So you have to have more experience than the woman, the average woman. And the average woman body count is, I don't know, between the 5 to 10, but I think that's false statistically. I think it's around 20, to be honest. So as a man, you need more than 20.
What makes you think that?
Because I think women lie about that. That's number one. I think women don't.
They have no incentive to lie in these studies.
Well, I think it's an innate thing. I think men probably boast their numbers, and I think women probably lower their numbers. Oh, that one guy when I was
This is innate though. This isn't like for social implications, right? Because like social expectations. Because the reason why people would lie about their body counts, why, is because they want to be looked at by people in a different way, right? But if it's anonymous, solely anonymous, then they're not going to be looked at people in a different way. So there's no incentive in that scenario to lie.
I don't know. I'm talking about statistics. That's why I gave both. I gave statistics as this 5 to 10, as well as I've talked to over 10,000 women at this point, and they all say, oh, this is my body count, this is my body count, but the body count numbers are not matching up with the statistics. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so that's just an anecdotal experience that you're relating to. Just because you have an anecdotal experience that indicates to you that people have higher body counts than your own idea, that doesn't mean that people actually have higher body counts than medians in terms of averages. That just means that people around you might have body counts that are like that. And I guarantee if you're engaging in like parties in LA, like with like Bryce Hall and people like that, that's not going to be representative of the average population.
No, that's why I gave both. And I want to be clear. It's not necessarily just the parties. I've talked to tens of thousands of women because I do a podcast about this exact thing, talking about dating relationships. I've talked to tens of thousands of women and men. So at this point, it's not just anecdotal from my own experiences, from other people's perspectives. But let's get back on topic.
But you're not accounting for biases or demographics that are relevant to the population or estimating the population.
I would.
And wait, how do you talk to 10? I guarantee it's not 10,000.
No, I guarantee you it is. I've been doing this for 10 years.
10 years? What's the name of your podcast?
It's called RP. Well, the first one, I would say the most memorable one is called RPO Studios. You just type in RPO Studios. But let's get back on topic. I'm trying to debate. Let's go.
Yeah, look at this. Rebecca, thank you for the Venmo. I appreciate it, Rebecca. Thank you so much.
Let's go. Everyone, hey, we at 600. Let's try to get this to 650. Everyone double like this live. Let's get parking. Let's get this debate going on.
Yeah, so I don't know if this is you or not. So yeah, you just like talk to random people. That's all you do?
Well, really quickly, first 10 years ago, we used to do public interviews, asking these weird questions, body count, all this matters, blah, 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 having these different conversations. And then over the course of 7 years, 3 years ago, I started to do a sit down podcast and talk about these exact topics. Matter of fact, we can have you on there too, and we can debate this exact same topic. Let's get it.
Oh my God, bro. So yeah, no, I just honestly, I don't see this necessarily to be correspondent, right? I understand that you've talked to a lot of people, but that's essentially the same thing as me saying I've talked to a lot of people in my life, and therefore I'm going to make a determination just based on talking to people in my life. Because I mean, I talk to people 6 hours every single day.
I would honestly say that some of that information should be relevant. Yes, that's why I gave both. I gave the statistics as well as I gave the.
But it's not going to be justification, right? It could be relevant, but it's not justification.
Got you. That's why I gave both. That's why I started with the statistics and then
what was the other one? What was the statistics?
Statistics is 5 to 10. That's what they said. 5 to 10. But well, I truly
median's 4.3.
Yeah, median's 4.3. Oh, that's a lie. But we can rock.
Well,
with that.
You think it's a lie, right?
Oh, well, that's what I said.
And your reason for why it's a lie is that I've talked to people, right? Okay, well, I mean that doesn't necessarily tell us that it's a lie. Beans, okay. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Who are the types of people that are willing to talk about this type of stuff on the internet? Likely speaking, it could be people that, go on podcasts and talk about this. It could be people that, might be more experienced when it relates to these types of things. Yeah. Right? So it could just be selecting for a particular demographic of people when you're just talking to people in this way anyway. Like who would say something in response to you, right? On the street, who would actually respond,
Yeah. No, that makes sense. I would push back on that and say I'm pretty good when it comes to communication, when it comes to actually talking to people and being good energy and getting them to talk about certain things. But I would push back on that. But I want to get back on topic because this is a good debate. So let's even go with the 5. Let's use 4.8 or 4.7 if I'm standing correctly. Let's just say 5. So even at 5, as a man, you would have to have more than 5 to be comparable to be enough to lead your woman in sexual activities, etc. in life. Would we all agree?
So I'm not competent enough?
If you are going with a woman that has a higher body count than you would not be competent enough when it comes to sexuality.
Wait, so only if they have a lower body count, you're saying?
Only if they have yes, because you can't. It's hard to even explain. I don't even know if I have enough fucking communication or word time to do this. But when it comes to women, you have to have a degree of competency when it comes to actually talking to them, engaging with them, being charismatic, knowing what to do, when to pull back, etc. Blah 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 blah.
How can competency only come from having multiple sexual partners? Jarfly, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
Okay, the analogy I'll give is a simple one. Let me think of one. Boom, 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 boom. Got it. If you're a dude and you've been with a girlfriend for, 5 years. So let's say you only have one body count and maybe you had one in college. You probably can equate that to you're a good person when it comes to catching salmon. You know what salmon like, you know how salmon move, you know what bait to use when it comes to catching salmon, you know what salmon, everything about salmon, But women are not just salmon. Women are guppies, women are catfish, women are shit. Some are alligators, some are sharks. So the point is, by just having a one body count, you may be able to talk to salmon phenomenally, but you will not be able to talk to a guppy or whatever. Point is, you as a man cannot command competency and be able to lead a woman if you don't know women, if you don't understand women. So if you have a lower body count,
you understand. By the way, first of all, you don't have to lead. Second of all, right? It isn't the case.
Parker, no, you have to say that. You're not going to speed past that. Go ahead. You're not.
Yeah. What about it? What about it?
A man shouldn't lead. A man is not a leader.
What do you mean by lead?
I mean, lead the relationship. I mean, by making final decisions. I mean, by
making final. What does it mean by making final decisions? Like go against the will of your partner?
Go against the will. I wouldn't say you should go against the will.
Okay, so you're not leading if you're not going against the will.
No, not necessarily, because they're when it comes to women, they're not necessarily going to always be, oh, I want to go to McDonald's and you want to go to Burger King. No, girl, we going to Burger King. No, it's a level of compromise is made or is had to have a relationship. So the point is, leader is more so in the case of, hey, I'm a person, human. I have more life experience. I have more knowledge when it comes to getting money, when it comes to manipulating society, etc. These are the things or the way that we should maneuver in society. And and a woman typically follows that.
These are the ways I want you to maneuver, and I'm really confused. Right? Typically follows that. So this is you saying, "Oh, these are what my preferences are," and someone acting in accordance with those preferences. That's not leading, right? That's literally two people being like, "Oh, well, that's a partnership. We agreed upon this."
Okay. Let's go down the road that you painted out. By your road, then you can still even go down that road. If you're a man and you say, hey, matter of fact, this is gonna be a fire conversation. Let's get it. If you're a man and y'all about to go out to I don't know, dinner, or not even dinner, to the club, and she walks out in an outfit that you deem as not appropriate or something that you don't want to go to for whatever reason, security reasons, whatever reasons, and you say, hey, I'm not cool with this outfit. Can you change to another outfit, etc. That's by definition leading her to change outfits in that scenario.
Okay, so if she tells you something she doesn't like about you, she's leading you.
If you're changing it, yes, 1000%.
Okay, so shouldn't she also lead you too? Like, for example, right? Like, because I'm not even I'd have to see like what we're talking about in terms of like the situations. Clearly speaking, I think you can indicate like a preference for what you would want in terms of how someone would be like presenting in a particular circumstance, but I don't think you should be able to control that person, like what they're doing. Right. So all that is just like whether or not someone's going to accept it on their end, which fundamentally speaking isn't like a I tell and you do. Right. That's what a leading is. That's what. So I don't know what you mean.
I wouldn't necessarily agree that's what leading is, but we can just move past that.
So then you consider leading as just bringing it up?
I wouldn't consider leading as bringing it up neither. I would consider leading as, for example, let's use the exact same example that I just gave, which is the woman here in my house, boom, she comes out in a dress that I don't think is deemed appropriate to the place that we're going to go. And I say, hey, I don't really like this dress. Can you change to something else? And then she changes to something else, even though originally she wanted to wear that dress. By me saying, hey, I don't really like this dress, can you change it? I am telling her, or whatever words you want to use, you can use control, you can use whatever words. I am controlling her, leading her to move to a different dress.
Controlling her to lead to a different dress?
I'm saying the words that y'all are using. I'm seeing control in the comment section. So
if you're going to use that term, right, that's your terminology. I think I disagree with that. Yeah, I don't think you should control an individual.
Okay.
Right? Like,
why do you not?
What do you mean? Why do I not? Right? Because they're their own individual. I think that relationships are based upon your values, right? What you want to engage with. If your values are not in accordance with them, don't be in a relationship with them, right? If they wear things that you don't like, right? Don't be in a relationship with them. Don't force your opinions in terms of the way that they should necessarily dress onto them, right? You can express a preference, right? Say like, for example, you're going to like a wedding or something like that, or you're going to a funeral, right? And there's a particular type of stuff that you wear when you go to a funeral, right? Because that's set up by the bride and groom, or it's set up by the people whose family, like a family member passed away. Okay. Right. You can express the preference of that, right? But I wouldn't say you should force your partner in that circumstance. It would just be the case that they wouldn't go to that event, right?
I wouldn't,
because they wouldn't be allowed to by the people who are running the event. Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much.
Hey, shout out for the Galaxy. Double tap. We almost at 6.
But like expressing your preference, right, is the farthest that I would say that you should be able to go, right? Again, as soon as you're saying that like you have to do this, right, or you need to do this, right, that's when it seems to be controlling, and that's when you seem to be crossing boundaries, right? And ultimately speaking, if that's what you mean by lead is controlling them in that standpoint, that's I'm fundamentally going to be against that. Yeah, women don't need leaders. Women shouldn't have leaders in that sense.
Okay. Let's talk about this really quickly. So, what's the difference between control and a boundary for you personally?
Well, a boundary would be like fulfill this particular respect in order for me to engage with you in some sort of like relationship, and then control would be you have to do this, right?
Okay, but what's the difference without, let's take it physical.
Like an order.
Yeah, but hold on. But let's take physical threat of violence out of this. But what's the difference between the two?
What do you mean?
Okay, an order typically comes with some how can I explain this? Oh, an order typically comes with a lot of consequences, like, and a lot of times it's physical consequences. That's why I'm taking that completely out, right? If you are a person, you say,
It could
"Hey,
be physical, financial. It could be many different things.
okay." So for you as a human male, and you tell a human female, "Hey, I don't want you wearing that dress," is that a control, or is that I'm sorry, is that an order?
If
or is that
you
a
just
boundary?
express the preference, like I don't know why you wouldn't want someone to wear a dress, but right, you just expressing that you have that preference, that's not necessarily controlling, right? But saying that you have to do this, right, that is controlling.
Okay, let's go down this road for a second, because this whole chat is going crazy over this analogy. It's crazy. So for this exact analogy, you're a man, and you're in your mind, let's say you don't have the necessarily, how can I say this? You don't have the time or
Like here,
the
let me clarify. Telling her to change, right, and not just
Mhm.
expressing a preference that I like say in this setting that I don't like this or something, right? That would be controlling, right? Because
Okay.
that's in like an order, right?
Mm-hmm. So let's stay here for a second. So when it comes to a man giving a order, let's say in your mind as a man, you know for a fact you are not going outside this house with this woman, with your girlfriend now, to contextualize it, if she's wearing this particular dress for whatever reason, right? What are you supposed to do?
Wait, sorry, restate that again.
Okay, in your worldview, in your world, you are a man. You don't want this woman to wear this dress for whatever reason. Let's even contextualize that because of security reasons. All right. And in your mind, you know for a fact you are not going outside this house with a woman with that dress on to this event. What do you do in that situation? But she wants to wear the dress.
Security reasons? I don't know what this is. Like, what type of dress is this? Like, I
A
can't foresee a
very
dress where I would like
sexualized.
make a big deal like this.
Okay, got you. Let me contextualize again. I don't know if everyone knows Fashion Nova, but they have a lot of sexy dresses. And let's say she's wearing the most sexy of the sexy dresses, because maybe her friend gave it to her and she just want to try it out and go out because y'all going to a nightclub. I'm just making stuff off the top of my head, so it's gonna bear with me. But let's say y'all going to a nightclub and her friend gave her a dress. She want to try it on. She put it on. She likes it. She wants to wear it to this nightclub. You say no, you're not wearing that to this nightclub. You're not wearing that dress to this nightclub. Y'all are now at a standstill.
Yeah,
What do you do?
that's controlling. You are not
Okay.
wearing this at the nightclub. That's absolutely controlling.
How is that controlling versus how is that
That's a
a boundary?
command. You are not doing this. That is literally a command.
Okay, so I want to be clear. So your definition of controlling is just the word command in the word framing of it versus the
Yeah,
threat of
clearly
being.
it's clearly a command. I clarified that.
Okay. So if I said, "Hey, if you wear this dress, we break up. If you go outside with this dress, we break up," is that controlling or is that boundaries?
If you wear this dress outside or breaking up,
Yes.
using it in that sort of sense can be used as like some sort of coercive mechanism, right? But in terms of this, saying that like this is something that I don't enjoy, this is not something I could be in a relationship with, would probably be something that you could say in that circumstance, but not in terms of like I'm going to break up with you if you do this, right? Because like that's necessarily trying to manipulate them to engaging in that rather than establishing the boundary, right? You can establish the boundary in a manner in which is not meant to sort of set it up in that manner.
And I'm asking you, how do you set that up in that manner from your
I literally,
worldview?
did I not just describe?
No, not really, because you still are. She wants to wear this dress, and you don't want to go out with this dress. So, what do you do in that scenario? I'm trying to just get a real life worldview from you in the exact scenario of what you would do in that situation.
Well, first, I mean, I wouldn't be in a circumstance like this, right? As like, again, people that I would be with, like, they wouldn't wear something that like, I would be like, oh my gosh, this can't happen. I'm going to have such a big deal that I'm going to break up with someone over that. Right. I don't foresee a circumstance like this happening, right? Physically speaking, right? But in some logically possible world where like there is like some sort of dress that is like against my preferences, and I don't want this to be the case, right? You can nicely, right, explain, right, that you don't like this particular thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can express that you say you don't want to go to an event or something like that,
Mm-hmm.
right? To break up with someone over that, I don't see to make any sense. Like I wouldn't break up with anyone over something like that. But like, if you don't want to date someone like that, you can just simply not date with them and break up, right?
Okay. So your worldview,
You don't give it up to them of like you say, oh, you do this, so now I'm going to do that because I can be like manipulative. You just say simply like, I just don't think that our values when it relates to the different types of things that we wear necessarily match up, even if I consider your values when it relates to what people are wearing, like to not make any sense.
Okay. Well, I disagree with that wholeheartedly. I think that when it comes to certain things, you have to have serious boundaries on certain things. So that example I gave was very, I don't know if the audience caught that, but the example I gave was very simple. So meaning your friend gave her a dress, meaning that's not who she is normally. That's not what she buys normally. That's not what she does normally. But the friend gave her the dress and then she put it on and then she liked it, etc. And she wants to wear it out. But you being the person that is the leader, right? And you knowing that you're going to go to an environment to where if a dress is extremely sexy like that, you may get catcalled, you may get touched, and now you have to fight, put your life on the line, etc., to be in a nightclub when just you want to just to go to have a night.
You're not going to have to fight someone because of a dress that she's wearing.
Bro, I don't know where you're from, bro. But I'm trying to give realistic scenarios because yes, that happens all the time. I'm talking about literally all the time, where a woman would wear an overly sexualized item, and then the man that she with has to engage in certain activities because she wore those items, as well as the men that are doing the random.
So women get cat. Can you give me any evidence that women get catcalled at greater degrees, given that they're wearing something like that?
Evidence? What evidence do you need? So you're saying, to clarify,
like a study or something?
I don't need a study. To clarify, if a girl was wearing, no, I don't. If a girl was wearing a burqa and she walked down the street versus the girl was wearing a thong and a bra, you think they're going to get catcalled to the same degree?
Can you give me evidence that it's going to be different?
Bro, what? What evidence do you need? Do you need an actual study that I need to link or something?
Go ahead.
I could definitely find one later, but going on this, I need hold on. I need a yes or no because this is
later
this
at some point.
No. This is crazy.
I don't have the ability to make a conclusion when it relates to that without any type of evidence here.
So you can't, on a basis of just being in reality and understanding.
A basis of just being in reality, assume something in the scenario that you have absolutely no evidence for. No, I'm not going to assume something I have no evidence for here.
Okay.
Or no reason to believe.
Oh my God. Parker. So I want to be clear. Right now, right here. By one wearing a burqa, meaning not showing anything, you're not in a religious area. It's just a regular area. It's a regular common area, nightclub, actually, let's say nightclub. And one is wearing a burqa.
I mean, do you think women in other countries that wear burqas at significantly higher rates get raped?
No, I'm not even going there.
No?
You're not going to trap me on this one, buddy.
They do get raped, right?
Yes, they probably do get raped, but I don't know about that.
Okay. Do they get catcalled as well?
Do they get catcalled as well? I don't know enough to even answer that question.
Okay, so you don't know. So it seems like you need to do some more research here then.
Yeah, in that particular, yes, but not in a particular of them going in a nightclub.
So if you don't even know how likely it is for them to get catcalled, how can you then say that you can make a distinction between how likely these two are in terms of getting catcalled? Doesn't seem like you have any basis for that claim. Yes,
I do. Good question, and I got a great answer. From my experience, and again, I've been partying 10 years. This is anecdotally, so bear with me. But from my experience, the more, I guess, visual, sexualized a woman is, the more men typically catcall them. But we are getting off topic a little bit, but we can still stay here if you want to.
So anecdote.
That's what I have to go anecdote if I can't look up a study right now to go to Google, because to me, to be honest,
well, I mean, I can just say anecdote for me is that it's the same.
It can't be the same. Parker.
Wait. So I can't just anecdote that. What justifies your anecdote over my anecdote, buddy?
No. Chat. Get this to 650, bruh. In chat, I want y'all to listen as well. Do you think a woman that's wearing a burqa going down a night street alley, right, that has not a
Dude,
lot of
I don't
different
think that we have the ability to determine it. Well, the point I'm trying to make here is that you can just say I have opposite anecdotal evidence, right? And then clearly speaking, that's going to put us at a standstill, and we don't have the ability to determine.
Okay, we could just move past it then. But I think this is crazy that you can't agree that a woman that's wearing literally a burqa is going to be catcalled to the same exact degree that a woman that's barely wearing.
I don't have reason to believe that they would have a difference in terms of a statistically significant distinction. Yeah, can you give me any evidence of that?
Okay, I will. And I'm going to slide it in your DMs. And then I'm going to be like, fuck you.
Anyway, I'll wait to see that. Hopefully that does happen.
Carrying on. So going back to the original point, if a woman is more sexualized and you as a man already know and understand that you're going to put yourself in difficult situations when it comes to these nightclubs, when it comes to these out and about areas, etc., and you are going to say, hey, I don't want to put myself in these situations, I don't want no fucking crazy shit happening, I want to tone down this attention that she's going to be getting, first say, let's just use those words, you're going to say, hey, I don't want you wearing that dress, right? So she's, in her mind, she actually wants to wear a dress because her best friend gave it to her and she want to go out and take pictures with it, etc. At that point, at some degree, you have to give an ultimatum to say, hey, either we're not going out or here's the reasoning why I don't want you to wear this dress. And let's say she still don't agree. She still want to wear it. She's like, fuck it, you better learn how to fight. Or
wait, why an ultimatum rather than like a compromise?
What compromise would it be other than change the dress?
You just said that the only compromise can be that she accepts my standard. That's not a compromise.
It has to be.
That's her accepting your standard. I appreciate the hand art. Thank you.
No, see, Parker, you losing it, Parker. You're losing it, Parker, because
I'm not losing anything. I just literally that's just
no. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you why you're losing it, because the example that I gave is that she's normally a very, let's say, average person. She doesn't wear stuff like that, but her friend gave her the dress. So that means she's normally not like that, right? So if she was to change dresses, it would go back to what I would normally like, what she normally is. That's what I'm saying. It's not going to be a compromise. It's her not wearing that dress. That's not a compromise. I don't understand that. So her going back to not wearing that dress will be deviating from her wearing.
What about her wearing it that day? Is that a compromise that's good enough?
Her wearing it that day?
Yeah, and not wearing it other times. Is that a compromise?
Hell no, because now you're going out to a day party with a very sexualized dress. That's even crazier to me.
Can you give me an example of a very sexualized dress?
I don't know. Go to Fashion Nova and type in sexy dress. Go to Fashion Nova and type in one of those dresses that they have at Fashion Nova. It's very sexualized. It's showing everything.
I actually don't. Do you have an issue with people wearing like bathing suits? Like being bikinis?
No, because it's contextual.
Contextual. Okay, so what's the distinction between these two different events that means that it's acceptable in one and not acceptable in the other? For example,
let's say the bathing suit is. I can't even give an example because I think all bathing suits are pretty much, well, I won't say all, but let's say I'm trying to be in your world for really quickly. So let's say it's a bathing suit that has string bathing suits. With this exact same scenario, the friend gives her a bathing suit that's stringed bathing suit, and I'm talking about string everything. It's like one little string that's covering up the areola, and it's one thong, etc. But normally she wears normal swimsuits. To me, that would be different from what she normally is, as well as different from just the normal of society of normal swimsuits. So she is trying to garner attention, which is not good. So I would say, hey, I don't really like this swimsuit. Can you change the swimsuits, etc.? No, I don't want to. My friend gave me the swimsuit. I really want to wear it. I look good in it. I want to take pictures at the beach. Blah, 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 blah. No, I'm not really comfortable with you wearing this swimsuit. Can you change swimsuits? It's the same exact scenario. Now I'm trying to equate the two to your analogy. I would still be like, no, we're not. At some point, you have to start saying, no, we're not going out, or no, you're not wearing that swimsuit, or you will have to give an ultimatum or a no if she continues to insist that she wants to wear that bikini out to this event, out to the.
You don't have to give an ultimatum. You can break up with them, right?
If
you think it is too much for someone to be wearing something, maybe you just don't have the same values when it relates to wearing clothes.
I get that, and I understand that. That's why I gave a very specific contextualized.
So hold up. Let me. No, the point I was getting to is that if you think it's okay to wear a bikini, what is the principal distinction between a general bikini and
Hmm.
between other circumstances and other contexts? That means it's
Hmm.
okay to wear a bikini in the context of the beach, but not in any other context.
Because everyone is wearing the bikini. Everyone is wearing the similar when it comes to bikini outfit, etc. When it comes to the beach, it's contextualized. Now, if you was to take that same exact outfit and you wear
Okay,
it,
is okay if you go to a nude beach, is it okay for you to go nude?
I would say that's dependent on the individual. I
No, no,
personally
no.
would
You
do
and
that.
your relationship. If you go to a nude beach, is it okay to be nude because everyone else is nude?
Yes, if that's where you're going to go, but I wouldn't go to a nude beach.
Oh, no, no. Okay, but like I'm saying that if you were at a nude beach, right?
Yes, I answer your question first. I say yes,
Sure.
but
So
me personally,
yeah.
I wouldn't go to a nude beach. I wouldn't go in that environment. No, I wouldn't go to a nude beach.
But yeah, no, if again in that context, it would be justified for your partner to go nude at the nude beach.
Yes, if everyone else is nude and it's a nude beach, yes.
Okay. I have a question. If your
So
girlfriend asked you to change, would you change?
if my girlfriend asked me to change, would I change? It would depend on the reason why. Just like for her, it depends on the reason why. Correct?
Yeah, no, she doesn't feel comfortable with you wearing that.
But why? The example that I gave was
What?
very real
Why
life
do
for
you
me
feel uncomfortable?
because I have to put myself in a position to actually defend her and protect her. But it does not happen the other way around. A woman does not put herself in a
Well, she
position
no
to
no no
defend.
she has to deal with other women looking at you.
What is looking versus getting into a fight and altercation of me potentially losing my life versus looking? That's not
Oh, come
comparable.
on, you're not gonna fucking lose your life. Come on, get a grip, dude. Actually get a
Parker,
grip.
what world do you live in,
Your
bro?
girlfriend wears something, right? And at the beach and you're gonna get into a fight because of that?
No, no, no. I'm not.
You're being
I'm not
so
saying that.
over dramatic, bro. Come
No, I'm
on.
not saying at the beach, Parker. I was using the
Yeah,
analogy that you.
literally, dude. Come on.
I was talking about the nightclub. I was talking about the nightclub.
We're
I
talking
was
about the
talking about
beach right now, the beach.
okay. At the beach, yes, I would. I wouldn't be
You
like.
have to who are you gonna have to get in a fight with? You're on the beach.
Again, this is extremely different than the nightclub, and I'm talking about extremely. Like at the nightclub, it's highly likely that could happen. At the beach, it's highly likely it could not happen. So I want to be clear, so I'm not being dramatic, right? But at the same exact time, I still wouldn't tell her, "Hey, you can wear
So wait,
this,"
here's my question. Why would you take her to a dangerous nightclub?
because that's where the fun is at, Parker. What are you talking about? No,
This
that's
guy, bro, this
I'm
guy.
being,
I can't do it, man. I can't do it, man.
I'm being
Put her in a state of dependency where she literally needs protection or like something like that. Is that your
I'm
view?
being facetious. I'm being facetious, but I'm being real at the same time. A lot of times, where the most fun is at is the clubs where the most craziness happens. Typically, you're not going to go
No,
to a club.
I'm good. I'm having fun. I'm having fun not going out. I'm chilling.
Really? Huh?
Yeah, I don't go out.
Bro, Parker, you got to go. Where you at, Parker?
I live in Los Angeles and I don't go out.
Oh hell no! When I go to LA, bro, I'm dragging you out, broski. We going out, broski.
No, I'm good.
Anyway, going back on topic. When it comes to that, that's what I'm trying to give your worldview for because my worldview, you have to come to a certain ultimatum, and you said breaking up, and then I said even breaking up, that's still an ultimatum. The only
No, it's
difference,
not an ultimatum. You're just breaking up.
come on, now you're playing semantics. So when
How is that semantics? An ultimatum is you do this or we break up. Just breaking up with someone isn't an ultimatum.
yes, it is. If you're
How is
okay,
it you didn't say do this or I'll break up with you? You just broke up with them.
because you still did the action. What happened? Okay, let me ask this question, Parker. When a man says, "Okay, you did this, I don't like it. Okay, let's break up," and what's going to happen after that? She's going to be like, "Oh no, I'm sorry, I won't wear the dress. Blah blah blah. Okay, I won't wear the dress." It's the same shit. It's just one you're vocalizing what's going to happen. The other one you just did what's going to happen.
No, I don't think that's gonna happen, right? I think that generally speaking, probably most women would be like, yeah, I'm just gonna wear this piece, right?
I don't know what world you are living in, bro. But generally speaking, if you are in a relationship and you say out the blue, hey, your friend gave you the dress, the same exact scenario, and you say, hey, we're gonna break up because this is not working out because obviously you want that dress and I'm not the type to be with a girl that wants this type of dress, a woman is typically going to say, oh no, I don't have to wear the dress. It's okay. It was just stupid idea anyway. Okay, I won't wear it, blah, blah, blah. And she's not going to wear the dress, and you're going to get the same results you would have got by just talking and communicating with her of saying, hey, this is the reason why I don't want you wearing a dress, etc. It's the same thing.
Yeah, so I don't think so, right? Because you're assuming that it is only going to result in this particular outcome, right? Which again, I would say is unlikely to happen.
Okay, then what outcome would it be other than
I
you
just
not
told you.
going to? No, hold on. Without other than
Peace,
you not
peace,
going
bruv.
without you going to the club or you breaking up with her. There's the only two outcomes. Those are the only two outcomes. If she is,
If you don't have the same values as her when it relates to like what you wear or something, and that's a big issue with you enough to like say that you're gonna break up, just break up. Just break
I got
up. Seriously, just like don't be in a relationship with someone. Don't try to be in a relationship. Don't give an ultimatum to someone that literally just doesn't want to dress the same way that you would expect.
Okay. I would actually agree with you on that. The only difference, the only pushback I would give is that sometimes, and I'm about to have the chat go crazy, but here we go. We can go down this road. Sometimes you have to train the craziness of societal programming out of women as well as men.
What do you mean
I
the
thought,
craziness of societal programming?
for example, just off the top of my head, be free, sexualized, you do what you want, you can have S, which I don't know if you can use the word.
Dude, how about this? How about just engage with people that have already developed the same values as you have? Right? Stop trying to train people.
No. That's why I said I agree with you first. I want to be clear. I agree with you first. But sometimes you will get to a person that is, I don't know, 90% close to what you want them to be, but you have to train a 10% out of them. And for example,
What do you mean by
right?
train?
Oh my God, I just explained. If you are a man living in 2023 in the United States, we live in a very sexualized marketplace of a woman, oh, free to nip, do what you want, no man can control you, don't listen to no man.
Wait. What's wrong with free the nip?
Well, first of all, to me personally, there's nothing wrong with free to nip, but I'm just saying that at certain point, modesty is something that's very important to men, right? Modesty is something that a man want modesty, a man want purity. A man doesn't want a woman that's going to be free to nip. Oh, I don't care. Oh, I'm living free. Like to take her seriously, most men are not going to be okay with that. But I don't want to deviate from the point. From the point is,
Yeah, so like Sarah, I appreciate the description. Thank you so much. So then be with people that you think fit that value.
and like I said,
Don't quote unquote train people to that.
I'm using words facetiously to to go make the comments go crazy. But
Oh my God, don't do that either.
but the point is, to some degree, you will have to train. I'm gonna still use that word. You still have to train some percentage of the women that are around you. Now, if you was to talk about passport bros and going outside the country, that's a different topic. We talk about that, whatever. But I'm talking about here in the United States. A certain culture is a certain way, and certain women are a certain way. If you are a man, you can't find a conservative, very feminine, very loyal, low body count, extremely attractive woman. There's not just enough of those to go around. There's not enough high value men. There's not enough high value women to go around. So you will have to compromise on the woman that you get. To compromise on the woman that you get, that means you are not getting your best suited candidate for you and your personal beliefs and boundaries and preferences. So by default, you will have to change, coerce, manipulate, train.
Then what you should do is you should say that you prefer values over the level of attractiveness of your partner, right? Or the level of the other characteristics that you're referencing. If you're saying that you need to change, right? You shouldn't coerce and manipulate someone under the guise of quote unquote training them just because you have a notion of like you don't have any other choice.
It's not the notion that you don't have a choice. It's the notion that she's pretty much all you want. It's just a certain programs from society that you have to train out of her. And that's going to be
Dude, no, it's not what you want because again, she has different values than you do.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If you are a man, right, and you live in 2023 in the United States and you want, most men want what I'm about to list. You want a very feminine, very attractive, very loyal, not really on social media, not really going to nice bars, clubs, etc. has a good, strong parental family, strong ties with her dad, etc. I'm just naming stuff that most men want. Are most women going to have that?
I don't know. I'd have to look at the characteristics. Probably not.
No.
If it depends on what your notion is.
No, most women do not have that, point blank. So if they don't have that, that means most women are not going to fit your criteria for a woman that you would want. So you are going to have to compromise, train, manipulate, whatever words you want to use to actually get her to the point
You
to where
don't you don't need to do those things to be able to do that. Again, you're saying that because you have a lack of opportunities when it relates to finding people that have your particular values or have these particular wants that you have, that you then should necessarily just try to train someone or coerce them and manipulate them into believing what you want them to believe, right? I think that leads a lot of people to be negatively impacted in terms of relationships, clearly speaking, because I don't think it's going to be effective, right? I think that manipulation and coercion, right, would literally maybe last for like a little bit, right? And then someone would like realize that they don't want this and then leave, right? And not only to mention all the traumatic effects that there would be as a downside of the fact that they had to try to necessarily fulfill that particular standard that they were being coerced into.
Okay, so
they didn't want to fulfill. Like again, it's just like if they don't want to do that, you should just literally try to be with people if you care about this so much that it means that you'd break up with someone. Do you care about other things insofar as that you'd break up with someone in terms of how attractive someone is?
yeah, well, first of all, I wouldn't get with them, but yes, to answer your question directly, yes. This might make your comments go crazy again, but I'll give you a scenario to go down your road that you just gave. Let's say, for example, you meet a woman, she was attractive to you. Let's say she's an 8, you're an 8. You stayed in shape, she started to lose shape, not because she had a baby, not because any traumatic experience or whatever. She just started to let herself go, to not be disciplined enough to actually stay in shape. And she gets unattractive through that because now she's getting bigger, bigger, and bigger, right? Then yes, by default, you are going to be less attracted to her because now she's overweight.
No, I'm asking you, is that something that you'd break up with someone because of, right? Would you break up with someone because not because of something that they did in terms of their actions, in terms of if it was say like a choice or something, but if it was because of say they were taking some sort of drug that was like for their health, right? And they gained weight because of the drug that they're taking because of their health. Would you break up with them in that context?
I would have to add more context. Is this drug going to be, she can't lose the weight and I've been, because I'm a person that actually likes to try. I actually like to work with a person.
Let's say that this person has to be on this drug for the rest of their life.
And she's going to be now that weight for the rest of her life too? Mm-hmm. Then I have no choice but to break up. If you're going to tell me that, hey, I got with this person and here's the idea that I had for this person and the life that I envision, etc. And then I guess 2 years later, I found out that she has to take a drug that is going to make her significantly more bigger. Let's just use bigger to not offend too many people. Bigger. And she going to have to be that size big for the rest of her life. Yes, I have to.
Okay, so let's say that your partner aged. They took some drug and it made them age 50 years.
Damn.
Right. Physically speaking, they're the same age and they're going to die at the same time as they would have. Right. But they aged 50 years particularly.
Yes. Right? I would still have to let them go.
You'd never engage with them.
No.
Okay. So it's not about the values for you. It's not about anything else, right? In that scenario, it's about the level of attractiveness. Okay. So you'd say every single one of your standards that you named there would mean that you don't actually, you'd break up with them if they didn't meet the standard.
That was only for attractive standards. There's a lot of other standards as well as value standards. We were just talking about attraction right now. So
yeah, yes. No. So you said that if someone doesn't have the values in terms of like the clothes or whatnot, you break up with them, right? Because you think that like this is going to be something that's bad when it relates to these characteristics. So shouldn't you then just necessarily just wait to find someone that has those characteristics instead of trying to change them into having the same characteristics as you? Because they could do the same thing to you. What if they didn't like say for example, right, let's say that you have particular conservative values or something like that. They want to change you, right? Or actually you do. They want to change your beliefs here, right? Because they think this is a red flag, someone that they don't want to be with, right? Because they don't like men that are like this, and they didn't know that you thought this way, right? Are you saying that, how should they bring that up to you?
I would say just have a conversation. To be honest, this cannot apply to me because I have thousands of videos talking about the same exact shit everywhere. And anyone that's going to get involved with me, they're going to see these videos and say, "Oh, that's how he thinks." Okay, blah 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 blah. So I can't really equate and put my mind in that scenario because I'm very open with my beliefs, etc.
Yeah. So, but I mean, if it is the case that they, that they didn't know, right, and then they found out, how would you expect them to bring it up?
I was expecting just to ask about it and say, "Hey, these are my points of contention. Hey, I don't like this. I do like this, etc." But then again, we can go
So
here.
would you be okay if she said, "Stop saying this"?
Yeah, she can say whatever she wants to. That don't mean I'm going to listen.
Do you think it's okay for her to say, "If you don't stop saying this, I'm going to break up with you"?
Yes, I think that's perfectly normal. But if I'm going to say,
Even if
no,
you're in love?
yes, because everyone has their own boundaries and preferences. It's okay to say I can be head over heels for a girl, but if she breaks any of my boundaries or preferences, I'm out. It's just that simple. I could be literally head over heels in love. We could have a relationship of 3 years.
Do you not understand how that could be bad though? Because there are going to be individuals out there that don't necessarily place those boundaries in that particular way, right? So if someone violates your boundaries, that you just like immediately would break up with them. Because in this scenario, you're saying that the woman should just break up with you because you told her to wear clothes like this that she didn't want to wear. That's what you just justified.
Again, so when it comes to anybody that has a boundary, I would say everyone, if you have a hard boundary, you should definitely break up. And I actually agree with what you said earlier, which is you should try to find someone that fits your mode of what you want that person to be already. But I understand life and I understand society and I understand the world that we live in. You're not going to find that. A girl's not going to find a dude that's 6'2", that makes $100,000 a year, that's super in shape, that's handsome, that's loyal, that's attractive, that doesn't really go out and mess with women, even though he's very capable of, as well as you're not going to, as a man, find a very feminine, attractive, loyal, low body.
Those can happen, right? By the way, like the
No,
people
no,
like
no,
that
no.
exist.
They can happen, but it's just because it's possible don't mean it's probable, right? So
Yeah, I'm not arguing it's probable.
okay, then yes, I would agree. It's possible. Yes, 1000%. But it's not probable. So for general people, you have to some degree say, okay, I understand that I'm going to try to get this woman, but I'm not necessarily more likely not going to get this woman. That's it. So when it comes
the idea is that you shouldn't try to control someone because of that particular claim.
I get what you're saying, but I still disagree. And the only pushback I would give is typically, and here I'm about to blow up the comments again, men are islands and women are boats. So typically what happens, I knew it.
What does that mean, bro?
Okay, men are islands, women are boats. That typically means that when two people get into a relationship, let's say heterosexual, so a man and a woman, the woman typically falls in the frame of the man, not the other way around. So typically what you have, let's say you're an island of a gamer, right? The woman enters your world. She starts to pick up characteristics and things of you and being a gamer, the music you listen to, she's going to start to like.
Silver, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much, Silver.
Everyone double tap. We almost at 700K. 700K, double tap, double tap, double tap. As a man, she's going to fall into your frame typically. So when she falls into your frame, she's going to like the same music you like. She's going to be in the same places you like to go to. She's going to fall into your frame. But typically it doesn't happen the other way around. Make sense?
So what do you mean by fall into the frame? Do you mean just do things that you would want from them?
You can use that definition, but
I disagree with that. There's literally this thing that goes around. You probably heard it, that like a man, once he gets into a relationship with a woman, that like he starts dressing differently. He starts taking care of himself more. Right? Isn't that him falling into the frame of the woman?
Good question, but I don't think so. I think falling into the frame of the woman would be him saying, "Oh, bro, babe, don't go to the gym today, blah 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 blah," and then he's like, "All right,
no, they're saying you should wear these types of clothes. These clothes will make you look good."
Oh, you're coming from that angle.
Actually, this is probably a better angle, right? If you have an issue with what your partner's wearing, literally just say don't necessarily say not to wear those, right? Say you like clothes like this, and that might incentivize them to get clothes like that, right?
Perfect.
And to wear those clothes.
Right?
I agree. So that's a way to not necessarily like say, oh, you can't wear this, but to incentivize them to wear clothes that you think look good.
I agree. I 1000% agree. I'm glad we came to that conclusion together. I actually 1000% agree. I do not disagree whatsoever. But the only difference is of the example that I gave is no matter what the scenario is or how you frame it, you still are not going to allow that person to go out with that clothes on. That's so. But I'm glad we got to the conclusion of how to actually go about that. That's perfect. I'm glad we got there. But go ahead. Oh, go ahead. Okay.
Oh, sorry. So like, wait, sorry. Say that last point you just made.
Fuck, I forgot now. I said
No, I had it. I had a response. I just looked at something because someone sent a message and I just forgot it immediately.
okay. Then let me rephrase because I remember.
There's something
So
allow apparently.
yeah. So the example I gave was at the end of the discussion, regardless of how you got there, you're still not going to allow them to go out to the club or bar, or you're just not.
Oh no,
going to.
you should allow them. What the fuck? Like it should never be the case that you don't allow someone to like go out to something. In that context, that's absolutely controlling. Again, you can like express like a preference, like I don't like this in a sense, right? Not in terms of you can't wear this or I'm not going to allow you to do this, right? Again, you can literally just break up with that individual.
Okay, I
It
get
should never be the case that you say, "Oh, I'm not going to allow you to wear that out." Like
I don't know why y'all have such problems with such words, right? For example, for me, allow. That's why I keep saying and I keep harping on. You're not threatening violence. You're not threatening any physical altercation. None of that shit. All right, we're throwing that out the window. That's just gone. Allow to me or allow controlling or whatever. All of this means is the same thing. At the end of the day, you are not going out with this woman with this dress. And it's almost at
timeouts. But seriously, all 300 of you, when we do go live on the main again, I really, really, really need you guys to just tap away on the phone screen, share the live with your friends. Tayton, good to see you, man. Thank you.
Oh, okay. If you mean in that context, then yeah, I wouldn't care what they do afterwards. If I'm breaking up with them and they gonna wear that dress regardless and they gonna go out, hey, do what you do, have fun. Don't fucking call
yeah,
me.
but the idea is that you shouldn't say like and hang it over their head. Of like, if you don't do this, right, then this is going to happen, right?
But what's the difference then you doing it?
You just did it. You didn't hang it over their head.
Okay, I get that. But oh my God. So it's still the thing that's going to happen is still going to be the same. The difference is now you're vocalizing it and then that person is not doing it versus you're breaking up with them and then they're going to try to probably get back with you by not going, by not wearing a dress, etc. You're doing the exact same thing and both could be construed as controlling to a lot of women or a lot of people in general.
How is it controlling to say like, oh, I didn't like someone's behavior, therefore I broke up with them?
Because that's how a lot of women are going to take it.
There's no one that's going to say that.
Okay, the exact same scenario, right? You're saying, okay, you're not gonna wear this. I want to go out. You want to go out with this dress. Okay, that's not fits my boundaries or preferences. I'm gonna break up with you. Blah blah blah. Right? She's at your house already. She's already wear the dress. She's about to go out. They would consider that as, oh, he's being controlling because they was already about to go out, and now you're gonna make her feel. And now you broke up with her, you're being controlling. It's the same thing that they're going to say. It's the same. It's literally the same thing. So if you're going to say, hey, all right, I have this boundary.
I don't see, right, in terms of controlling someone there, right? Because you're just saying, right, like I'm not seeing relationships, I mean values, right, to the same degree in terms of this respect. So I'm not going to engage in this relationship, right? Not in terms of you're putting it over their head to engage in this particular behavior. Okay. Right, you're simply saying that like, okay, this doesn't seem like we are compatible in this sense.
I agree.
It's that simple.
I agree, I've said this multiple times. I agree, but I think the exact same thing is going to happen at the end. That's what I think. I think the woman, once you do the exact same scenario that you gave, the example that you gave, she's going to start crying. She's going to start, oh, I'm sorry, I won't wear this dress, blah, blah, blah. Let's get back together. Let's go out. Let's have fun. I won't wear this dress, etc. I think that's what's going to happen.
Yeah. So again, right. I think that you're just like taking that particular thing, right? If like I don't see this to be effective way to communicate that sort of thing, right? Because then it's relying upon some sort of breakup to establish the relationship, right? Or something like that, or to establish like some sort of like compromise. It seems like, clearly speaking, you should have formed some sort of compromise before there was a threat of breakup.
Words you want to use. Disagreements, fights, things that you didn't know about the person, and when certain things get there, you have to communicate and communicating. But to the second point is,
it's not like, I mean effective communication. Sorry. Boundary, right? Again, there's a difference between expressing a boundary and between literally hanging it over someone's head, saying that I'm not going to be with you, right, because of this particular reason, right?
yeah, well, that's literally what I gave the example of, I'm not going to be with you because of this.
Yeah, I don't think that you're talking about expressing a boundary, right? I think that you're trying in that sense to hang it over that individual's head.
How? Oh my God.
What do you mean how? What do you mean how?
If you just
we just had a multiple minute conversation of me explaining that. Do I really need to explain it again?
No. So I want to be clear. So you're saying by a person being open and honest and upfront with the things that they are not
It's
okay
not open
with.
and honest. When it relates to something like this, right? Clearly speaking, right? You are using that to get them to sort of respond in a way in which they're not going to do that.
No,
Clearly.
a lot of women would just say, all right, well, I won't be with you, and just, it is what it is.
Yeah, and then you're done. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that you didn't do something in a manner in which was necessarily bad, right? Just because they responded in a way in which ended it. So confused.
Okay. I'm saying your thing that you said earlier was that it's a not effective way to communicate by saying your boundaries and preferences in a way that you
that's not just setting boundaries and preferences. Setting boundaries and preferences would be like, yeah, generally speaking, I want, like, this would be like happening prior, right? Way prior to these types of events, not in terms of them prior to going to this type of event.
Okay. To go down your road and to go down your path that you'll go leading down, I would still say, to some degree, I have to disagree, because you cannot communicate every single boundary and every single preference before they happen. Unless you are extremely experienced in relationships and she's extremely experienced in relationships and y'all extremely communicative with each other, it generally
when
speaking,
it relates to something like as general as this, you can. You can. You're doing it right now. What the fuck do you mean?
No, because I'm not doing it right now, because if I'm doing it right now, I would be effective of saying, hey, here's a dress, here's a diaphragm of the dress to the butt to the boob area ratio. I don't want you to have this, I don't want you to have that. I'm pointing to different diagrams of dresses that I do like versus dresses that I don't like, that got red marks over them, that's got cross marks over them. Yeah.
Wait, I honestly, I don't know what is too much for you. I really would like be concerned.
But that's my point. That's it. That's what I'm trying to say.
Is something that goes down to someone's knees, is that not enough?
No, it's not about the knees. It's about it could be about the amount of see-through it is. It could be amount of how much skin it is, of being up to their pelvic areas, and every single second they got to pull the dress
Appreciate
down.
the panda. Thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it.
Yeah, they got to pull the dress down. Like, dresses like that, I would say, is probably a no-go. If every single second, every time you walk, you got to pull your dress down, yeah, that's probably a no-go for me. Make sense?
Yeah. So, would you be okay? So if you're against like men wearing like see-through stuff too, right?
Yes.
So if there's anything see-through, like, are you against men wearing like gym shorts?
Gym shorts is not see through, but okay.
Well, no, like you can see outlines of things.
I don't. I'm
I
not.
appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Turn up.
Yeah, like I mean, you can see outlines of things. So, like, clearly speaking, doesn't that seem like too much?
My disagreements when it comes to the girl dresses was not an outline of their body. It's more so, like I said earlier, the amount of how high the fucking dress is. But I don't want to go too specific when it comes to dresses. But to put your analogy with the men, I would say if it's a see-through boy shorts, then yes, that's probably going to be crazy. And if the girl says, "Hey, I don't want you going to the gym with your see-through fucking boy
The gray
shorts,"
sweatpants.
I wouldn't say gray sweatpants because that's not see-through, but see-through gray sweatpants. Then yeah, I would have a problem if someone came to me and said, "Hey, my girl had a problem with me wearing see-through gray pants." I'm like, bro, don't wear see-through gray pants. Look, what the fuck? Like, change your fucking pants. That don't make sense. So yes, in that context, I would agree.
Yeah. So, what about a shirt that shows a guy's nipples?
A shirt that shows a guy's nipples. Man, you can't go
That's
down this
see-through.
road. You can't go down this road because we already know societal reasons why men nipples are okay, but women nipples.
Okay. So what is that?
You already know. There's a point in.
I don't think there's a justification for that.
You don't think there's I don't necessarily agree or disagree with you. I'm saying for me, preference wise, for a woman that I'm dating, I wouldn't want her to be free to nip, right? But if I'm in the world and I'm going out and about, yes, I would like occasionally to look at some nips and just be like, oh, that's cute. All right, cool. And keep going about my day. So
Okay,
I don't.
That's kind of weird, but like, maybe you're projecting the way that you think about it. Dude, oh my God. Of course, like the only sense is not that like it's holding men and women to the same standard. Of course it's I'm going to think that some are attractive. Dude, I can't do it, bro. Like, is that how far you thought into it? That's all you've thought into it? That's fucking ridiculous, bro.
What, free to nip? No, I thought a lot into the free to nip because I talk about
like, oh my God, it would be attractive. It's not again, same standard.
No, it wouldn't be. It's not necessarily attractive. I'm saying my first point was about societal reasons, right? It's not societal normal for a woman to walk around without a shirt on, but a man to walk around without a shirt on, no problem. No one even bats an eye. No one cares. So everyone.
Yeah, I don't think about normality. I don't think normality necessarily matters there.
Ooh, you don't? Ooh, how so? How so?
Please explain to me how normality does matter.
Because if a guy is in a normal situation, it's okay. For example, the analogy that you gave earlier, which is, oh, she's wearing a swimsuit at a place that deems swimsuits normal.
I don't
right?
think that's a justified reason either. So,
Parker, what? Come on, bro.
I really don't. I really don't. I don't think that just because it's considered normal, that means it's then justified.
Bro. Well, I don't want to go. I know where you probably gonna try to take this, but we're gonna stay here for a second.
If it was normal for people to engage in intercourse in public, would it then be okay for you to engage in intercourse in public with your? Like, do you think it would be like? Do you think it would be okay if your partner did that?
I wouldn't be okay with them doing that if I'm not okay with them doing that. But if I'm okay with them doing that and it's normal in society, then it would by definition be okay by doing that.
Okay, but whether or not it's normal in society doesn't determine whether or not you're okay with it. That's the point I was making.
Yes, it does. Because the point I'm making is, hold on, because now you trapped yourself. Because if in a society where yes, you did. Here's why, Parker. Let me land the plane. If you live in a society where you grew up thinking that it was normal to do that, not you grew up thinking that it was not normal to do that, and now it became normal, yes, you're probably going to have a point of contention of you saying, oh, I don't like that. But if you grew up where that is normal, and now you doing those activities, you're not going to look at that and be like, you know what, that's not normal. I'm not going to do that. That's not typically how things work. Typically, you grew up when you grow up. So you're not going to deviate from that. So you just trapped yourself because you can't go outside of things that you don't know. That's not normal.
I'm so confused how to trap myself. I don't even know what you're talking about, to be honest.
Okay. If you grew up, right, thinking or having the notion that you can go out and have sex in public, that's normal, then there would be no comparable where it's not normal and you don't like it as a man, unless it's something that's seriously innate.
Not normal and you don't like it.
Yes, I'm clarifying very specifically. I'm using my words very specifically. If you are a man and innately you have no which way of yes or no on this particular topic, but on this particular topic you grew up where this is normal, then you are, as a man, are not going to have a point of contention by it not being normal. Make sense? Or am I speaking Chinese?
I really don't get you, man. I just tried. The plane did not land.
Plane did not land. I like that.
It did not land. Yeah.
It did not land. All right. Really quickly. Point is, you as a normal society are going to act a normal way. If you change that, then you're going to know something different. If you grew up where having sex, let me put this in frank terms. We did not grow up in a society where having sex in public is a good thing, okay thing. So as a man, I can't fathom having sex in public being a good thing. But if I grew up in a society where having sex in public was normal as fuck, then I probably would have a completely different mindset and you would have a completely different mindset.
Okay. I understand what you're trying to say there, but I don't think that just because it's normal means it's a valid reason to justify that. Like, there are many things that have been normal throughout society. It's been normal for 12 to 16-year-old little girls to be married to, 30 to 40-year-old adult men. Okay.
Yeah, I would agree. That's crazy. But in that time frame, that was normal and it was okay. By default.
But we wouldn't think it is okay. And just because it was normal doesn't mean it's okay.
In that time frame, it was okay.
Do we think it's okay under our views? No. Right?
No.
Okay, so just because it is the case that it is normal in that circumstance does not mean that we consider it to be okay.
I would agree, but
so just because it's normal doesn't mean we consider it to be okay. Okay.
No, I'm just saying the context matters about the time framing. That's all I'm saying. That's it. That's it. That's literally all I'm saying. I'm saying, for example, if since you gave an analogy, let me give an analogy real quickly. I don't know. You in England and it's not that many people, and you had to date what the royals do, like date their uncles and aunts, etc., blah blah blah. He's like, what the fuck? At that time, it would be considered normal and okay for you to date or be with or have kids with your cousins, etc.
What point are you trying to make from that? What?
The point is normal and okay is typically tied. Obviously, there are things that
I would not think it's okay under my view just because it's considered normal, right? In order for family relationships, I don't think they're consentful.
Okay, and
I don't see it being normal in a society be convincing, right? As to why we should think that it's acceptable or okay. Right, that might be a reason, descriptively speaking, as why many people do think that, but I don't think it means it's a good reason.
Okay, then let me ask you a question. It's going to be hard to ask this question because normally in debates, people can't answer this question. But if you had and you grew up in that world, would you think that it would be normal in that world and okay in that world?
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay, thank you. That's a real answer. Thank you.
It's what you think is normal is dependent on the society that you live in.
Thank you.
But I wouldn't, based upon my own brain and how I think now, just going to that time period, I would not think that.
I agree.
Right? But growing up in that society, I would have different experiences. I don't even know what I would believe given that society, because I would have been educated completely differently. I would have completely different friends. I would have been taught differently. I don't know what I would think.
Okay, and that's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is, if you are a person and you grew up in a society where that whatever activity is normal, in your mind, more than likely, you're going to think that it's okay. That's all I'm saying. So that's why I said you trapped yourself, because normal.
Yo, David, I appreciate the motorcycle. Thank you so much. W David in the comment section, everyone. W David.
Hey,
Sorry,
David,
say it again.
W David. And smash that like button. Almost at 750. All right. For you would still, normal and okay is typically tied. Obviously, there's things that are outliers that is not going to be normal.
That's in a descriptive sense, not in a prescriptive sense. So prescriptive being like what we think should be the case, descriptive being what is the case.
Got you. I understand that. I'm saying if you went back to that time period and you grew up in that time period, then you are more likely going to say that that's going to be okay. That's my point.
Okay, I don't think that's relevant, right? What I'm saying is that, is it a justified reason for us to believe that? Not for like society, what would they believe? I'm saying, is it justified for us to believe this?
Okay, to answer that question directly, no.
Okay, so that's the point.
Okay, I get that. I understand that. But going back to the point of it being normal when it comes to men and women and dynamics of relationships, there are certain things that you're going to be okay with, certain things you're not going to be okay with. And you as a person, by putting a boundary and a preference on someone up front, I don't necessarily deem that as controlling, but you say that it is.
I don't think that you're just placing boundaries, right? I think
Okay, but well, okay. I want to finish with this. What's the difference?
Are boundaries an ultimatum? No. Like,
whoa. Yes, they are.
no, they really aren't.
Yes, they are.
Not in all contexts, no.
How? Okay, explain, please.
Yeah. So, like, for example, if I have a boundary that I have, like, I'm not going to be with people that have cheated on me, right? Mm-hmm. I am going to just leave someone who cheats on me. What's up?
That's by definition an ultimatum because you're making an action that's ultimately ending the relationship.
That doesn't mean I'm positing it like to them directly. Appreciate the sage. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you for the cap. I appreciate it, Lindsay.
How so?
Wait, what do you mean how so?
Okay. If you're going to say, hey, this is my boundary, and then you break up with that person, by breaking up with that person, that's an ultimatum. That's a deal breaker. That's a deal breaker.
So what do you mean by an ultimatum?
Okay. Ultimatum. I won't be with someone that cheats. That's to me, that's an ultimatum. That's a boundary. That's all of it's okay. Maybe the disconnect that me and you have is that
it's just what we mean by ultimatum.
Yeah, exactly. So, and by boundary, because to me, boundary and ultimatum is pretty much tied to each other. So if I have a boundary.
Yeah, I know, but we just need to clarify what our definitions of ultimatum are. Yo, Tank, thank you so much for the mystery firework. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Let's go. So for me, a ultimatum is the equivalent of me saying I won't be in a relationship with a person that does this. But to me, that's the exact same definition that I would give for a boundary.
So here. Wait, sorry. Can you define that again?
Okay. To me, an ultimatum is saying, hey, if you do this, I won't be in a relationship, whether that's in the relationship, before the relationship, or after relationship. To me, if I say I have an ultimatum or boundary, there are things that I'm not going to accept in a relationship or dating or even in friendship, no matter what it is, no matter what relationship.
Here's my point. So like, so an ultimatum, more or less, right, is going to be something that is going to be like it says like a final demand or statement of terms, the rejection of which will result in retaliation or breakdown in relations. Whereas a boundary, like defined as like the limits that we would and rules we would set ourselves within relationships.
Okay, right? So my question to you would be, contextually, when it comes to dating and relationships, what's the difference? If someone breaks your boundary, you're going to break up with them. If someone breaks your ultimatum, you're going to break up with them.
Yeah. So when it relates to like an ultimatum, right, that's going to be like a force or a threat, right, posed particularly, right? Whereas a boundary is not posed as a force or threat.
Okay. So like I said, I want to clarify, we're taking the threat of violence out of this. The threat is only we breaking up. So if that is the case, how could it be a healthy way of dealing with relationships?
Here, let me clarify, right?
Gotcha.
So ultimatum, final, after, right?
Yep.
Boundary, before.
Got you.
Robert, I appreciate the Venmo. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it.
Maybe I'm just too much. What the hell just happened? Anyway. Oh.
What do you mean?
No. I was like, what just happened? But anyway, when it comes to ultimatums and boundaries, to me, they're still the same thing. Even though I hear the definition, I understand the definition. One is just before and one is just after. I understand that completely. But I'm saying in real life, it's pretty much no difference. One is, hey, I don't like this. Here's my boundary beforehand. It could be even before she does it. And then if she does it, or if she's about to do it, I say, hey, this is my boundary. Hey, don't do this or whatever, blah, blah, blah. And she does it and you break up. It's going to have the same ending, no matter if it's a boundary or ultimatum. So in real life, it's still going to have the same effect.
Appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much. I don't think it has the same effect.
How so?
Right. Again, the point is that one is established before, one is known prior, one is known before the action has occurred, and then the other one is known after, right, as a threat to stop engaging in the behavior.
Gotcha.
Right?
Okay.
Do this or that. That's a demand, right? The other one is not necessarily like going to be something that's demanded. It's going to be saying, right, this is something that I'm looking for in a relationship. If you're not willing to meet this, well, then clearly speaking, we aren't going to have gone into this circumstance in the first place, right? The other one is we're already in this circumstance, right? Now that we're in this circumstance, you either do this, right, or I'm gone right now, right? You do this or this happens to you.
Okay, I understand that. All right, and then to end it, because I know the people want new guests, and I get it, everyone. So let's end it with this. I do agree that boundaries and things need to be established. I do actually like the approach that you gave with saying, hey, I like this dress versus I don't like this dress. 1000%. I really do like that perspective. Number 3, I do not agree with you that boundaries and ultimatums are, when it comes to society and when it comes to men and women dating wise, is different. I think, yes, on paper, it's different 1000%. But when it comes to dating wise, you're going to typically get the same results for either. No matter if you do an ultimatum or a boundary, you're going to typically get the same results, typically. And yeah, that's my final thoughts.
Appreciate the intro. Thank you, Gigi. Appreciate you coming on, though. It was good talking to you, man.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. It should help get it out to more people. You already know the deal. We're going to go into the next person, though. Only send a guest request if you disagree. If you think that a high body count should matter for women, but not for men, y'all. All right, man. All right. Tequila time. Oh my gosh. What's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, we're going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. All right. For some reason, it's not accepting this person. We're going to go to the next. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, y'all. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Chat, what is going on right now? I don't know what's going on. We're going to go on to the next person. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, 21. So you had me on previously. I just kind of wanted to rephrase if that's cool with you, man.
Yeah. So, do you think that a high body count should matter for women, but not for men, right?
Roughly, yeah.
What was your reasoning for that?
Just said body count matters more for women than men, and not because, like, let me rephrase this, not because either should be judged in a negative light, but because women take higher risk than men do at equal body counts.
Oh, didn't we already? We had like that really long conversation.
Kinda. I mean, ours was pretty short. I just said, like, medical examples like that include UTIs and things, right? So women with higher body counts statistically suffer more medical complications than men at the same body count, right? Same for STIs.
So if a woman is using like a condom, right, and the man is not, right, what is then the case?
Well, in the case it would be opposite, right? But that's just not all scenarios. So if that scenario is true, absolutely, right? But in other contexts, no, and statistics prove that.
Wait, so you would say in that context that it would?
In that context, yes.
Okay. Wait, so can you restate the point one more time? Sorry.
I just said that women take higher risks than men do at equal body counts. Medical examples being
you're just talking about like okay, so in that example, it would be the case that they would be if the individual is wearing a condom, that their body count would matter less than the man, right? So you know that women are more likely to use contraception and are more likely to use to actually test, which is why they are less likely to actually have STDs or STIs and stuff like that in the long run. Although when they engage in intercourse, they're at a greater propensity to be able to get it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So in a sense, it still matters more for the man, right? Because they end up getting more of these issues.
That could be valid.
And you can also, by the way, you can get UTIs from one partner. So it's not specific to engaging with multiple partners.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Though it is more common with multiple partners.
Sure. I mean, I have to look at the stats on that.
I'm not gonna pull them up because let's try and keep it short, right? I know everybody wants more guests. But my second point, right? Moving on. Good point, by the way, on the first one. I hadn't thought about it in that light. My second point, though, was that women suffer far more psychological impacts than men do from sex. And in a perfect world, that wouldn't be true. Unfortunately, it is. And for the same reason I wouldn't walk down the street in a high crime area wearing a Rolex, I wouldn't want my girl to go out drinking or clubbing in a very short dress. Emphasis on very short and not just short, right?
Yeah. So by the way, like, can you give me any reason to believe that like there's a greater risk or propensity to get violently assaulted or something, given the fact that they're wearing a shorter dress?
I could tell you from anecdotal experience with previous girlfriends in the past that when they were wearing shorter dress or more sexual, right, outfits, they definitely got hit on more.
Well, I mean, the women in the chat can tell you that they've worn dresses that are more revealing and they didn't get hit on as much, right?
Well,
as other days where they wore less or they wore more.
Let's rephrase that to a man though, like, and so we can think in terms of you and I, because neither of us are a woman, right? So we don't actually know. We can agree on that, but like, let's say you and I, like, if we have our shirts off, right, are we going to get hit on more or hit on less than if we had our shirt on? I like, in personal experience, I've been hit on a lot more with my shirt off than I have with it on. So it'd be the same for a woman, right? If she wears something.
This is all personal experience. So this is why, like, it's going to be biased to the circumstances that we exist in selection, right? Based on the people that are around us in that circumstance.
So you would disagree at that point?
I wouldn't be able to determine that.
Okay. I mean, that would be hard to argue with statistics, even if we both had them, right? Unless you want to look them up.
Yeah, I don't have statistics right now. If you'd like to find statistics, you can.
Yeah, you cool. Give me a second.
I mean, how long do you think it would take to find?
Like a minute. I can move on to the next point if you need me to. I ain't trying to bore everybody here.
Do you wanna find something and then I can look for you in the guest box and then I can just add you up after the next person?
Yeah. You cool if I do a little recap though?
Yeah, sure. Like when you come back.
Yeah, I was just saying recap real quick.
Oh, okay, sure.
Okay. So once again, my point's not that if a girl has a higher body count, that means she is anything that some people would say, right? Same, like, men and women should be judged equally based upon their body counts. Women just take more of a risk by having a higher body count than a man does. So to me, if I dated a girl, which I've dated multiple girls who have double my body count, but they're perfectly healthy, I don't care. I'm completely okay with that. It's more about values and priorities to me, not the body count. The only problem is there's more risk associated with higher body counts in women more than there is so men.
So your argument is just like solely risk based, but right. But I can give you a situation where there are greater risks, right, for particular races in terms of engaging in intercourse, right? or particular demographics that could relate to poverty, right? And in that circumstance, would you say that it would be like worse for someone whose body count is more predominantly, well, I'll just give you a particular example, right? Poverty, right? If someone's in poverty, right? Should their body count matter more because they're at a greater propensity for there to be harm targeted towards them than like someone who was born like as a billionaire's kid?
No, absolutely not. Though and let me clarify that though, I don't think that takes away from the mindset of protecting yourself. Right. So for me, speaking personal experience, I'm a man. I got roofied one time. Did not see it coming. I thought I had the immature mindset of I'm a man, so that can't happen to me. Well, it did. Right. So in a perfect world, it wouldn't.
Sorry to hear that, bro.
I appreciate it, man. It is what it is. Right. But in a perfect world, it wouldn't happen. I'm just saying from my perspective, and my perspective wasn't like this before that happened because my thought process was slightly sexist in the way of I'm a man, so it's not going to happen. But it did. And so now my mindset is, okay, I need to be careful with who I choose to interact with, or if I'm going out drinking, I'm going out clubbing, right? I'm not going to let everybody hit on me. I'm not going to wear things that people want to hit on me or that are super revealing. Kind of going back to your point with the other guy, right? He made the point where I wouldn't want my girl to go out in a sexual dress. And you said, and like he wouldn't be okay with that. And you said, well,
you guys keep assuming this though. Like you're assuming that like wearing less is like going to reduce the likelihood of there being something harmful happening to you. I'm just asking, do we have any evidence to believe that? And that's why we're getting back into the point that, I mean, you were going to look up.
Yeah. Well, let me look it up as I talk to you. But my point with this last box wasn't so much. You good?
Yeah. Sorry. I was like grabbing something.
Oh, no, you're good, man. My point so much wasn't so that it was more so that he made the standpoint of, well, if I'm not comfortable with what she's wearing, she can't wear it. Right. And you made the standpoint of, well, if she's if not comfortable with what you're wearing, can you wear it? Right. My answer is if I'm not comfortable with what she's wearing, I'd ask her to change if that's okay with her. Right. That's up to her. I'm not going to tell her what she can and can't wear. She can do the same to me and I would respect it the same as I hope she would respect my opinion. Right. That's a mutual thing. But I let me see if I can find that stat real quick, my man.
Sure. That's actually a good point. Someone put a good point in the chat, right? Most people who get essayed actually are essayed by people that they do know and they are close to, right? So I don't think that someone wearing like a particular dress or going into public, right, is going to necessarily put them in this greater propensity that most people are referencing to like a high extent, right?
Do you think, I don't know how much higher it would actually be. Do you think that a man, right, if you or I went out with our shirts off versus our shirts on, do you think we would get more or less attention? And maybe not to like statistically,
Not in like in a sexual way or like
in a sexual way. It's kind of like
I don't think necessarily,
right?
not necessarily.
No, depend on the topic, but kind of let's
like I really actually I don't think so. Like maybe more people might look because like in certain settings, like if I was like in like a school, right, I had my shirt off, maybe because people would just be like get confused, but not like sexually. I don't think so.
Okay, well let's take it as men, right? We wear gray sweatpants, right? Let's say it's a thinner material, shows an outline. Do you think we're going to draw more attention because of that versus if we were wearing gym shorts where you couldn't see an outline?
I don't necessarily think so. I actually really don't.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think it has much of an effect there.
Okay, I guess I'll see if I can find it back and come back to you later on it. I don't want to take too much of your time. That said, I would say if you wear something more sexual, whether you're a man or a woman, you're going to get more attention, right? A lot of times that's good attention. That's positive attention. There's going to be a lot of guys who look at a girl and say, you're absolutely beautiful. You know, you mind if I get your number? And she might say no. And he'd say, well, I hope you have a great night, right? Same for guys. But there, with more attention also comes negative attention. And so once again, just as I wouldn't walk down the street with a Rolex in a high crime area, I wouldn't want my girlfriend to go out in a very short dress.
Again, go find the evidence of that being true, of like that actually increasing the propensity of them getting harmed.
All right, fair enough.
For sure. See you then, man.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
All right, everyone. Only send a guest request. If you disagree, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. Everyone will help get out to more people. Let's go on to the next person. If you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men, make sure to send a guest request right now. Again, y'all know I accept the first people who send requests, y'all. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live as well. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares, y'all. Yo, Matt, I appreciate the epic GG. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. W Matt with the epic GG chat. W Matt with the epic GG. All right, we're going to go to the next person. I don't know what's going on right now. I'm going to try to get the next person up here. Again, only send a guest request if you do disagree, y'all. Let me try to get this next person. It's for some reason it's not connecting this person. Okay, for some reason it didn't connect this person. We're gonna go to the next. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. You already know the deal. All right, everyone. Yo, thank you for the happy Wednesday. I appreciate it, Blue Light. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Anyone here that guy Anthony came? I probably was. I mean, I was, of course, but yeah, give it a second, everyone. I'm trying to get to the next person. Sometimes it takes a second in between to get to the next person, everyone. Parker summoning British? I always do. What are you talking about? I always do. Okay, for some reason it's not accepting this person. Y'all, chat, I might actually, like, at some point hit a little restart on the live or something like that. We might do that at some point. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello,
You got a huge echo, bro. Huge echo. Let's go to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree. Wasn't me. Thank you so much for the glowing jellyfish. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. New topic, y'all. What topic would y'all want me to do, everyone? If people would want a topic change, we could. I had an idea for a few things I was going to do. What do y'all think about this idea? Because, you know, people like recently have been coming up and like calling me beta and stuff. Prove to me that I'm beta. I think that would be a really funny topic. I see a lot of people saying Trump. Appreciate the sail away. Thank you so much. I don't know. I think we're too late to like where it wouldn't be like a long live. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up? I'm 30 years old.
For sure. Do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
I think a high body count should matter for both, but more specifically, I think it should matter. It's extremely important for women, though, to keep their body counts low.
Yeah, so why particularly should it be considered different for men and women?
I think it's important because if you notice, women are usually the ones who are being conquered. They're not doing the conquering, right? So when a woman submits herself, when she gives herself up to another man, she's allowing herself to be conquered by that man. And you have to understand this too about men. Men are the ones who they take energy, right? So they take energy, and so a woman who is going around sleeping with a bunch of men, all she's doing is opening herself up from all those men, all those semens and demons to get inside her, and all that energy to be taken away from her. So it's extremely important. Men and women are different in that area because we aren't the ones being conquered. We're the ones that's doing the conquering. So
what do you mean by conquer?
Basically, like, allowing yourself to be, conquered. I don't mean to use an old term, but it's kind of
that's going to be circular. What do you mean by conquer?
Basically, allowing yourself to be submissive to a man sexually, for the most part.
Okay, so if she's dominant in bed, right, then it seems like her body count doesn't matter then.
You say if she's dominant in bed? Mm-hmm. If she's dominated in bed, or are you saying if she's...
No, if she dominates in bed.
No, she can't... First of all, she can't dominate in bed if she's getting fucked.
Wait, what do you mean? Have you heard of dominatrix?
No, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, so there's literally... It very clearly does happen.
If she's doing the dominating, then I feel sorry for the guy. Because
apparently there are some men out there that are into that. Appreciate the paper crane. Thank you so much, Emily. Appreciate it. Yo, it wasn't me. Thank you for the dinosaur. Thank you. I appreciate it. So, do you want to respond to that? Hello? Are you there, bro? All right, everyone, we're going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree. Yo, Claire, I appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone.
What up, dude?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
For sure. Do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
I think that is like the only thing that matters for women, and for men, I don't think it's important, especially to women.
Why so?
Well, because a woman really, her main value comes from, keeping herself pure and protecting herself. It's the easiest thing she can do is chase pleasure and have a lot of promiscuous friends. And for a man, that's not a problem we have. We can't just walk around and say like, hey, you want to link up tonight? Because we'll get turned down. Guys have value. It's making a life, making money, being competent, intelligent. And a lot of men don't expect that from women. They just want the woman they're going to give their name to, make their children with, make their children look like, give their life to, give their money to. They just want her. They want her to be theirs. They want her to be present and enjoy the experience together, not been ran through and just settling for a guy. It's like the most important thing.
Yeah. So technically, if you're thinking that her sleeping around is going to remove or take away from the experience, then wouldn't it also remove or take away from the experience of the man?
No, I think men and women mentally are a lot different in that aspect.
Yeah. Can you give me any good reason, scientifically speaking, to believe that there's a statistically significant distinction in the psychological impacts between men and women when it relates to having a higher body count?
Women are far more emotional. I think you can just tell from reality. You're probably going to say if you can't show me a study that says this specific thing, it's unsubstantiable. But women draw really close to men their first few relationships, and as they move on, they get desensitized. They're very emotional. The way they view relationships are different than men. I think a man can be, he can love a woman more conditionally than she can after she's been with a guy that makes more money, has more experiences, is physically, better looking. When she has been with those 20 guys, when she gets to number 21, who she'll probably settle for because nobody wants her. I personally think that's why the divorce rate's so high in America. I think that people are way too promiscuous and their relationships don't matter. They can't.
So that there's not a statistically significant distinction in the level of success in marriage comparative to men and women when it relates to having a high body count?
I would disagree because until the 70s, people didn't have super high body counts.
Because you're just saying that you have an anecdotal experience that indicates that this is true.
No, right. You're saying the absence of anybody specifically trying to prove this one thing, putting money and their name behind it means it's not reality. I think a lot of people would agree that when you sleep around, you desensitize yourself to a future partner. And I think men
Man or woman,
are
right?
far more loyal. No. And another thing too, men
Yeah, I would say it's probably
different.
applicable to
Women
both.
offer something different. If her value is mostly based off this one thing, it's going to matter more to the guy. For a woman, if you can take care of them, I don't think it's a main thing for them. Actually, if you talk to most girls, they say, yeah, they don't want to see you with 40 people, but it's not a main thing. Like, you can't just be a bum and be like, well, I'm a virgin. They probably get turned off by that because they don't know if you're competent enough to get other women. They like the fact that other women are attracted to you. That's real. You can ask women that. If you've never talked to a female, and you read the Pew study on like oxytocin's not real and like getting with people doesn't matter, you can believe that. But I think most people would agree with me.
Yeah, so I think that there's a notion amongst men and women in which like there can be other people that validate their attraction in that individual, but not everyone looks for that, right? There are some men that look for that in terms of other men validating their attraction in this particular girl, right? Or other women, right, looking for validation in their attraction for this man, right? I don't think that just because a man is a virgin, right, or has like a 1 or 2 body count, that means that like women are going to be off put or don't want to be with this man. Right. I think that generally speaking, it's going to relate to the values that the man has, how the man treats, right, people, right, how attractive they are, right, compatibility. Those things would be significantly more valuable to a woman. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Right. Rather than, right, what you just referenced.
I agree with that.
Yeah. I appreciate the hearts. Thank you so much. And
I would agree with that, but
right?
I think, like I said, it's relevant. And for what it's worth, it would matter. As a matter of fact, I'm sure I would guess. I know there's like no like Ivy League school that's putting money behind this. If you did an experiment and showed a guy on his lonesome at a bar, you could probably detect how little attention he gets from women. If you had a guy getting hung on by a bunch of women at a bar, you'd probably find that women in the bar find him more attractive. Like, do you think that's not reality because Harvard's not made a study on it?
I think that if you're interacting
Like,
with
what
more
world do you
people in
live in?
general, right? I
Women-
mean, people could see characteristics they would like more, right? But generally speaking, yeah, I think that if more people were talking to this one person, this guy was talking to a bunch of different girls, right? Women might be more inclined to not want to talk to that person. Why? Because they're already talking to people, right? Like, so I don't know what you're talking about.
I disagree. I think they'd be more. Yeah, status. It's very important to women.
No. There's a difference
Status
between
matters to
status.
women. Okay.
Hold up. So does it matters to men too, right? Status is different from just like having a few people talking to in a bar. If people are already making advances on you, right, in a bar like setting, right, that's not necessarily going to increase other people's propensity to like want to be with you. If anything, it might again get them to see this and be like, okay, right, that person's already talking to that individual. I'm not going to like butt in, right?
Okay, again, it was about noticing the man versus not noticing him, not running up and talking to him. And like I said, status in this case means status amongst women in the bar. So like I said, nothing changes. I think that's important for women. And if you look at a lot of guys who are well off or have good status on social media, not so much just a ton of money, like they get
I have a question.
unlimited attention from women.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Why is the one follow account that you follow like a clip thing of Nick Fuentes being racist?
I like Nick Fuentes, and if you don't like what
You
he
like
says,
Nick
then that's your
Fuentes,
problem.
right? He's
love Nick Fuentes.
extraordinarily racist.
Everybody
He's
go
literally
check him out.
a white nationalist, right?
What's the most racist thing he's ever said?
He's said the N-word, right, on live many times. Does it literally constantly, like consistently
I say
all the
N-word
time?
all the time, bro.
You say the N-word all the time. Are you white?
Everybody does. Everybody does. Nobody cares.
Are you
He's
white?
not
Are you
racist.
white?
Are you racist? You're asking
Are
me.
you
am I
white?
racist?
I said, are you white?
Anybody can say.
Bruh. Are you white, bro?
The N-word. It matters to the context.
Oh
It's
my
not
God, dude.
Nick Fuentes never said anything potentially racist.
Oh my
What did
God.
Nick
Like,
Fuentes say?
why do people like this exist? What do you mean? What do you mean it, dude? Like, why does this happen? Dude, chat, do we need to start having conversations about this? Why are there so many people? Like, this
He's
happened to
drawing
me
a bunch of
recently.
people.
There was a person that came on the live that was arguing that saying slurs is justified, right? Why do you think saying slurs is justified, right? That is actually fucking wild. Why do you think it's justified to say slurs, right? Like I might actually do that because it's like actually ridiculous.
Is such a bad person that it's hard to remember one bad thing he said. He's so bad you can't think of a single.
I just told you
contextually racist thing he said. Everybody said the N-word.
Wait. No, not at all. Right? That's wrong, right? You should not be saying the N-word. If you say the N-word, you're just in the same position as him.
Everybody I know says the N-word.
Yeah, and that shows exactly who you are as an individual, right? That shows exactly who you are. Shows exactly the type of people that you. Okay, he's lagging so much.
Obviously, don't care about it.
He's lagging so much that I'm just going to go on to the next person, but that is fucking ridiculous, right? To sit there and to say that like it's okay to say to say slurs, right, as someone who's white is absolutely ridiculous, right? The level of harm that has on other types of individuals is something that they're not even able to reconcile with, right? And the same notion that if you were to go up to people that they're family members, like let's just give it in this sense. This is distinct from racism, right? Not to say that it is the same sort of way as racism in terms of just like the way that people are impacted, right? To go up to someone, right, who parents, right, say they just got diagnosed with cancer and make fun of that, right? Right. Or to use terminology that is degrading towards individuals and which are like this. After hearing that would be wild, right? That would be wild. So why don't you see it to be the same way when we relate to racism, right? When we relate to the violence that is caused due to racism, right? Or the violence that is caused due to homophobia, right? These things are ridiculous, right? Chat, I'm not joking. Like, I do think I might do that because that's happened multiple times recently, right? And I think that we need to address that. Let me go on to the next person again. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Not expect you. I was just gonna say hi. I like your videos.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for the hand tower. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. Again, we're just looking for some debates, everyone. Tap that screen, y'all. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, y'all. We're almost there, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 19.
For sure. Do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
I would say it means a little bit more. I wouldn't say that it should. I would just say in general, it means a little bit more.
In general, it means more for women. Why?
I would say that men just value it more than what women do.
We're talking what should be the case. So just because currently men right now, like value that doesn't mean it should be the case, right? Because it is the case that throughout history, men valued women to be 12 through 16 for purity, right? That does not mean it should be that way.
That doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about. It's an opinion.
Did you hear it? No. You said that most people, right, they value this, right, who are men. Well, it was the case that most people who are men valued that.
Okay, but that's something that's totally morally wrong. So this, I wouldn't say.
Well, yeah, you think it's. I think it's morally wrong for you to consider.
It's my opinion. It's my opinion. I can have my opinion. You can have yours. So.
Yeah, and I think it's more. I think it's morally wrong for you to say that body count should matter for women but not for men, but without giving any type of evidence, right? I mean, not any evidence, any relevant distinction between men and women that means that it should apply to women and not men.
I never said that it shouldn't matter for men. I said it should. I think that it matters
to a different degree. Yeah, so
women.
give me a justification for that.
So I would say that.
Hey, can you tell me your birth year? Because people in the chat keep saying so.
Why does it matter what my birth year is?
Just tell me your birth year. If you can't tell me your birth year, I'm going to go on to the next person.
Go on to the next person, then. You don't need to know my birth year.
What the fuck is wrong with you? You already told us your age, smart one. Like what? What is, dude, what is reality, honestly? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Yeah, how old are you?
Yes, I'm 30.
You said what?
I'm 30.
For sure. Do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
No, I think it's about response. Women respond positively to guys with high body count than guys with low body count. In general, mostly speaking, it's about generality.
Yeah. So if it is the case that men respond a particular way, doesn't it mean it should be that way? For example, right?
I don't think it should be or it should not be, but I think women.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm just looking for people who disagree with the topic, but I appreciate you coming on, man.
I disagree with you.
You don't, because you said you don't care about what should be.
No. I'm saying that.
What's up, Aiko?
What?
Nothing.
I didn't get that. You asked.
Oh, I was saying hi to a friend in the comments.
Oh, okay, sorry. So I'm just saying that. Okay, why should it shouldn't matter more for women is because women carry the next generation, right? So since the body of a woman is more more precious than a man's body, right? To carry, women carry children. Men do not carry children, right?
Okay. If it is the case that a woman is infertile and can't reproduce and carry children, does her body count not matter?
No, I mean, we're talking in general. I'm not talking about specific women. In generally speaking, women carry children. Generally speaking, yes, there's some women that cannot reproduce. Yes, of course, unfortunately, but mostly women carry the next generation. So to be able to carry the next generation, they have to take more care about their body than men do.
Yeah. So
that makes sense, right?
One, there would be men if they should also take care of their body in the sense that they can pass it to women if they engage in intercourse, right? And then two, when it relates to this, if they are infertile, then their body count wouldn't matter then, because then it doesn't matter whether or not they actually reproduce. So in the sense in which someone is infertile, right, or cannot reproduce or carry children, right, then it seems like it wouldn't matter in that scenario.
Yeah, but you understand that more, we're talking about the general, the majority, right? Majority of women are not infertile. Most women are fertile, right? We're talking about the majority. So if you're talking majority, women have their body matters more than men. That's why you hear something like women.
Wait, hold on. Let's not talk about majority for a second. Let's go back to the scenario where we're talking about this individual circumstance where they're infertile and they can't produce children. In this situation, does their body count not matter?
In what situation?
That they're infertile, that they can't produce children.
In that case, it shouldn't matter because it doesn't make any difference since she cannot carry children, a child. It's more about if people say it should matter, is more about morality, like how do I say that? Society as a whole than an individual. Because society, let's say you can do whatever you want.
Wait, so hold up. Let me clarify. So once someone gets old enough and becomes infertile, then their body count doesn't matter. Or shouldn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter because it's...
So it only matters prior to them having kids. So if you don't want to have kids, does your body count matter?
As an individual, it doesn't matter in the sense that if we are free, everybody can do whatever he wants with his body, right? But as a whole, society as a whole, to keep moving forward, women's body should matter in that sense, as a whole. Because let's say each woman starts saying, okay, you know what, I don't want to have children. I'm free to not have children, right? Let's say every woman on the planet start thinking like that way. What's going to happen is that there will be no more new generation since nobody want to have children. Everybody want to be free. Everyone.
So do you think it's wrong for people not to want to have intercourse with people?
No, I'm talking about children. Intercourse. No, I'm talking about children, not intercourse.
Yeah. If you don't have intercourse with people, then you can't reproduce, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you can't reproduce because you don't engage in intercourse, is it wrong for someone to not want to engage in intercourse with people?
It's wrong because it affects. Because if everybody think like that, it affects the whole planet, the whole species, human species. Because you have to understand something. Yes, I can do whatever I want. You can do whatever you want. Anybody can do whatever they want. But if we think in such a individual way, what's going to happen for the whole human species? You know what I mean? So let's say somebody decide that is in his house, is trying to create something dangerous like a chemicals thing, and you telling him, oh, that's not good. He's saying, no, I can do whatever I want. I'm in my house and I can do whatever I want with what I have, right? The point with that way of thinking is that anybody can do whatever he want in his house, but that can affect the whole society step by step.
So yeah, I'm so confused. So you're saying if it doesn't affect the rest of society, then it's not going to be something that's considered to be bad. Okay. right? If it is the case that someone engages in intercourse with a bunch of people, they don't get any STDs, they get tested, right? Then they produce a child, right? Is it in that scenario, does their body count not matter?
The problem is that it's about it's not just what does not affect me or what does. It's about society can be affected by morals, by the way people behave.
Hold up. Listen. Yeah. So you can't pass anything on to a child, right? If you are tested and you don't have any STDs, okay? So no, even if someone has had a bunch of partners, you can't pass anything to the child in that scenario if you don't have anything, right? Therefore, it's going to be the case that their high body count shouldn't matter because they don't have anything.
Yeah, but there's a part you're missing. In your way you talk, it's like you're saying that there's no psychology affected. Let's say there's nothing physical being affected. There's no STI or anything. But do you think that there can be like a mental thing? Do you think we can affect people mentally, or do you think it should?
You can affect people mentally. I'm confused with your point is.
Exactly. That's why even if you do not like physically affect somebody with any disease, you can affect people with the way you behave.
Okay, so can you give me a statistically significant distinction amongst men and women that says psychologically speaking there are different impacts in terms of men and women when it relates to how they act?
I do not have a statistic right in front of me, right? So, but what I can say, right, I always try to use common sense, right? I try to be as logical as I can be. Women receive fluids from men. You can agree with that, right?
And men receive fluids from women?
No. Like...
what do you mean?
Okay, I'm going to explain. It's really simple. When there's penetration... let's say we don't use any protection. There's fluid coming from the men going into the women, right? It's like logical, like I think we can agree with that, right? It's really simple. A fluid comes from the men, it goes into the women.
It also happens when it relates to men, right? Like if you kiss someone, right, your DNA is going to go in between each other, right? If you are wearing a condom in the scenario where we are engaging in intercourse, well then the fluid would not necessarily go inside, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. But the difference is the fluid going inside the woman like that. You know what I'm talking about. It can stay there for longer than 1 day. Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that?
It goes away pretty quickly, though. Sorry, man. I'm really confused with what you're trying to say here.
What I'm trying to say is that since the woman can receive a fluid from one man and even for multiple men, she will stay with multiple fluid inside her body. That would not be good for a womb. But
it does not stay in for that long, right? No, that's definitely not true.
I think
so. There are cleaning mechanisms within inside.
There's the DNA that stays here for actually many years.
Can you give me evidence of that?
Huh?
Can you give me evidence of that?
Yeah. You can Google it.
What's the title?
Google right now if you have something in front of you.
What do you want me to Google?
Semen staying inside the vagina for many years, something like that. The DNA as well. You can Google it now.
All right. Live up to a couple hours as long as 5 days after intercourse.
Yeah. Okay, check the DNA.
DNA? Okay.
Yeah. I think it's 7 years or something like that. 7 years, if I do remember.
Well, I don't know where you got this information from.
Let me check.
Yeah, we will look. Wait, so actually, here's my question. Right, if it was 7 years, how come we can't figure out in every single scenario who raped who then? Because then we would just be able to find the DNA, right?
But grape is different because grape is not about if she has a DNA. Grape is about if it was forced. It's more like
yeah, but there would be DNA, right?
Yeah.
So in every single scenario we'd be able to tell, right? If they didn't use a condom,
Yeah, normally yes, I think so.
right?
Yeah,
And that would be able to last at any point in time, 7 years even after it happened.
yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, but we can't do that. How come we
No,
can't do that now?
I have to look for it. I don't have the like I'm on my phone. Like it's not practical for me to look for it now. But yes, but my point is, I understand that I don't have the whole information in front of me right now. I understand that. I agree with that, right? But my point is, women receive fluid from men, so because you understand that a woman body is really delicate. It's not like men body. Can you agree with that? Do you agree that there's a fundamental difference between a man's body and a woman's body in terms of delicacy?
Yeah, generally speaking, there's a difference, right? But
Yeah,
the point I was
generally
making,
speaking, right?
hold up, the point I was making is that if it was the case that we had the ability to find DNA even 7 years after and it's salvageable and we could determine who it is, well, then it is the case that we'd be able to solve all these grape cases that we currently have not solved. That's exactly why I reject your hypothesis here, that we have this ability.
You know what? I give you that point because I don't have any documentation in front of me. So I'm a logical person. So yes, you win on that. I cannot prove that now in front of me. But what I can tell you, I was focusing more on my point. My point is women receive fluid and it can be damaging for their body, generally speaking. Men do not receive fluid like that. Men's body is stronger than women's body. It's just fact. You can agree with me, right? A
man's body is wait, can you give me evidence to say that a man's body is more stronger than a woman's body?
Cannot
like in what sense? Like do you mean like they have stronger muscles?
Okay, stronger muscles, and it's more like it's less delicate than a woman's body. Like it just it's like
what do you mean by delicate?
Delicate, like it means like we have to treat a woman's body with like how do I say that? We have to be soft with like we have to with care. Like we cannot just like touch a woman's like that. We have to know how to touch a woman's body because it's not like a man's body. I don't know if
I'm really confused with what you're trying to say here.
Yes, you have to be gentle. You have to be gentle when a woman like
gentle. So I don't know. That's like a prescription in terms of like what. About? No, that's a prescription in terms of like what we should do, right?
Okay, yeah, you should do that. Like you can.
Yeah, that's not a description here as to why say one is stronger than the other or something like that. Like it depends on like the context of strong you mean. Brett, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. And are you saying that just because one would be stronger than the other, that then means that like one can have a high body count and the other can't?
Yes, there's a factor into that as well. Yes, because
so if a woman is stronger than a man, can she have a higher body count than the man?
No, because it's just a part of the argument. It's not just about being stronger.
So what other things are relevant?
What other things relevant in what body count or?
Yeah, and saying that a high body count should matter for women but not for men.
No, should matter more. For many matters too, in a sense that us men, we can get really like how do I say decentralized. I don't know how to say that. English is not my first language, by the way. Sorry about that. We can get really like used to changing partner all the time and get like addicted to that. So in that sense, I believe that it affects us men, but not as much as women. That's just my argument. But yes, it affects men too, but not at the same degree than women. Desensitized, yes.
Yeah, so I mean, those psychological impacts relate to the same when it relates with men and women. Right, there's actually like no statistically significant distinction between a man and between a woman. That means that you know there'd be more impacts to a woman than a man. Can you like this claim here relies upon evidence?
Yeah, but there's like really general like idea that we can discuss without having an evidence in front of us. Do you agree with that, or do you think that everything that
I don't think everything does, but the claim you're making right now does rely upon evidence.
That women's body is more delicate than men's body.
Wait, sorry, say that again?
You're saying that saying that women body is more delicate than men body should need an evidence to prove it. That's what you're saying?
Oh, more delicate than... Okay, so, I mean, I just don't know what you mean when you say that, necessarily.
Because women's body is more delicate...
Because you just made a prescription. You just said that you should treat women nicely.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand, right? Like, but like, by delicate, do you mean just like women have lower pain tolerance? Do you mean that women have less muscles, or...
Delicate, you know what? I'm talking more broadly about the fact that women carry children, so the next generation and in that case, they more like we have to protect them more. It's been like that for forever. Like in history, human history, men are always always inclined to protect women. Why is that? Because they carry the next generation. It makes sense. Like it's a normal thing. That's what.
So do you not have any? So is there no inclination to protect women that are infertile?
It doesn't matter, because you know why? I'm going to answer your question right now. Because even though a woman is infertile, to begin with, fundamentally speaking, she was a woman when she was born. It wasn't about if she's fertile or not. If she's a woman, automatically she's in the category of a woman, whether she can have a kid or not. It's a fundamental thing. Now, if eventually she cannot have a kid, that's another story. But fundamentally speaking, if she's a woman, we have to protect her. As a man, we are protector and provider. I don't know if you agree with me on that or not. Or do you think we do? As men, do you agree that we are protectors and providers or not? Do you agree with that?
I think that both men and women are protectors and providers. I don't think it's specific to men.
Really?
Yeah.
So you don't think that men always carry the title of protector and provider at all?
No, I don't think always. I don't think it should be the case always as well.
You don't think it should be like that?
Yeah, no, I don't think it should only be men and always be men. It should be both men and women.
So in the situation where we are outside, somebody attack, like you walking around with a woman, you don't think you will have like the impulse to protect her in case of danger, and she's not gonna give you back that protection? Do you think she's
Blue
gonna...
Kirby, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I don't give people stuff because they necessarily give it to me, right? The same thing would be true with like a friend, right? I try to protect a friend, even if it's a man.
But okay, let me tell you something. Women want to feel safe with a man. It's like automatic. Like it's not. I don't even have to explain that. It's like a biological response. Women look for men to be safe. That's why women will look will go for a taller man or a stronger man. It's a natural thing. Like we saw that in biology. Like I don't have to. There's not even an argument there. Like they look for protection, provision. It's a normal thing, because if she get pregnant, she's the most vulnerable. So she wants a man to protect her. Us men, we do not have that problem. Us men, we
Trinity,
do not
thank you for the
pregnant.
subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Trinity.
Us men, we do not get pregnant, so we don't have. You don't. Yes, a woman can protect me, but not as much as I can protect her. It's just.
So this isn't based on. This isn't based.
I'm not talking about.
Hey.
Yeah.
So
go ahead.
So this isn't based upon the notion that it's like of like just gender. This is based upon the notion of one's ability to be able to have like stronger muscles, right? Faster reflex time, right? Things like that. That could be relevant to being able to protect an individual.
Mm-hmm. Stemming from biology, yes. It's a biology thing.
Sure, there's biological influences to that. I'm not disputing that. I'm so confused how this relates to the topic, though.
It relates to the topic because you were asking why the body count should matter more for women than men.
Yeah. And how does it relate to that?
It plays in that because women need to be protected. Why? Because they are.
Thank you so much.
Their body is more precious and more delicate than a man's body. It's just a fact. Like you know that yourself as well. Like I know you know that.
So when it relates to this, again, you're just saying that women need to be protected more than men.
Yes,
right?
Absolutely. No question. That's absolutely.
I think that both men and women need to be protected. I don't understand why you would say that.
Women, what do you think that we always say women and children first? What do you think that? Like, if there's a war,
that's sort of just something that's existed within society.
It's always been like that. Even in the past, women. If we want to save people, we save women. And like the Titanic history, right? You watch the movie. Like I'm just giving like it just pop out in my head. Women, children first. Why is that? Because they're more vulnerable in generally speaking, than men. So of course we're gonna have to protect them. So the more toll a woman's body receive is not good, generally speaking.
So there's two notions of protection here. I appreciate the cat. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Blue Kirby. So one notion of protection is like limiting one from engaging in violent action towards the other. And then the second notion of protection is not engaging in intercourse with more people, right? Those two notions of protection are not the same.
Yeah, but how do I say that? Like a virgin woman versus a woman that has a high body count, right? The virgin woman, her body is more preserved than a woman that has a high body count. Would you agree with me, or would you say no, it's not true, or whatever? Or would you say it's the same? Like
I don't know, dude. Why? Can you tell me why that's relevant? What do you mean by preserved? Like they just didn't engage in intercourse? The man in the same scenario is more preserved, apparently. Preserved as in like didn't engage in intercourse with more people. All that is a statement, a restatement of the claim that they didn't engage in intercourse with as many people.
It's not the same though, because men, how do I say that? Men do not receive, women receive. It makes sense, right? Like in the intercourse, right? In the intercourse, mostly, okay, yes, you can come with exception, but most of the time, the man is the one that is dominating the intercourse. Would you agree with that? Generally speaking, of course. I know there's people that
I don't know what you mean by dominating.
Dominating means that in the act, the man is the one that take control. Women look for the guy to do something, like even in the the initiation of the act. Women will wait for the guy to initiate. Would you agree with that? Or it doesn't...
Like initiate? Like, dude, okay, so someone initiating the action, does that have any relevance to whether or not it matters?
It matters.
If women initiated, would it matter for the man more?
No, because if we initiate...
So initiation doesn't matter.
We initiate, we take control of the intercourse. We're the one that have to perform, actually. Women will complain most of the time that, oh, he didn't do anything for me. What do you think women complain more? Us men, we're not complaining that much because we know that we have to do the thing. But women complain because they wait for the guy to perform. If he don't perform, they will be like, it wasn't man enough. That's coming from women's mouth. That doesn't come from men's mouth. Right? Women are the one that want the men to perform most of the time, generally speaking.
Dude, I just these are just claims based on your anecdotal experience.
And what?
Yeah, like your personal experience. Where'd you get this from?
Wow. Okay, but by the way, there's something else. You were talking about the fact that we were talking about women love men with more body counts. Actually, women love guys that have a lot of women around them. Like, even
Steve, I appreciate the hand art. Thank you.
You agree with me, right? Like, when a woman see a man with a lot of women around him, they tend to be more attracted to that man than if the man don't have any girl around him. Would you agree with that?
Sure, right? Sure, but the same thing could be true for the other way around.
No, that's the thing. It's not.
I don't know most scenarios. Like, Like, I don't know why, like, people ask these questions, because, like, how the fuck are you supposed to know? Like, really, like, how do you know? Like, do you know what other people like? Like, do you just, like, know what people's preferences are?
But you don't need to know. Okay, celebrities, right?
Like, can you answer my fucking question, please?
How do I know? How do I know that?
Yeah.
I know that with observation. I know that with like studies. I know that with like just even personal life,
Observation studies. What study?
Others men
What study?
experience like. Okay, I'll give you an example. Celebrities is a really best example. You have Chris Brown. You have Drake. You can watch it on TikTok. You can watch it on YouTube or whatever. Those guys have high body count, right? They have, that's a fact. We can see that. Women are still attracted to them, right? Because they.
It's not necessarily related to their body count, right? So, like,
it's
it can be the case that
it's a part of it.
There are women who are corn stars that men are still attracted to, that have high body counts.
Guess what? There's a caveat. There's a thing on that. Yes, men are attracted to women that have high body count, but for short term, for pleasure only. Most of the time.
So you're saying that men objectify women with higher body counts?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and do you think that's wrong?
I don't think it's wrong or right. I think it's just nature. I think it's nature. I think it's a like.
You don't think it's wrong to objectify women with higher body counts?
I'm gonna answer your question by stating something. Women like men that are higher, taller than them. I don't think it's right or wrong. I think it's just biology. Like most of the time, they will go for a guy higher, taller than them. Do you think it's right?
How the fuck? I'm actually like so confused how that responds to me. Like, can you please like give me the corollary?
The corollary is that men will love something, women will love something. It's not right or it's not wrong. It's just the way they are. It's not the way we are. As human, we tend to we tend to like certain stuff from our gender. It's not something is wrong or right. If a woman likes somebody taller than her, I'm not gonna say, "Oh, I'm mad because she likes somebody taller than her." I know that is in her biology. It's a natural thing.
What was the point that I made? What was the point that I made?
You made the point that men are attracted to women with high body count.
Yeah, no, because what point did you make? I said it in response. You said that women are attracted to men that have high body counts still. I said men are still attracted to women that have high body counts still. What's your point?
And my point was for just pleasure, for pleasure, not for long-term relationship or stuff.
I don't see how that's relevant, right? Like
it is relevant, absolutely relevant.
I don't think people really care about like
long-term relationship.
No, like people like Drake or whatnot. They probably care about the status, or they probably care about the money.
But women care about long-term relationship. Would you agree with me? Most of the time.
More women care about long-term relationships than men, sure.
Yeah, so that means they value that, they look for that when they want to they go for a man. But the man, if he sees that she has a high body count, he will go for pleasure only, not for long term.
Why is that relevant? Please tell me why that's relevant, please.
That it is relevant because you were saying that women love men love women with high body count, and I said it's just for pleasure.
Yes, tell me why that. You just restated the claim again. Can you tell me why that's relevant?
Okay, it's relevant because that's why women should not have high body count. That's how it's relevant. Because if they get high body count, men will just be interested by them just for pleasure. They will not like that.
Okay, so if it is the case that a woman is only interested in a man for pleasure and a man only engaged in intercourse with women who are interested in pleasure, would that man's body count matter?
Men's body count don't matter for women that much because they value experience. They value a man that have success with other women.
Did you hear my question?
Go ahead.
Dude, why did you respond to something that you didn't hear my question?
No, because I was quoting. Your question was go back with your question. I didn't get it. It was a little bit confusing. Sorry.
Then why didn't you say you were confused?
But I felt like you didn't formulate it the right way, so I was trying to correct it with my answer, but that's my bad. Can you repeat the question, please?
I actually don't even remember the question. Do you remember what I said in the question?
Yeah, you said something like since women value pleasure or something like that, and women do not value pleasure like men value pleasure. Yes, women value pleasure, yes, of course, but
I have no clue. I have no clue what the fuck I said, honestly.
They value long-term relationship more than pleasure. Us men, we value pleasure more than.
I don't see how that's real. I don't think that's related to what I was saying.
But you agree with me, right?
No.
I think we are. No.
No, clearly I don't agree with you.
But my arguments are clean. You can see my argument. My arguments are well put together. I think you can agree with that.
I don't even know what your argument is. I really don't. Maybe I just can't understand this amazingly well put together argument.
But tell me something, because some stuff I'm saying you seem surprised. Just a question. You can feel free to respond. It's a personal question. Tell me if you're okay with responding it. If you're not, that's okay. Completely fine. Are you attracted? Are you heterosexual? That's a really normal question, right? You are perfect. I guess in the past, I don't know. Are you in a relationship or?
Wait, what? Why is this relevant?
Yeah, because I was going to ask you because I was going to ask you if you approach your current girlfriend or your current partner. Did you approach her? Did you call her? Did you like invite her for a date or something like that?
Yeah, I ask people on dates sometimes. Sure.
Okay, yeah, but you will say you agree with me then that most of the time it's men that like initiate dates, right? That organize the date. You will agree with me, right? Yeah, and why is that? Because as men, we are the pusher, and when you go on a date with a woman, most of the time as a man you should pay. You agree with me, right?
I'm so confused why we're bringing this up.
I'm bringing this up because you can clearly see that there's a kind of a role as a gender. As a man, you have a certain role. As a woman, she has a certain role. Do you agree with me? Or I'm talking generally speaking.
I don't think you have to.
Do you agree we have to protect her? It's mostly.
Are you just gonna ask me all the same questions you asked me earlier?
No, and it brings to something. It brings to the fact that women are to be protected. Like we protect her physically, but we protect her. It means that their body is precious in that sense. So if a woman has a high body count, that means she doesn't take care of her body like that. It's like generally speaking, of course, I'm not saying that it's completely the case, but generally speaking, she doesn't take care of her body. So it loses that preciousness in a sense.
Okay, so can't you say that? So like by preciousness, you just mean that like they're not a virgin anymore. DJ Blue, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. You could say the same thing about a man. Okay, these same notions are applicable to men.
But that's the thing. Women do not value men's body like they don't feel. I don't think they see men like
women do think that. Yeah, many women think that body count matters.
Would you say majority or minority?
I don't know if it's majority or minority. I don't know.
I will guess majority.
Appreciate the marvelous confetti. Thank you. I don't know if it's a majority. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much, Kaylee. I don't think it's a majority. We can determine it's a majority for men either. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you.
but something you can actually guess. How was I able to guess some stuff? Like we agree with some stuff, like, oh, you go on date, you pay for the date most of the time. It's not something, you do not need a statistic for that. We know that most of the time men pay on a date. It's just a fact. Like, you do not have to.
Hey man, can you make a point, please? I'm sorry. Like, I've been really trying to listen to you for like the past. I've been trying to be nice, but I have no clue what the fuck you're saying. I'm really, really trying. I have no clue what's going on at all.
But by the way,
thank you.
By the way, I want to say something. I like your lives. You're a really good guy. I like the way you argue. You really respectful and stuff like that. So that was something I was going to say at first. I forgot about it. So really appreciate the way you carry yourself. You're a really good inspiration, by the way.
Appreciate it, bro.
You know what? I'm going to let somebody else come on. I took too much time. Sorry about.
No, you're good, man. I appreciate you coming on, though. It was good talking to you. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
You as well. All right, everyone, we're going to go into the next person. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. Let's try to get to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We're about like 6 hours into the live, everyone. I wanted to stay on for a while today, though. Kaylee, thank you for the gem gun. I appreciate it. Lucy, thank you for the Henry. If people want me to switch topic, I don't know. Maybe I'll switch topic. Maybe we could do like a short abortion live or something. Or the slur topic that Matt made. Would y'all prefer that over what we're doing right now, everyone? Abortion, or here we can do abortion, or we could do the beta one. Should we try the beta one actually? Because Matt didn't make the slur one. Matt made the beta one. He sent the beta. Why am I a beta? The beta one? Do y'all really want that one? Lucy, I appreciate the Lucy Llama. I appreciate it. Thank you. Beta boring? Who knows? I mean, if people think that would be boring, I mean, we don't have to do that one. We'll see, everyone. We'll see. We'll see what people think. Should we hit a restart on the live, or what should we do, everyone? Or should we just put it behind me in terms of the background right now? Don't do it. Collab with Dean. Maybe we'll do that here pretty soon. Change the topic behind you. Don't restart. With a new topic, make sure to send a guest request right now. I'm restarting my guest requests. Only do it if you're going to disagree with this new topic. We are likely here. Let me check what it says now. Because we're about 6 hours into this live. The interaction says, well, what is it? 66% on the beta topic. Okay. I have to go. Crap. I actually don't have it on my iPad, y'all. So should I restart, everyone? Because I don't have it on my iPad yet. I would have to go outside of the thing. We're close to a million likes. That's why I kind of don't want to like restart. But we can restart. No, check the poll again. Let me check. I said on Discord I can't do it through the thing until then. Please no. Let's not do this third topic. Yeah. We were. Yeah, people are looking for the slur topic. I don't have a background for that one right now, chat. I have literally no background for that. We're gonna restart, everyone. I'm sorry, but like we're restarting. I don't have the background. I literally don't have a background for that, chat. We're gonna do the beta one because most people are saying that. So I'll be right back, everyone. Give me 1 second, everyone. We're gonna do the beta one. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second, everyone. I'll be right back. Literally 30 seconds, everyone. There are more people on OF than there are people in working as teachers. So if it's specific to the United States, then keep it specific to the United States. If it's worldwide, then it's worldwide.
Not sure if you said. I think you said teachers in the US, but I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I think you said there's more.
Do you want to justify why I'm beta though?
No, I just actually wanted to tell you this one.
Oh,
One
okay.
thing.
All right. So I'll make sure to look up the content creators thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I mean, I'd have to see, but yeah. All right, man.
Hey,
Appreciate you
man.
coming on. All right, everyone, only send a guest request if you think that I am a beta. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 200,000 likes. Share the live. Let's try to get to 500 shares, everyone. Let me go into the next person again. Only send a guest request if you think that I am beta, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
39.
Do you think that I'm beta?
I do think you're beta, Parker.
Why so?
I think you're a beta because you don't tell the truth to women and you're more concerned with making them feel good than actually giving them the facts so they can make honest decisions. I think an alpha or a real man would tell them the truth despite it might hurt their feelings because it's honest. And I can show you an example because the topic you just did, body count, all those other guys couldn't give you any stats, but I have all the stats, all the references, and all of the research to prove it. Specifically, I just want to go to one thing real quick, and you can Google along with me if you want to follow. Google the effects of sexual promiscuity on marriage quality.
Effects of sexual promiscuity on what?
Marriage quality. Also marital success, but we'll get to that one.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, what about it?
Okay, so
student marital. Is this from BYU?
There's a bunch. This one, the first one I want to go to is
it NCBI or is it from BYU?
This one is the Spark Bethel one. Do you see that one?
I don't.
By psychologists Galena K. Rhodes and Scott M. Stanley.
No, I literally look up effects of sexual promiscuity on marriage.
All right, try marital success. That might put it up.
Marital success. All right, we'll look that up. But do you want to justify your other claim while I look this up?
Yeah, this one is from Bethel University. It's called the Association Between Promiscuity and Marital Satisfaction.
Oh, Bethel, yeah.
Yeah. And
yeah, are you just saying that people who are more promiscuous, I mean, this is related to men and women?
No, it's saying specifically higher body count affects women, but not men. Let me just read it real quick.
Yeah, where does it say that?
You can look for the search right here. Where it starts where it says psychologists Galena K. Rhodes and Scott M. Stanley found that the study respondents who had sex with other people prior to marriage reported lower quality unions compared to couples who slept just with each other.
It's just this? Like an infographic?
No, I mean it's from a university. I got a bunch more too, but can I read it?
Yeah, go for it.
Because this reflects other research. It's not just this. It says multiple sex partners prior to marriage reduced marital quality for women, but not men. This is also.
Where does it say that? I don't see that.
You can
because this says the number of partners is linked to marital dissatisfaction for both men and women. That's in the introduction.
Hold on. It might be the gist.
Read it. It literally says the number of partners is linked to marital dissatisfaction for both men and women.
Actually, I wrote down the wrong one. It's premarital sex. This one is by Jay Teachman. Have you heard of the Teachman study?
So you wrote down the wrong one, apparently?
I just put it in under the wrong category.
So it's a different thing.
Yes.
Okay. What is this?
This is the one that says, this is by Jay Teachman, the Journal of Marriage and Family. Did you find it?
What's the title?
Premarital sex, premarital cohabitation, and the risk of subsequent marital dissolution among women.
Marital disillusion. Okay. All right.
And that
NCBI?
I believe so.
Yeah.
And that one.
So is this from 2012?
Yes, I believe so.
NCBI? Okay. So where does it say your claim?
Hold on. Because
Yeah, let's try to see that real quick. In the meantime, everyone tap that screen. Let's try to get to 100,000 likes.
Parker. It's the one that says Institute of Family Studies, the IFS.
Oh, so okay, IFS, Institute of Family Studies. That's an article, by the way.
Well, they show the research of where they get it from, the data.
But I don't see the IFS on here. I looked up premarital sex and cohabitation and subsequent marital dissolution. And I don't see.
Hold on.
But yeah, keep tapping that screen. Everyone, let's try to get to 100,000 likes. If you want to help get it out to more people, share the live. Let's try to get to 500 shares, y'all.
Because they have a link to the study in there that shows the whatever. So let me just go to it on my computer. I'm doing it right now.
Yeah, sure. You can go to find that. Right. But I mean, you made a claim that there's psychological, like different, I can't even speak. Thank you for the handout. I appreciate it. There's statistically significant psychological distinctions between the effects of high body count on women, psychologically speaking, versus men.
Let me go to where it starts. I think it's the third paragraph. It says previous research indeed suggests a complex story between premarital sex partners and marital quality. Psychologists Galena K. Rhodes and Scott M. Stanley found that the study respondents who had sex with other people, and a link to the study that they used, that the study respondents who had sex with other people prior to marriage reported lower quality unions compared to couples who just slept with each other. Multiple sex partners prior to marriage reduced marital quality for women, but not men. Now,
so where does it say this? What's the study? I couldn't find it.
On the IFS studies, it's called Does Sexual History Affect Marital Happiness?
Whoa, this is a completely different. Well, no, this is, wait, actually.
Listen.
Hold up. I actually have that from IFS already, and no, it does not say that.
I'm looking at it. You want me to send you the screenshot?
I'm on IFS right now. Look, there's only statistically significant distinctions.
Is it October 22nd, 2018?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Yeah, this one, you're lying. You're lying.
I'm
literally, look. Okay, so thank you, Jenna. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
Right now.
The points in which the points in which there are stars, that's a statistically significant distinction. The rest of the distinctions are not statistically significant.
Parker, read what it says. You're not reading what it says. It's right above that in the paragraph. It says
it says for men there aren't statistically significant distinctions in marital quality between men who have two partners or more than two. That is the trend for women too. Right? It gives two exceptions with 4 partners and 6 to 10 partners have significantly lower odds of very unhappy marriages. Right? But those are statistically significant. The rest are not statistically significant.
The paragraph starts with previous research and suggests a complex story. Go that. It's
You're
right
cutting
on
out
the little
now,
graph
right?
you just showed. It's about 1, 2.
You're cutting out, dude. You're cutting out.
3 paragraphs down.
3 paragraphs down. Perhaps genetics?
Can you hear me now? 3 paragraphs down.
Perhaps genetics?
3 paragraphs down.
Yeah, perhaps
Previous
genetics.
research indeed suggests a complex story.
Previous research. Where is that? I don't see what you're talking about.
Okay. You know that chart you just showed?
Yes, I am. I was just looking at it, and now I do not see what you're talking about.
Okay, under the chart, please go to the webpage.
This is way under the chart that I just referenced. The chart that you're looking at right now is the percentage of married adults who won't report lifetime sexual partner. So you need to scroll down more. Okay, that's not the graph I was looking at.
Read the paragraph. What I'm saying, because you're purposely not telling the truth. Let me read.
What do you mean I'm purposely not telling the truth?
Because you took me a line. Let me read it. Previous research indeed suggests a complex story between premarital sex partners and marital quality. Psychologists Galena K. Rhodes and Scott M. Stanley found, and then where they said found, they linked that study. That's another.
You understand
study.
that they're talking about their research, right?
Yes. Listen.
So are you linking the other study as what you were talking about, or are you talking about this?
We can go to their study too, but let me just finish.
Because this is previous information.
M. Stanley found that the study respondents who had sex with other people prior to marriage reported lower quality unions compared to couples who slept with each other. Multiple sex partners prior to marriage. Now they're talking about the study by M. Stanley and Galena Rhodes, right? Multiple sex partners prior to marriage reduced marital quality for women, but not men. Now, another study along similar lines, sociologist Jay Teachman, it's very famous. They link his study right there to Jay Teachman's study.
Yeah, and then if you look down a little bit, it says what's missing from these studies is an exploration that considers the effects of a full range of premarital sex activity on a marital happiness using national data. I look at almost 30 years of the General Social Survey, an annual or biennial survey dating back to 1972, starting in 1989. Respondents were asked detailed questions about their sexual biographies. My data analysis explores how sexual history affects marital happiness measured with a variable that contrasts very happy marriages with all others. Okay. Then it goes on to then go and talk about this. Okay. So if you're not going to relate to this, right, I don't understand what you're engaging with.
What are you talking about? I just gave you 3 studies that show that it affects.
This is not 3 studies. No, you're not. You didn't give me 3 studies that reference that. You gave me a student paper infographic that literally said that it applied to men and women. You gave me a source, an IFS study. Let me finish. You gave me an IFS article that is literally just showing a statistically significant distinction for 4 partners and for 6 through 10 partners. The rest are not statistically significant.
Click on the link where it says,
and that's just in terms of marital satisfaction.
Click on the link to where it says found. It'll take you to Galena K. Rhodes and Scott M. Stanley's research. What do premarital experiences have to do with marital quality among today's
this is old research.
Well, now it's old.
No, it is old research. This is from the 80s.
It says in black and white it affects women.
It's old research. It's from the 80s. It's not peer reviewed.
I have a lot more, Parker. So let's just continue because
then give me something. It's not peer reviewed, right? Would you like to give me anything that's peer reviewed?
Okay, so these aren't credible. These sociologists and these psychologists from these universities aren't credible.
The article you just gave me disputed them, right? So if you source me, hold up, stop. Okay. If you source me the article, right? The article that literally disputes this, right? Then are you disputing it as well because that's from the article that you sent me?
It doesn't dispute it. It says that it goes along with it.
What do you mean?
The article that you just read said these 2 articles support the conclusion that it affects women and not men. And now let's go to those 2 articles. Because you're saying that those, all of a sudden, those don't count.
Yeah, and again, no. Did you listen to what I heard? What I just said?
Yeah, you read the other stuff down the paragraph.
No. I read the stuff a little bit down where it said it disputes that, right? Because it's not good research.
And you said the research is old. Okay,
yeah, it's not peer reviewed. It's old. It didn't account for many variables that your even source that you cited dated, right? It's not something that's actually applicable, right? That's the issue with it.
That's complete bullshit. Let's go to the other
your
thing.
Source literally disputes it. Okay.
The source is talking about a couple different articles and research. It's not just talking about one thing, right?
No, your source literally disputed it. So do you accept your source? Yes or no?
No, I don't accept what you're saying because you're not being honest.
So you don't accept your own source that you just cited to me.
They put more context into it. They say, "Oh, well, these factors are blah 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 blah." Yes, they do that. I agree that they do that. Now, can I keep going now that I agreed?
Again, right. So you're not addressing what I'm saying though.
You're saying that it's old and there are conflicting, or they don't.
No, if you accept. Well, no, if you accept that your source is valid and credible, then you would be disputing them because your source literally disputes them. So are you disputing your own source?
They're not disputing the Rhodes and Stanley article. They're not disputing
They are. Yes, they are. That their source here is literally disputing that. It is saying that there are real impacts
not
with
significant.
men.
It's not significant. That's what they're saying. It affects
they're saying the difference between men and women is not. Wait, hold up, stop. No, they're saying the difference between men and women is not significant. In this study, this shows. Wait, hold up. In this standpoint, this shows that there is a real reduction in marital satisfaction, given the fact that there's an increased body count for men. Okay, that was not seen in the ones that you just said were referenced, because that's what they said, and they dispute that. The graph that you're talking about here, literally disputes that, dude.
Exploration.
Hold on. Did you hear what I said at the end there? The graph literally here disputes that.
Disputes what?
It literally disputes the claim that there are not impacts on marital satisfaction with men who have higher body counts.
It's not. It says they're not significant. I dispute that.
No, it says that there's not a statistically significant distinction between men and women. Right? There is a significant distinction between a man with a lower body count and a man with a higher body count in terms of the marital satisfaction.
I don't understand what you're saying. Say it again.
The statistically significant distinction they're saying that does not exist is between men and women, right? In terms of the impacts between men and women, psychologically speaking.
Let's just.
Right? There is a distinction between a man with a low body count, like we're talking 1 or 0, right, and a man with a higher body count, right, in terms of their marital satisfaction, in terms of the correlations, the associations.
So why does Kalina K. Rhodes and Scott M. Stanley in their study find that multiple sex partners prior to marriage?
My gosh, bro. There's no way.
That's not the same thing.
There's no way. Dion, did you hear anything I just said, bro?
Yes, I heard everything you said.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Because again, your source that you just cited literally disputes that claim. Okay? Literally disputes that claim. So unless you're willing to reconcile with the idea that either the source that you gave was faulty, right? Or then you have to drop the idea that this is some sort of evidence that you can stand on as your own source disputes it.
This is what the source says about figure 1. You're talking about figure 1, the percentage of married adults who report one lifetime sexual partner by sex and birth cohort, right?
No, scroll down. Scroll the fuck down, dude. I literally showed you. I told you this earlier.
I'm talking about. I don't know what chart.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're talking about no. The statistically significant distinction is this one. The one way down. Do you see what this looks like?
You're talking about the wrong chart. I'm not even talking about.
I am not talking about the wrong one.
I'm talking about figure 1. Scroll up.
The figure 1, right? Yeah, the figure 1 has nothing to do with the topic. The figure 1 just relates to the amount of people that have reported being with one lifetime sexual partner. That's it. That doesn't relate to body count being higher. So if anything, you're looking at the wrong graph then, bro. What are you talking about? You were talking about the other one, right?
The percentage of married adults who report one lifetime sexual partner by sex and birth cohort.
Oh my,
figure
bro.
2. Let's go to figure 2. Okay, let me go to figure 2.
You didn't even read your own sources, bro. You don't have, you have no clue what the fuck this is. No, you didn't.
Read it verbatim to you. You're disputing.
You literally didn't, dude. Because dude, did you hear what I said again? Actually, if you don't know what I just said, I'm going to go on to the next person. What did I just say to you?
You just said that my own source disputes what I'm saying.
No, before that. Or not before that. Like, what did I just say about the graph?
Figure 1 is talking about only something about people having sex before marriage. Is that what you said?
No, dude. Holy shit, dude. Like, it's like I don't know why it's so difficult to actually engage with what I'm saying. I really don't understand it, man. Like, did I say something that was like complex or something? Like,
can we do? I'll give that one up. Okay. Can we go to the next one? You win that one. Can I go to the next one?
Next what?
The next thing that says the same thing. Along similar lines, sociologist Jay Teachman showed that premarital sex between future spouses didn't make divorce more likely, but sex with other people did. A study from 1980 reported similar findings.
And is that true with men and women?
Yes. Teachman specifically talks about how it doesn't affect men.
Okay, wait, from what time?
Let me click on it.
1980?
Yes. Premarital sex, premarital cohabitation.
Yeah, so 1980, and is this the one that they disputed?
This is the data's from 1995.
If I click on this and this is from is this from the article?
This is from the Journal of Marriage and Family.
No, is this from the article?
The article links to this, showing you.
We just went over this, dude. Oh my god, bro! I'm going to the next person, dude. Bro. So I can't, man. It's like actually, we just went over it. We literally just went over that. The article that he linked, he literally sourced, literally disputes the claim. It literally disputes it itself, dude. Like, if he literally sent that as a source, he can't accept that. Like, dude, why do we have to go over the same point a million times, bro? All right, let's go. Let's try to see if someone wants to debate, wants to see if I'm beta. We're just gonna run through this. I don't even care. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29. How old are you?
Yo, what's up? Do you think that I'm beta?
I think you got a lot to learn.
Do you think I'm beta?
I do.
Why so?
Because I don't think you see things like a real man sees things.
What do you mean? What's a real man?
I mean, men and women are different. We prefer different. Men like, they want a woman for her, we want a good past, whereas women want a man with a good future. Like, we see things differently. Like,
it's both, right? Where we look at past and we look at future, right? If someone is a cheater in the past, both me and you are going to look at that regardless of whether or not it's a man or a woman, right? The same thing is, I mean, a woman's going to look at that and a man's going to look at that regardless of whether or not it's a man or a woman, right? When it relates to future, right? We're going to look at, oh, what's the future that I can have with this person? Is this person going to be around when I'm in there? Are they going to be a person that can necessarily be a parent to the children that I want to have in the future, right? Are they going to be like someone that's going to be respectful to like my parents, to people around me, right? These things are future. These things are present. These things are past. We care about all of them, whether or not we're men or women.
No, it's just different. It's literally throughout time, men have always looked for virginity in girls. It's just men do not want girls with a high body count. Women carry trauma. And when you get a woman with a high body count, she brings all that trauma into the relationship. You have to deal with everything that her ex has ever done. Men. Can
you give me a statistically significant distinction in terms of the impact of like body count with men and women?
I'm not going to go into articles here, man. It's common sense. You don't have to go and do a little study or go to college or get educated it just is what men are primarily wired. We're just primarily wired to look for women with low body counts. We want good wives. We don't want women that are out, sleeping around. We don't want to.
Then why don't you hold the same standard yourself?
It's just different. Women don't even think about it the same as men do. Women don't care if a man's been around. Women don't look for virgins.
That's not true. Right now, I mean, it might not be. I don't think that men necessarily look for virgins quite particularly either. Right?
There are no.
I know men say that. Some men say that, but I clearly don't think that they do. Right? Because oftentimes, right, they're not willing to actually like wait to engage in intercourse with someone. Right? They just want to engage in intercourse with them right away. So I don't think that's necessarily true.
So the game for women is to retain the man. The game for men is to have sex with a woman. It's a different game.
What are you talking about, right? Are you saying that men aren't looking for marriage? Men aren't looking for relationships?
Men are looking for marriage, but men aren't emotionally connected to sex like women are. When women have sex, they feel used. Every woman that has sex and the men don't respond back, they feel used. No man ever leaves.
I don't think every woman feels that way. One, two,
maybe
there are lots of men that feel that way. What are you talking about?
After she's been pumped and dumped, she kind of, dulls their senses, and then they don't really care. All the women that are in here defending
you understand the same thing can happen with men, right?
All the women in here defending you have very high body counts. Of a woman that has
is that supposed to be a way to dispute what they're saying?
A woman that has not slept around is still in touch with her emotions. I've been with girls. I've been with virgins.
Wait, women that sleep around can be in touch with their emotions.
They leave very easily, let me tell you, because they've left far too many times. It's just like.
What do you mean? Army Cyber Guy, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. What do you mean?
Oh, men and women are different. Like, we're just not the same. The world nowadays is trying to make us we're just the same. And it's just different. Men are different than women. Women should know these things.
I'm different from you. What's your point?
Well, you're different from me, but you probably think a little more like me. Women
clearly, I don't think so.
Know this, and women should protect their value. Women are born with value, dude. Men have to create their value.
So are men.
When a man sleeps with a woman, it's not easy. 80% of men don't even sleep with women, dude. But
that's not true.
It is true.
That's clearly not true, dude. What the fuck are you saying? 80%, dude. You just literally whipped that out of your ass, stamped the "Trust Me, Bro" approval, and fucking sent it out in fucking masses, bro. You printing press that shit. Like, dude, that was ridiculous. Come on, man. Give me any claim that justifies that. I'll give you $500.
Most men do not get laid. It is a
80%, right? 80% of older men, like men across the board. Literally, give me a fucking source. I'll give you $500 if you can. You particularly.
Women chase high value men. Women don't care what your body count is. They care what your status is. They care that you have money. They care that you have status, and they obviously want someone superior to them in every way. Physically, mentally, they want a man superior to them. Men. Literally, we look for looks in women, and we look for someone who doesn't get around because we're trying to find someone that we can tie down. Yes, we like to sleep around, but we don't get attached emotionally through sleeping around.
So men can get attached, right? And women also can be in circumstances where they don't get attached. What do you mean by tie down?
Basically, all men and women, we do want marriage. Like, we do want a family. Most men and women want a family. They want marriage. But for a man, like, a woman usually wants to only sleep with one man. Like if she really likes that man, that's what typically a woman really wants.
I mean, the same thing would be true with a man that's monogamous. We're talking about monogamous relationships. If you like this person, if you love this person, you likely will just want to be with them.
I mean, you should, but I think men have a higher sex drive. We have higher testosterone. It just is what it is. It's just in our system, you know?
Wait. If you think that men have a higher sex drive, wouldn't you say that on average, I have a question. Do you think that on average, people that have higher body counts have higher sex drives?
It just depends because women have easier access. So sometimes
I'm just asking, given that someone has a higher body count, does that indicate to you that likely speaking, they have a higher sex drive?
Possibly.
Yes. Okay. Yes. So if men on average have a higher sex drive, right, wouldn't it be the case that men should prefer higher body count women as they would be more likely to have a sex drive that would be compatible with theirs?
I wouldn't say that because a lot of women that have high sex drives have just been ran through and guys don't want to tie them down. So why would a man want to come pick up
when you say ran through, the same thing would be applicable to the man in this scenario.
Men
right?
don't
like
get
that. You're just using that term to demonize women for engaging the exact same actions that you don't think that it's bad for a man to engage in.
Men don't
every single time a woman engages in intercourse and you think that she's being ran through, there's a guy that's engaging in intercourse
she's
too.
The one getting, effed. She's the one getting effed.
Yeah, and they're having intercourse too. Both sides are having intercourse. What's the distinction?
They're having sex, but she's the one, that's why there's so many girls.
Wait, but what's the distinction? They're both having intercourse.
There's this women hate men thing because, they've been pumped and dumped too many times. That's
Dude,
his whole.
What are you talking about, right? What are you talking about?
Everywhere, man. You don't see it.
Can you give me a distinction between men and women in terms of this encounter that implies there's any type of responsibility distinction between one person engaging in intercourse and the other person engaging in intercourse consentfully?
There's a huge difference in a man having sex and a woman having sex, dude. If a woman slept with 300 men, she's considered, obviously like she's looked down upon. Whereas if it's a man, he's a badass. He's got, because
I'm saying it shouldn't be that way. Just because it is that way does not mean it should be that way. What's the reason why it should be that way?
Because women carry trauma. Women can't do it.
So do men.
I've been with girls with over 100 body count, dude, and they're messed up.
Wait, it was that one particular girl, right? That's not applicable to every girl that has 100 bodies even, right? Secondly, right, when it relates to, this is just a correlation causation fallacy. Just because it's associated with the fact that they have 100 body count does not mean it was caused by the fact that they have 100 body count. Secondly, when it relates to like emotional baggage, that same thing can exist with men, especially men who have engaged with more partners as well, right? And that exact same notion, right? So I don't see how this would be distinct from men and women.
It's way harder for a man to get laid than a woman.
I like how that didn't respond to anything I just said. Thank you for the mic drop. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I don't agree with you.
Okay, so if it relates to just how hard it is, right? If a man, has an easier time engaging in intercourse with people than the average woman, right? If they have the same body count as the average woman, should it be looked at in a more negative connotation?
No.
Oh, okay. So this reasoning only is applicable to women. It's not applicable to men.
Yeah, women should keep their body count low. That preserves.
Yeah. So the same thing should also be applicable to men.
No, it shouldn't.
Why not? What's the distinction?
Well, experience is good for men. Women want men with experience. Like
right, doesn't it depend on the woman?
No women look for a virgin man. But
there are some women that do, right? Actually, particularly religious women, right, would look for a man that has not engaged in sex before marriage, right? Because that's particularly what they're looking for in terms of their encounters, right? In terms of looking for marriage. So clearly that's not true, right? We can dispute that, like traditionally speaking even, right? Like what? What are you talking about?
Maybe some religions out there, and I grew up in religions.
What do you mean some religions, right? This is Christianity, right? Like do you live in the US?
Yeah.
This is the most predominant religion here in the United States. What are you talking about? Like 60+% of people in the United States are Christian.
Yeah, but I would say Christianity, people just blurt that out there now. It's not, it doesn't mean anything at this point. Everyone's a Christian. You can do whatever you want. You don't have to follow the Bible. You don't have to do anything.
Okay, here, let's get away from that. So like, why do you think that I am beta?
Because you're on here defending a legit fact, man. Like you shouldn't be defending it. This hurts women to basically tell them it's okay for them to go out there to sleep around, to have fun.
Wait. When have I made? Wait. Hold on. My claim is that body count should matter the same for men and women, right?
It shouldn't.
That's saying that if you're holding women to a standard of accountability when it relates to body count, hold men to that same standard. That's what I'm saying, right? How is this saying? This is saying men should take accountability. This isn't saying women don't need to take accountability. This is saying men should take accountability. That's the whole point of that.
So are you saying that you think that a low body count for each does matter, or you don't think it matters, period?
I think that like matter would be relative to an individual, right? So I say that men's body count should matter, right? Because I think that the same thing that's applicable, right, to other people should be applicable to men, right? I think that men and women are more similar than they are different, right? So the operating assumption is that we're going to treat them the same until we have good reason to treat them differently. In this circumstance, we don't have good reason to treat them differently. Therefore, we're going to treat them the same as, again, we would treat someone who would be a partner, right? If you look for someone that has a low body count, well, then the same thing should be true within yourself, right? Because the whole sense of it would be to do based upon like a notion of compatibility, right? There's no other reason that would be relevant within the context of a relationship.
I mean, I'm not saying a man should be sleeping around and that should be his goal. But why does society look down on women, but it basically praises men
because there's double standards, because of patriarchal social norms that have been passed down throughout society to make women subservient to men by holding them to standards that are not held to in terms of men, right? Boys will be boys, right? That's saying, right, to essentially just justify men engaging in whatever they want. Whereas when it relates to women, women can't be women, right? When it relates to wanting to engage in intercourse when they want to do so, right? They have to hold that back. They have to engage in impulse control, whereas men don't, right? That's exactly what it is in society. That's prevalent, right?
I mean, would you want a girl that's been with 300 men, like, or a girl that's been with no man? If you had to pick, I would say most guys.
The person who has been with less people in that scenario is more likely to be compatible with me. I told you again, the standard's compatibility. I have a low body count, right? Someone who has a low body count, that's going to be compatible with me, right? Likely speaking, in a likely sense. There could be a scenario where the person who has more bodies could be more compatible with me. And in that sense, that would be the person that I would prefer.
You never want a girl with a extremely high body count. Trust me, no matter how high your body count is, because it doesn't do the same thing to you as it would do to her. It traumatizes women. Women get emotional. They get left so many times. It just messes with them. And why
are you assuming that if they've engaged in intercourse with a lot of people that they've been left every time?
Men just don't tie down girls. We don't walk by a sandwich that 100 men have passed by and we pick it up and say, look at, I want this. This.
I don't know what you're talking about with that, man. Like, you understand. I appreciate the marvelous confetti. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You understand that when it relates to people engaging in intercourse, you understand that people talk to each other outside of the context of engaging in intercourse, right? So if there were 100 people that talked to the girl that you're talking about, right, and they didn't want to be with her, right? Actually, holy shit, I just realized this. Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You know how you say that like women or like men say all the time that women, right, like they only like men or they like men more because other women like them? Well, isn't this kind of a sense that like you're going to like the woman more given the fact that other men like her more?
I mean, women like cosigners, definitely. That's why as soon as
answer what? No. You just cosigned. You just did a cosigner thing. You literally just did it.
I don't want cosigners. I don't.
No. You just did it. Thank you for the duck. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You said I don't want something that everyone else has walked past. Right? That's literally saying that you don't want this person if other people don't want them.
Yeah.
Right? That is literally you asking for a fucking cosigner whenever you call it out when it relates to women. How the hell do we not see that?
No. I literally said I don't want that. No guy wants a girl that's been ran through, man, no matter how beautiful it is.
No. You didn't want to be with her because all those people didn't want to be with her. That's it. Yeah. That's literally what you brought up. You were looking for a cosigner there. You were looking for some male validation in terms of this person being attractive. That's what you were fucking looking for. You were looking for some male validation in terms of this person being a good partner. Oh my God. The same thing that you call out women for. Oh my God. It also exists in men. That's fucking wild.
If 100 guys passed her up, then I'm probably going to be like, yeah, maybe I should pass her up too. It just is what it is.
Oh my God. Yo, dude, that was just, you walked yourself right into the same point that you call out women for. That's fucking wild.
If my brothers think something's wrong with her, then hey, I have a high opinion for my friends and my brothers and other men that have passed her by. So why would I pick her up off the sidewalk and say, and claim?
Why are you associating the sidewalk? I appreciate the love you. Thank you so much. Do you have a high body count?
I have a good body count.
Do you have a high body count?
I wouldn't say I have a high body count, but I would say I have a high body count compared.
If the same body count existed in a woman, would it be considered high?
Yes, way too high.
If your body count was a woman's body count, would that be too high?
Yes, a woman shouldn't have a high
Oh, okay. Okay. So like, so what's your body count then?
I'm not putting my body count out here, but if
wait,
she's
why
in the-
not? Appreciate the heart. Thank you so much. You said it doesn't matter. You said it doesn't matter. You said it's a good thing for men to have experience. So let us know. You said you got experience. Let us know.
I don't know who's watching this, but if she's
There's
in the double
apparently
digits,
2,300 people. So tell us. Let us know.
if she's in double digits, it starts to get a little sketchy there.
All right, so you're in double digits.
Yes.
So by that definition, you would say that a girl's ran through, right? So wouldn't you then, by that definition, also be ran through?
5 people, it starts to get a little sketchy.
So you've been ran through.
I've never been ran through. I do.
Yeah, you have, dude. According to your own definition, you've been ran through.
Men don't get screwed; they do the screwing.
You've had straight trains ran on you, my guy.
Men don't get ran through. We don't land there. The girl leaves.
Like an entire marathon, bro. An entire marathon.
We don't lay in bed after the girl leaves and cry and mope and wonder what we did wrong or what we are or why they don't
post nut
like
clarity? Question mark?
Yeah, we have post nut clarity because we're sexual, and once you bust that nut, you're like, what the hell am I doing? And that's
oh my god, wait, exactly what you just said they didn't do. Oh my god, no fucking way.
But we're not crying.
Yo, dude.
We're just like, let me grab my shoes and get out of here. They're the one laying there wanting you to stay. That's why women shouldn't sleep around. It does something to them.
Dude, no, you don't understand. Can you give me any study that indicates that there's a statistically significant distinction, psychologically speaking, in terms of the impacts with men and women when it relates to a high body count?
I don't go and do studies. I think like a man, and I know what men want. Why do you care about a study? If women are, this is the thing. You can do what you want. I do believe in a free world. If a woman wants,
sorry, I'm beta for asking for facts.
I just don't have any studies for you, man. I don't care about the whole little education system. I don't care about.
Thank you for the train. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So alphas don't care about education?
I mean, some alphas care about education. I don't care about education. I have common sense, and I don't go look at little Harvard studies or little university studies because I don't trust what they put out there, for one, because they push their own agenda. I don't care about their studies. I know what men want, the highest value men. I know what they want. They don't want a girl that's been with multiple men.
Yeah, and I mean, the same thing should be true for you then too, right? If you think it's wrong for a woman to have a hookup, right, then the same thing's also going to be true for yourself. Isn't that fucking wild? Can you give me a good distinction, like between men and women, that means that you should treat them differently in that circumstance?
It just is. There's double standards on both sides, and this is a double standard.
Oh, it's unjustified, right? So can you give me a double standard that's justified?
Women get a lot of benefits, man. Women get a lot of benefits in society.
Give me a justified double standard. One. I mean, give me a single one.
That women, something that women benefit from that men don't?
In relation to responsibility.
Well, let's just say I don't really have a double standard for you off the top of my head. But
I thought there were so many double standards that women benefit from. I appreciate the hanging lights. I appreciate. Thank you so much. Right, that exists.
Women
appreciate. Thank you for the mic drop.
Value. That's why women can walk out on yachts.
Well, I don't believe that.
Just for being pretty, man.
Wait, no. The pretty privilege applies to men and women.
No, it doesn't. It only applies to women.
Let's be real. Why do you think Dean has 3K viewers right now? I'm just trolling. Yo, dude, I'm just trolling. Yeah, no, I'm serious. Pretty privilege exists with both men and women.
You and Dean are two peas in a pod.
I've talked two peas in a pod? What do you mean by that?
You are very similar. I've talked to him before. Y'all have similar beliefs. That's for sure.
Do you wonder where he got them from? Dude. I'm just trolling. Right. But yeah, no, we're friends.
But yeah, I've seen y'all on before one time. But I've talked to him before. I mean, you both seem cool. I definitely disagree with you though. But everyone has a right to do whatever they want. But if a woman is looking for a high value man, she should think about what she does, because men look for a girl with a good past. And typically women that sleep around come with emotional trauma and baggage, and men don't want that.
And all those things you just said were applicable to men as well. So the same men that are actually calling out within the context of women should also apply that to themselves, that they're less likely to be in the context of a marriage that has satisfaction, right? If they have a higher body count. right? So in the same way that you say, oh, the person that I'm gonna get with, right, if they have a higher body count, it's gonna lead to me having less marital satisfaction. Well, the same thing's also gonna be true if you go and sleep with a bunch of people as well, right?
I found for
Under your own
myself,
view.
when,
So like, I don't see why they justify the behavior for themselves, but then it's unjustified for women, given that the same justification applies to themselves.
I think experience for a man is a good thing. I think experience for a woman is a bad thing. Trauma and scars on a woman are a bad thing, but scars on
why
a man
why is experience for a woman a bad thing and good for a man?
because women don't need experience. They just need to retain their value.
Why not? Why don't women need experience and men do?
If they're pretty and feminine and kind and loving and they look like they would be a good mother, that's all she has to bring to the table.
Wouldn't the same thing be true the other way around as well?
No, men need experience, man, to deal with these women. You can't just, a virgin can't deal with these women, man. I'm telling you, a virgin cannot handle these women.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
It means you'll basically be a simp. Unless you've been with multiple women and you know how they think, you will get ran
What are you
over.
talking about, bro? What you think that so you think that people who are virgins just get like taken advantage of, you're saying?
Yes, I maybe not. It depends on the girl.
So don't you think that women shouldn't be virgins then, so they don't get taken advantage of then?
I think fathers should be in the home and protect their daughters, and that would stop a lot of the issues that are happening nowadays. But fathers don't care. There are no families nowadays. There are no fathers in the home protecting their daughters and screening them.
That's completely false. What are you talking about? And what about mothers, right? What about fathers protecting their sons as well?
They should protect their sons.
You know, there's a greater likelihood for there to be an individual that's close to a woman to actually engage in violence towards her than actually to protect her from violence.
I mean, that comes with these single moms dating other men and having other men in their home, and then maybe the uncles. And yeah, I realize that.
No,
But
not just that. No, I'm just saying in general, right? Someone closer to you is more likely to engage in violence towards you than someone just random.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree with that. But that doesn't take away from the fact that having fathers in the home screening men, because they're experienced, they know what these men really want, and these girls are giving themselves to guys that are just selling a dream just to get laid. And that's where...
Yeah, but how the fuck... That means that the man is doing something wrong. The man is deceiving people.
Yeah.
So what you need to do is you need to call out the men, right, for not taking accountability for their deception, for their lies, right, and for their hypocrisy, right, instead of just saying it's a woman's issue. Right, because at the end of the day, right, this is significantly more of an issue when it relates to men than it would ever be when it relates to women. Right, like I could name a million things we could go through that we need to address with men that have not been addressed throughout society. Right, they're constantly addressed within women, like literally every day, like all the time. Right, like if we were like, let's just look at society for a second. Right, Logan Paul situation. Do you know about that situation right now?
Yes.
So Logan Paul has been around, slept with lots of people, probably more so than his future wife, right? But yeah, his future wife is getting called out, and apparently it's some really bad thing when she's engaged in intercourse with people, right? But whenever Logan does it, or whenever some other male does it, who's a celebrity, right? Does that not sound like hypocrisy to you? Because it sounds like in both of those scenarios, they both have pretty easy time engaging in intercourse with people because they both have absolutely massive platforms. They're in the public eye, right? Things like that.
I mean, I can see where you're coming from, but I would never date a girl. I would never want to be with a girl like her. Like I said, I think a man that's able to get women is high value. Women chase men women like cosigners. Women chase men that every woman wants. They don't care.
Wait, Caleb, you literally did the same thing. You literally said that you wouldn't want to be with a girl if a bunch of other men said that they didn't want to be with this girl. You look for a fucking cosigner too. How the hell are you going to apply this reasoning now when you literally just fucking rejected your...
Well, basically, if she's been ran through, not necessarily.
You've been ran through, bro.
Men don't get ran through.
Yes, you have been.
Unless they're strapped on.
You wouldn't even, dude, you said that your body count doesn't matter, but you wouldn't even fucking say it.
Well, I'm not putting all of my personal information out here, but I will give you some of my...
Your personal information? What do you mean, bro?
I mean, that's personal, but
it's a number.
It is a number.
Okay.
But I'm not putting it out there.
Honestly, it's like emotional baggage. I'm getting emotional baggage right now.
No, I just want I want a woman that protects her value.
Well, then you should also want to protect your value yourself.
That's not my value. My value is provide, protect.
I mean, you're also your value could also be in your virtuousness, right? If you're virtuous, right, wouldn't that be valuable?
It just doesn't affect a man the same as it affects a woman.
And no, give me any evidence that says that.
It just doesn't.
With a man, then
It's not true with a man.
Well, then you do, wait, no. Then why do you want yourself to have a higher body count? Actually, if you could go back in time and you could stop yourself from engaging in having so many bodies, would you do so?
I mean, if I found a girl and we settled down and had a family, yeah. My goal isn't just to sleep with a bunch of girls. I don't sell a dream to women. I'm very honest.
Thank you for the garland. I appreciate it. Cheyenne, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Yeah, so you would. You would go back.
No, I wouldn't go back. Actually, I wouldn't trade anything I've done. But my goal isn't to sleep with a lot of women. I could sell a dream, and I know what it does, though. So I'm not saying that I haven't been with a few women that and hurt a few girls in the past, but I don't do that anymore. I don't sell a dream. I'm very honest. I don't, if I don't want a relationship or anything, I'm straight up before it gets any further. So, but typically it doesn't really matter how. Have high body counts. You just don't see it, but you will see girls going after guys with the highest body counts out there. It's just girls don't even see it the same.
So I mean, wait, there are men that go after people who have higher body counts. I mean, that's true, right? But just because it is the case that something doesn't happen within society doesn't mean it should be that way. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. Too.
You can be born into it, but it's a mindset. It's a mindset. It's a certain energy that
And oftentimes want people that are constantly there for them when it relates to them being sick. Men constantly want people that take care of them, right? Men literally want a fucking mother, right? Men want someone that literally will do the dishes, that will clean the fucking house, right? That will take care of them, that will plan stuff for them, right? That will literally deal with all that type of stuff. Are we not going to talk about those? Right? Men don't want to provide those, right? You want to know what it is? It's because men and women, right? They're looking for different things when in relation to the fulfilling of roles, right?
Correct.
But when
because what does it do for you? Most of the time, it doesn't do anything for a woman to sleep with a man. Whereas a man gets a pat on the back, yeah, it is a double standard. But if a woman's looking for a husband,
it's a double standard that shouldn't exist, right?
It exists, and I think it
shouldn't.
It's just not that. It doesn't work that way.
Ideally speaking, should it be that way?
Ideally speaking, men and women shouldn't be getting around. But if a man has a high body count, it's not going to hurt him as much as a woman having a high body count.
No, ideally speaking, should they be valued the same in relation to their body count?
No, they shouldn't.
No. So
because
what is
they're wired differently.
So just because we're wired differently doesn't mean that we should be valued differently in terms of that stance. As I'm wired differently from you, right? And that doesn't justify my body count not mattering and your body count mattering.
But I think like a man more than I think like a woman. We might be two different men. But women and men.
I don't think we think very similar.
I don't think we do either. I could agree with you on that one. But I do see where you're coming from. But it's viewed different in society. And I think as a man, I can't just say, oh, that ain't fair. If I want to get a girl, I have to do different things than a woman to increase my value, to increase my opportunity to find a girl. And she has to operate a little differently than a man. Whereas men do too. But we realize that getting a girl with a high body count, the likelihood of getting a good girl that stays around, it really decreases. It really decreases.
The same thing could be true then for men, because there's no statistically significant distinction in terms of the impacts of high body count with men and women, right? No statistically significant distinction. So, right. One other thing, man. How does this relate to me being a beta, man?
I would say it's just because you're really defending females really hardcore. So I'd say
because I'm holding the same level of accountability with men and women. Yeah, I think you're a beta because you're only defending men.
I'm just stating how society works and stating what men want. And if you want to have high value men as a woman, you're just going to have to accept a few double standards and realize this is what a man wants in you. So why would a woman care about what some study or what her girls tell her if she's trying to retain?
Wait, no. I want you to hyperfixate before you go into that. I want you to hyperfixate on why you considered me a beta, real quick. right? The reason why you considered me to be a beta is because I hold men and women to the same accountability.
Yeah,
Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much.
And you're in the same standard. We're just not held to the same standard. We're different.
When it really, I understand that me and you are different, but we're still held to the same standard.
But men and women are different.
Yeah, me and you are different.
Yeah, you're a beta because you're defending women. You're defending something.
I'm holding men and women to the same level of accountability. No, I'm a beta because I'm holding men accountable. Wow, fucking hell. That's wild.
But men should be held accountable for that.
Men should be held accountable, yeah.
But it shouldn't be.
Hold men accountable, yes. Why shouldn't they?
I think every guy out there that a lot of these girls are calling me whack and me, but a lot of these guys that they chase think just like me. So they probably just need to get a dog or get a cat and just prepare for a long life alone.
Dude, you know who's gonna have a fucking long life alone, right? The men that have opinions like you, right? You know who's gonna fucking need a cat and a dog, right? It's gonna be you, right?
No, because I have women
next to the receding hairline. Like you're gonna next to the product that you need to bring back the hair. I appreciate the mic drop. Thank you so much. Right? That's exactly what you're gonna need.
Well, you have receding muscles on your body, so you might want to get your
what receding muscles?
You don't.
That doesn't even make any sense.
You never had them in the first place.
Yeah, I didn't. Right? Can you turn on your camera and show me your hairline?
I'm in the dark right now.
Well, then turn on the light.
And
fixed. See, perfect. Right? Turn on the light.
I'll come on here some other time.
Oh, so you can't do it right now. Real alpha of you, by the way. Real alpha, dude. I'm such a beta, dude. Such a beta.
Well, I actually have coconut oil in my hair right now, so I look like
yeah, dude, you are not calling me a beta while doing this, bro. I can't.
Hey,
that's wild, dude.
Things. It doesn't make me a beta.
All right, I'm gonna go on to the next person. Appreciate you coming on, bro.
I know.
All right, everyone. Only send a guest request if you consider me beta. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes. If you want to show the live out to more people, let's try to get to 500 shares. But let me go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you consider me beta, y'all. I just tried to add RC. He's not even joining in. I appreciate the crown. Thank you so much. We got to go to the next person, everyone. Again, only send a guest request if you do disagree, everyone. Appreciate all the gifts, everyone. Appreciate the gifts. Tap that screen, y'all. Appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much, Loch Ness. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 24.
For sure. Do you consider me beta?
Stand up real quick. Can I get a quick analysis on your character? You like stand up?
Why do you want me to stand up?
I need to see the full character.
The full character? We need a character profile, chat. We need a character profile.
All right, now do like a turn. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely beta, bro. Oof.
So beta. So beta. So real. All right, we're gonna go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree. Of course, that happened. We gotta love that. All right, everyone, if you fucking consider me beta, send a guest request right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? I'm 19.
Do you think that I'm beta?
Yes, and for
Why
one
so?
reason. My reasoning is that if you were alpha, you wouldn't be fucking asking, man. You gotta just be alpha. Just don't be asking people if you're beta. Like, that's what betas do. Like, just be.
All right, we're gonna go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone.
If it as with the woman both.
That was a good one. I'm not gonna lie. We fucking love her for that. Love her for that. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. Only send a guest request if you disagree. If you consider me beta, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you think that I'm beta?
What does beta mean?
How do you define it? I don't know.
Beta for what?
I don't know. Have a good day, man. Only send a guest request if you know what beta means, chat. Okay. Consider me it. I don't know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Yeah. Do you think I'm beta?
Probably.
Why so? Nope, he didn't catch shit. All right, let's go to the next person. If you consider me beta, send a guest request right now. Only send a guest request if you consider me beta, everyone. Y'all already know the fucking deal, chat. Y'all already know the fucking deal. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Yeah, do you think that I'm beta?
I do, yes.
Why so?
So definition of beta male is a subordinate male animal in a group, right? And the definition of subordinate is lower in rank or position. And considering that you're not a high-ranking official, then you are beta. And
So you consider yourself beta?
In the
Hello? Yo, chat, can we do
Yes.
proof? Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. Proof. Turn on your webcam and go in front of a door right now, because doors are normally 7 feet tall. Actually, you don't have a camera. That's tough.
Yeah, it's dark. It's dark, right?
That's tough. He said it's dark. He can't even turn on a camera. You don't even have the fucking ability to on TikTok. All right, yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
Yeah, do you think I'm beta? Yeah, but so like, I mean, I think that's a beta position for you to hold men to less accountability than women.
Well, I just think that women are born with value and men are not.
Appreciate Nita. Thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, so if there's 50 boys on one side of on one side of like or actually here, I'll ask you this question, right? So let's say that there's one girl on a train track, and there's a train track that's about to go over the train track, right? Let's say that there is a on the other side of the train track, right? If there's like a little switch, you can pull the switch, right, and it will change the train to a different track. Appreciate it, Gabe. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate you so much. And on the other track, there's 50 little boys. Okay, so on one track there's one girl, the other one there's 50 boys, right? The train is going down the track. It's about to run over the one girl, right? Would you pull the lever so it went over the 50 boys because 50 boys are less valuable than the one girl?
No, I wouldn't do that.
Wait, but remember, boys aren't born with value and girls are?
But that's a stupid example.
How? That's a trolley analogy.
Because we're not talking about life or death. We're talking about sex.
No, we talked about value.
Right, but then you're putting it like towards life or death, which we're not talking about that.
Which relates to value, right? Because you'll want to save the individual that has more value.
Well, I mean, I don't agree with that. I just don't think that's an example that.
Okay, I don't think that's an accurate response to anything I've said. Do you want to give me anything here?
Well, okay, so like if body count doesn't matter, why do women?
I said it should matter for both men and women the same.
Right, but why do women? Let's say women will call other women that they don't like sluts. They will call them.
Can't say that word, by the way.
They will shame them. They will shame them based on their body count. Let's say if a girl has a boyfriend and her boyfriend sleeps with cheats on her and sleeps with another girl that's has a high body count. That girl is gonna shame the other girl and call her a slut because of.
You can't say that word. TikTok TOS.
Okay, sorry. So why do women, if body count doesn't matter, why do women shame other women based on body count?
Why do women shame other women? Because societal expectations, right? Societal expectations allow for people to use that against other people, right? Like you could say that with anything, right? Why do men shame other men for shorter height?
Well, and then also like I'm not a promiscuous guy. I am confident. I'm attractive. I consider myself attractive, but I don't like, just fucking girls or whatever. I don't think it's right. However, I do think it's more important, and men should be held accountable 100% for their actions. I think they should have more self control. But I think nowadays, promiscuous being promiscuous in women is encouraged when it shouldn't be.
Yeah, so how am I promoting promiscuity in women? I'm just holding men to the same level of
Well,
accountability.
you're saying the body count doesn't matter, which
Dude, is this guy like incoherent? Dude, I literally
I know people, and it's life experience.
no,
right? Most people-
Angel. When did I say that body count doesn't matter? Please let me know.
Well, I think you had a caption earlier. I came across this live, and you had a caption like that.
That said what?
That body count in women don't matter, or something like that.
No.
Well, what was it exactly? What you had on?
Why should body count matter for women but not for men?
Well, I think guys do the fucking and women get fucked, right? Women bring life to this world, men don't. And therefore, being intimate should be very, very, sacred.
If a woman is infertile, does her body count matter? Well, shit.
I mean, yes, it does, based on morality.
No, okay, so it doesn't relate to one's ability to give birth.
It's just morality,
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say you're getting married tomorrow, right? You're gonna marry this girl, and then the same girl. Let me give you that basically that train analogy that you gave me. You're gonna marry this girl. She's a virgin, right? But then would you, if body count doesn't matter, or body, would you marry that same girl? Let's say you have them side by side. One of them has a 200 body count at 25 years old, and the other one has she's a virgin. Who would you choose? Would you?
The person who's a virgin is more likely to be compatible with mine as if I have a low body count, right? But if it was the case that I had a high body count, right, it would be the person with a high body count. And if it was the case that the person with a high body count, right, was more compatible with me, then I would pick the person with the high body count, right? But the person who has a lower body count is more likely to be compatible with me within the respect that we're more likely to value intercourse the same, we're more likely to have a similar drive when it relates to engaging in intercourse, things like that.
I mean, I also believe that whenever a woman, I think women with high body count, they're susceptible to not be.
Hey, can we explain why I'm beta?
I mean, if you can fight, I would say you're an alpha. I mean, you have a platform here. It seems like you have a lot of followers. I would, expect for you to have money and be at least monetizing off of this. So you can provide, right? You can provide. If you can protect the girl and you can fight, then I would probably consider you a little bit of an alpha. But with this mentality that you're, I think that would kind of, I don't know. But if you can protect and fight and defend a woman, then.
So what makes me beta then?
If you can't fight and you can't protect a woman, I would say that's why.
Can you fight?
Yeah.
Okay, what classifies that you can fight?
Well, I train.
Okay, just because you train doesn't mean you can fight.
I mean, yeah, it does. You train for it.
Not really. If I train, that doesn't mean I can fight.
I mean, but it means that you're at least trying to get better. And I've been training for
But that doesn't
years.
mean you can fight.
Well, I've been training for three years now, so I'm pretty sure
That
I
doesn't
can
mean
fight.
you can fight.
It does mean I can fight.
I don't know.
So
I did kung fu when I was a kid. For years. Does that mean I can fight?
No, that's when you were a kid.
So? I remember? I did it though.
I trained yesterday though.
So?
That wasn't when I was a kid.
Okay.
No, but I mean, I'm always rooting for men and for men to get better, physically and mentally. So, if you don't train, it'll be a good thing if you do,
I'm just asking how we quantify whether or not someone can fight. And it just sounds like all you have to do is train. So if I train, even though I generally don't gain any skills or characteristics, right? That doesn't, I mean, that then under your definition, I would technically be able to fight, right? Yet I still can't fight, clearly.
I mean, why do people go to college, right? So they can train, so they can study, so they can gain skills, so they can get a job, right? It's the same thing. Training, you learn, and you start, learn.
Yeah, but I mean, just because you go to college doesn't mean that you actually learned much.
Well, I agree. But
can you train MMA and be bad at MMA?
You can definitely. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the point I'm kind of trying to get to, is that like you literally like you can not necessarily have good characteristics when it relates to that. Like,
well, yeah, I mean, you can train MMA and be bad at MMA, but then after months of training, you're gonna get better, and that's just the reality for pretty much everything that you train for. So if you're with your girl and you're walking with her on the streets, two guys come up and they're disrespecting her or whatever, how are you gonna protect your girl? Tell me. Are you
There's
gonna
two people disrespecting my girl?
Yeah, like in the streets at night. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna fight off the guys? What are you gonna do?
It depends. Like, are they trying to hurt me?
Well, they're disrespecting your girl, and what if there's a threat there? What are you gonna do?
What type of threat?
You don't know how to fight.
What type of threat?
I mean, I don't know. Let's say two people that you don't know.
I mean, if they're just talking shit, right? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn on the TikTok live, right, and we're gonna start roasting them, right, in front of 1,000 people at least.
No, we're not talking about TikTok live. We're talking about real life here.
Yeah, I'm talking about real life. We're just gonna whip out the phone, right, and we're just gonna go live. We're gonna be like, this guy's like trying to make fun of us right now, chat. Like.
Oh,
like, what does he think he's doing, right? Right, like.
Wait. So if someone goes and disrespects your girl in the streets, you're gonna pull out your phone and go live on TikTok.
Yes.
That's why I think you're definitely a beta.
What makes me a beta for that?
Because someone's disrespecting your girl, you're not doing anything about it, and just like the other guy that was
no, you know what I'm doing? Trying to like fucking James Bond fight two people with guns.
No, but at least stand up and have some fucking backbone for your girl.
So you want me? What do you want me to do? Actually, no. Tell me what do you? What, I'm gonna pick a pebble off the ground and throw it at him, like.
And all the girls in the chat, like supporting this, like you're lying.
Supporting what?
Day you want to be with a guy that can defend you, that can protect you. And apparently, if he's gonna pull out his phone and go live, he can't protect you.
Dude, what are you talking about? Yeah, I'm gonna go live. Yeah, they're talking shit, right? I'm gonna talk shit back. We're gonna go live. We're gonna go in front of 1,000 people. No, I'm just trolling, by the way. Clearly speaking, I'm not gonna go live in a circumstance like that, right? The fact that you actually thought I was being serious is very concerning. It really is concerning.
Well, I mean, some people here on TikTok, like that's all they make their life about, their personality about. But I'm not saying that to you, right? But
I'm clearly trolling, right? But when it relates to these circumstances, clearly speaking, right? If I can do something about it, right, about the circumstance, right, to either get us out of the circumstance, keep us safe, right, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do whatever is going to keep us most safe, right? If it's someone trying to rob us, it is the case that you literally do actually like give them your stuff, right? That's actually what keeps you the most safe. It's not fighting them. Even if you have training, right? It's not fighting them.
Right. No, I'm not saying you're going to have to fight, but as a man, you have to be, a stoic, and you have to not feel pressured under these situations, and being able to make the right decisions, whether it's to de-escalate, sorry, or, if they step over the line.
And what makes you think that that's somehow different with like me as someone else?
Well, I initially asked you if you could fight.
I can, but I don't like train all the time.
If they do cross the line where they start, let's say, touching your girl inappropriately, or push her or punch her, or they try to take your money.
Yeah, you try to get away, and you try to stop them from doing that physically.
by fighting, right?
You can that can be part of it. There'd also be other people around in public that could help.
But what if there's no one?
If there's no one, then it would just be me.
Right. It would just be you. And at the end of the day, any woman is going to want to feel protected. So as a man, as an alpha man, if you want to be
why don't women, right, particularly try to be with people who are like extremely buff or something, or like can fight? Why don't they prefer to be with men like that rather than other types of men?
Well, just because you're buff doesn't mean you can fight. That's one. And then
it's a sense of protection, isn't it?
I mean, if you say so, but I know a lot of buff people that can't fight for shit. But I mean, I don't know. Yeah, that's my point.
Okay, so your point is that if you can't fight, right, then you're beta.
So, do you consider yourself a beta or an alpha?
I don't consider myself either.
So then why are you asking the question?
Because some people consider me beta, and I think it's fucking stupid, and I want to talk to them.
So, but if you don't consider yourself alpha, why debate it?
Because people, I just told you.
You don't consider yourself alpha, though. So then why are you debating it?
Because I think it's funny that people think that I'm beta, and I want to hear why.
So would you think you're an alpha?
Would I think that I'm an alpha? I don't know. What do you mean by alpha?
Well, would you think you're an alpha?
Did you hear my question?
Well, I mean, like I said, you have a platform here. I'm pretty sure you're monetizing. I don't think you're broke, right? I'm pretty sure if you have a family, you would provide. You'd be a good man. You'd provide for your son and your family, right? I think part of being a high value man or an alpha is being able to protect your family, being able to have some critical thinking, to make the correct decisions, stay, stoic under
Is
pressure.
Donald Trump an alpha?
I would say so, yes.
Okay, he can't protect people. What is
But
Trump going to fight? Can Trump fight? Can Trump fight?
But he has the money to...
Appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much. Can Trump
He has
fight,
the money-
bro?
He has the money to hire, like, Secret Service.
No, but if they're not around. If they're not around. I have the fucking money to hire people. Trump can't fight. If it was just him.
So you have the money to hire, like...
Wait, so your view is
bodyguard.
Trump is beta?
No, I don't think Trump is beta because he has...
Wait, but he can't
status.
fight, dude.
But he has status. He has status, like, he's a multimillionaire.
So? He a billionaire, apparently. I just have one question. Do you really think that this guy is going to be able to protect people? He's going to be able to fight? Do you really think he is?
I mean, against who? Depends who. Against Joe Biden, he can definitely beat his ass.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to say Joe. Under your view, Joe Biden's also going to be beta.
I mean, he has a status. He has Biden has great resume when it comes to politics. I mean, even though he was pro segregation, right? But
I don't think that's true. He was like against like busing or something like that. So I'd have to check that. But like,
there's videos of him.
So like,
back in Congress talking about him being pro segregation. What are you talking about?
Yeah. So you can show me the video. I'd love to see it. But like, yeah. So, but again, when it relates to this, I'm confused how that relates to what I was just saying.
To what?
What we were just saying.
Well, you brought up Trump and Biden.
Yeah. So again, Trump, right? You consider him beta, right? Because he can't fight.
I consider him an alpha because he has status, and that's what.
What is status considered? Just having money?
Yeah.
So it's not based on whether or not you can fight.
I think. Well, no, obviously not. If you can fight, and
obviously not. Okay. So then why am I beta? Why am I beta?
Let me give another example though. All of these things is what make you an alpha, right? You have to be able to know how to fight. You have to have money. You have to have network. You have to have confidence. Because, like, let's say you're rich, but you're fat, right? So yeah, he trains jujitsu. Yeah, he's alpha.
So okay, you think he's alpha? Okay, so
yeah, he trains. I mean, he built
is
an
Elon
empire.
Musk alpha?
I would say he's alpha. Yeah, I do agree. Yeah.
But he can't fight.
How do you know? I mean, I think he can beat Joe Biden. It just depends who you're putting him up against. But
I could beat Joe Biden.
Yeah, I think you could.
No shit.
Right,
He's literally 80 years old. Like, Law, I appreciate the feather flock. Thank you so much. Feather flock. I appreciate it. What's your point? Bro, I'm so confused.
No, I just
All right, so
think, like,
this doesn't consider me beta because, like, again, you'd be considering Trump to be beta. You'd be considering this individual to be beta. Like, I don't know. I clearly Elon can't
if
fight.
you're gonna walk around, like, let's say you go out with your girl, right, and you're gonna walk around with security in the back, then okay, I'll consider you an alpha because you're moving like an alpha, right? You have security in the back, and you know they're both protecting you and your girl. So, I mean, by all means, if you go out there, you have status, you have network, you have confidence, you can protect your women by, you know, if you hire bodyguards or whatever, then fine.
No, but again, we talked about the scenario where the bodyguards are not around. Can he fight?
Who?
Because, like, I can call the cops, right?
Oh yeah, but the cops can take 10 minutes to show up.
Okay. Well, I mean, so can their bodyguards.
No, the bodyguards are right behind you.
Let's say that their bodyguards aren't there.
Okay, let's say they're not.
Yeah. So can he protect?
Who?
Elon Musk or Trump, either or.
No, but they do have their bodyguards.
No, okay, they're beta.
But they do have their bodyguards there at all times. What do you mean?
Well, no, but if they weren't there.
But they do have them there.
But if they weren't there.
But they do.
Do they have them there when they're engaging in intercourse? No, they don't, right? So they're not there at all times, right? It could be the case that, say a fucking alien species comes. I'm trolling. Again, like the idea is that, again, it could be the case. It's clearly possible, right? That they could be without.
I think it's appropriate to even use them as examples when it comes to us, you know, average people.
Well, no, I don't see a reason as to why. But yeah, is there anything else you want to add or talk about? Tabby, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
No, that's it. It was nice talking to you.
Appreciate it. All right, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree. If you think that I'm a beta, everyone. We're going to go into the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you think that I'm beta. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?